a man finds himself floating in an empty, white expanse, completely disoriented. He questions where he is and how he arrived. He introduces himself internally. Akira Tennu, age 35. He struggles to recall the events leading to this moment, remembering only that he had gone to work, just like any other day. His memory then flashes back with sudden clarity. He was walking home, groceries in hand, after receiving a text from his mother. As he crossed the street, the screech of tires filled the air. His eyes widened in terror as a large truck bore down on him, his phone and belongings scattering across the pavement. The recollection solidifies his grim reality. He was run over. Back in the white void, he turns his head and realizes he is not alone. For other people, a man in a suit and 3 younger individuals are floating motionlessly nearby. He surmises they must have met the same fate. One of the schoolgirls begins to panic, screaming and questioning what they should do. He observes her outburst calmly, noting that none of them appear to be glowing or showing any signs of passing on to an afterlife. His thoughts are interrupted by the sudden appearance of 2 robed figures. One of them speaks, explaining that the summoned individuals are being returned to their worlds of origin because their summoning skills were not up to scratch. The figure expresses disappointment, stating that they could have been heroes. Akira is stunned by this revelation, questioning what they mean by worlds of origin and heroes. The word heroes triggers a memory. He pictures his little sister, lying in bed completely absorbed in a fantasy manga, and realizes the concept might be just like the story she loves. As this realization dawns, the other 4 people abruptly vanish. A sharp cry from one of the robed figures cuts through the silence. They've been found out. There's one more person left. The summoners panic, leaving Akira utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He lay there, stunned, as the realization dawned on him. The summoners hadn't even noticed his presence. It seemed bringing him here was never part of their plan, a fact that brought a strange pang of sadness, considering they had all arrived together. Before he could process this, a furious voice echoed through the void, berating mere apprentices for daring to use summoning arts and disturbing the natural order. In that instant, a powerful force yanked him upwards, leaving him utterly bewildered. He was falling, tumbling through the unknown. He desperately wondered where he was going and what fate awaited him as a single leaf drifted past. The leaf continued its gentle descent, spiraling down through the thick branches of a forest canopy. His journey ended abruptly as he landed hard against the roots of a massive tree. Disoriented, he wondered where he was, his body feeling incredibly heavy and difficult to move. He forced himself to stand, determined to shake off the sluggishness. His eyes scanned the gloomy surroundings, confirming his location, a dense, dark forest. His mind raced to make sense of it all. If this wasn't the afterlife, then where was he? The idea of heroes being summoned came to mind, reminding him of a manga his sister enjoyed. He touched his head, pondering the incredible possibility. Had he been summoned as a hero after all? He remembered his sister, always going on about stories of heroes summoned to parallel worlds. She would explain the plots, how some guy had to act as the hero and defeat the great evil, even though he never asked to hear about it. The memory sparked a chilling thought. Could this be a parallel world? The implication struck him with sudden force. Did this mean he could never go home? Suddenly, a loud rustling sound echoed from the trees. He cursed under his breath at whoever was responsible. Taking a moment to compose himself, he decided to assess his situation logically. He recalled from his sister's stories that every parallel world had one common element. The realization hit him: magic. And if there was magic, he reasoned, there must also be monsters. As if on cue, a tremendous crashing sound erupted from the nearby foliage as something enormous moved through it. The noise was deafening, but then silence fell. He scanned his surroundings, finding the area suddenly and completely deserted. He let out a breath, still feeling awful. A strange sensation had been clinging to him since his arrival, a feeling he could only describe as something very slowly slithering into him. He feels an unsettling murkiness in the air around him. The urge to call for help rises, but he suppresses it, knowing he is too deep within the forest for anyone to hear. As he walks, the feeling intensifies, worse than anything he has ever experienced. He notices black shadows lingering everywhere he looks and wonders if it could be a curse or perhaps a vengeful spirit, though he quickly dismisses the thought with a nervous laugh. A sudden rustle from the dense foliage above stops him in his tracks. He looks up into the canopy of the towering, gnarled trees, sensing a presence. The oppressive sensation peaks, and a dark, swirling miasma seems to coalesce around his clenched fist. Instinctively, he looks toward the source of the rustling and whispers a command into the air: "Go away, purify." He immediately feels foolish, crouching down with a sigh. He chides himself for being an idiot, worrying about spirits when he doesn't even know if magic is real in this new world. He pauses, trying to collect himself, but then he realizes the oppressive feeling is gone. He feels lighter. Standing up, he looks at his open palm and, with a sense of disbelief, experimentally utters the word again: "Purify." He lowers his hand, a look of relieved surprise on his face. The ability had actually worked. As the last wisps of the dark presence vanished, he confirmed to himself that it must have been a vengeful spirit. He reasoned that a little escapism now and then couldn't hurt. His moment of calm was shattered by the crunch of leaves under a heavy weight. His eyes widened in alarm as a massive, furred paw stepped into view, followed by a giant snout sniffing the air just inches from his face. The creature revealed its full form, a wolf of impossible size, its lips curled back in a low snarl, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Akira could only stare, frozen in place. His mind reeled at the sheer scale of the beast. It was huge. As the giant wolf stared him down, he frantically weighed his options. Was it a dog or a wolf? Fighting it seemed reckless, a sure way to die. His only hope, he thought, was to try and slip away quietly. He tried to reassure himself, guessing it was just looking for prey and that he should run. But then a piece of old advice surfaced in his mind. Never run from a bear, as it triggers their instinct to attack. He wondered if the same applied here, but his hesitation was cut short as the wolf lunged forward with a ferocious roar. But instead of reaching him, the massive beast collapsed mid-lunge, crashing to the ground. It writhed in agony, frothing at the mouth and letting out a pain growl. Stunned, Akira noticed a faint black mist clinging to the creature and wondered if that was the source of its suffering. He feels a wave of panic wash over him as he watches the massive wolf panting in agony on the forest floor. Despite his fear, a different thought begins to form. The thought is rooted in a deep-seated love for animals, a memory of being joyfully surrounded by them surfacing in his mind. Though fear grips him as he gazes at the formidable creature, his compassion wins out. He has to help it. He tries to reassure himself, remembering the success of his last purification. He reasons that it's worth a try. Stealing his resolve, he takes a step forward, but the wolf suddenly unleashes a deafening roar, sending a jolt of terror through him. Despite the terrifying sound, he pushes through his fear, kneeling and extending his hand toward the creature. He channels his power and calls out the single word, "Purify." A wave of energy emanates from his palm, and with a soft whoosh, the dark, corrupting mist is drawn out from the wolf's body. The creature's pained expression softens into one of calm. As the last remnants of the affliction dissipate like bubbles, Akira looks on with wide-eyed relief, realizing his spell was a success. The great wolf, now free from its torment, lifts a paw and inspects it with a curious tilt of its head. Finding nothing wrong, it settles comfortably onto the ground. The creature, now docile, stands before Akira. He finds the massive wolf incredibly cute and feels a strong urge to stroke its fur. However, he can't help but notice how dirty it is, a detail that bothers his sensibilities. As he contemplates this, the wolf begins to approach him. A flicker of fear returns as he wonders if it's about to attack. But instead of aggression, the great beast playfully rolls onto its back, baring its belly. Akira is stunned by the display of trust from a wild animal, realizing with some emotion that she is a female. He still can't stand how dirty she is, so he decides to do something about it with his magic. Focusing his intent, he pictures her becoming clean and utters a single command. In an instant, her fur is pristine and sparkling. The wolf stretches, then gives him a curious glance before gently nuzzling his shoulder. Akira looks on, surprised by his own power. A quiet moment passes between them in the sun-dappled forest. Deciding to move on, Akira turns to leave, but is shocked to find himself running at an incredible speed. He looks over his shoulder to see the great wolf trotting alongside him, her expression unreadable as she seems to ponder the nature of this strange human. 200 years ago, a great darkness suddenly descended, shrouding this entire forest in its oppressive shadow. It descended before their very eyes, a feat that should have been impossible for humans. Yet, through some unknown artifice, they had managed it, unleashing chaos upon the land. The weak were devoured by its folds, twisted into monsters that attacked their own kin. To spare themselves that fate, the strong chose to end their own lives. She had watched this tragedy unfold for 2 centuries, for she is the queen of the Fenrir. She panted, the long fight having taken its toll. For a time, her strong magic held back the darkness. But her purification spells and magical barriers only brought a brief respite, their constant use consuming her power and accelerating its depletion. Her consciousness had begun to fade more often of late. Lying down, she supposed she had simply used too much of her power over the centuries. This, she thought, may be the end for her. But a surge of fury rejected this fate. No, she could not rest peacefully if she didn't strike back at those wretched humans. As this resolve hardened, her senses flared. She smelled a human, her entire being focused on a single command: kill. She would kill him. In a clearing ahead, Akira Tennu suddenly turned, his body tensing as he felt the crushing weight of a murderous intent directed squarely at him. He stumbles backward, landing hard on the forest floor. His eyes widen in shock as he registers the massive, hostile creature before him. The great wolf snarls, its breath coming in ragged wheezes. It laments its own weakness from the curses racking its body, struggling to remain conscious. In response, he holds up a hand, cautiously telling the beast to stay back. As he does, a brilliant wave of light erupts from his palm, washing over the creature in a gentle surge. The wolf cries out, startled by the sudden flash of energy. He recognizes the phenomenon instantly as purification magic. The wolf, however, knows that such spells only buy a moment of respite. The darkness, it thinks, always returns. But the wolf is stunned, questioning what kind of magic this is. It feels the power not just cleansing, but permeating its body and healing it from within. Akira can only watch, utterly bewildered. The creature, now visibly smaller and healthier, realizes the curse isn't returning. It has never encountered magic so boundless, yet so subtle. Its tail begins to sway gently back and forth. It then lowers its body in a gesture of fealty. The queen reflects that while no monarch of the Fenrir has ever called a human master, she feels no aversion to showing this man her obedience. He walked onward, ascending a rugged mountain path with his new, massive companion. The man found the trek surprisingly pleasant, laughing to himself as he strode forward. He mused that it felt nice, dismissing any deeper thoughts on the matter. Suddenly, his companion stopped, a low growl rumbling in her chest as she stared into the gloomy maw of a large cave. He glanced from the wolf to the cave and casually asked if she wanted to go inside. In response, her growl ceased, replaced by an enthusiastic wag of her tail as she nuzzled against him. Without another moment's hesitation, she bounded into the darkness. He flinched, sensing a strange presence within and muttering that he didn't want to go in. He joked about purifying whatever was inside, but quickly took it back, only for the wolf to nudge him insistently from behind. Reluctantly, he stepped closer to the entrance, observing that it was a rather large cave. From the depths, a low growl echoed, followed by a strange whistling sound. A look of understanding crossed his face as he realized this must be the wolf's den. Just then, the darkness within the cave came alive with numerous pairs of glowing eyes, and the air filled with the sound of deep, menacing growls. He stands his ground as the massive Fenrir queen positions herself before him, letting out a fierce snarl. From the shadows of the den, the rest of her pack emerges, their eyes glowing with menace as they growl at the human's intrusion. His apprehension turns to shock as he sees the reason for their agitation. A large pile of motionless, seemingly cursed animal bodies lying in the center of the cavern. The queen lifts her head, her snarl replaced by a long, mournful howl that echoes through the den. Understanding the situation, a look of compassion crosses his face. He realizes he wants to help them, and, with a quiet breath, utters a single word to begin the process: purify. He closes his eyes to concentrate, deciding to picture removing the curse with even more force. A brilliant light begins to emanate from him as he once again invokes the purification. The light erupts, bathing the entire cavern in a cleansing, sparkling radiance. When it fades, the pile of afflicted creatures is gone, replaced by a group of healthy canines who now stand before him. He studies the restored animals, his hand to his chin in thought. He observes that the group seems to be a curious mix of both wolves and dogs. He looked upon the newly healed canines, noting how filthy they had been. As he declared them clean, he wondered aloud if they could understand him. In response, the animals' ears drooped slightly. In an instant, their coats shimmered, becoming immaculately clean. A smile spread across his face as he realized the diverse group of canines were all companions. His attention then shifted to the dark maw of a nearby cave, and he questioned their next move. As the great wolf shook its head, he turned to it, asking if it knew what lay within the darkness. He looked at the creature, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. He questioned if he was truly communicating with them, and whether he could place his trust in these beasts. He concluded that the shadows were deeper inside the cave, suggesting the source of the affliction lay within. Turning towards the entrance, he extended his hand and repeatedly invoked his purifying power. From the darkness, more afflicted canines stumbled out, panting and wheezing heavily. He watched them emerge, a look of dismay on his face as he realized there seemed to be no end to them. He stood before the afflicted creatures, observing their poor condition. Realizing he had to act, he considered creating a barrier, perhaps to hold back the curse itself. An idea struck him. He brought a hand to his chin, concentrating, but found the visualization difficult. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind on the image of the barrier he needed. As the great wolf beside him let out a howl, he thrust his hand forward and shouted the command. A shimmering grid of light erupted from the ground, halting the advance of the cursed pack. The barrier held. He confirmed its success, though the queen of the Fenrir noted that she couldn't see what might be on the other side. This prompted him to wonder if the barrier would be effective against physical attacks as well. He decided he might as well try to strengthen it, pondering how to reinforce the barrier and whether it could counter magic or other attacks. With a new resolve, he called out to reinforce the structure. The grid of light pulsed, humming with renewed power. He turned to the great wolf, reassuring her that he had simply reinforced the barrier. With the entrance secured, he began to walk toward the cave. He and his companion ventured into the darkness of the cave mouth. Raising a hand, he conjured a light to illuminate the path, revealing a cavern far larger than he had anticipated. He found himself in what felt like a spacious part of the cave, but the absolute darkness rendered his sight useless. He considered using magic to see, perhaps dark vision or clairvoyance, but quickly dismissed the idea. Without a clear image in his mind, the spells were ineffective. Then a new idea struck him. Rather than trying to see through the dark, he would create a mental map of the entire cave, using a spell for spatial awareness. He closed his eyes, concentrating, and a wave of magical energy washed over the cavern. The spell succeeded beyond his expectations. A perfectly detailed, lifelike image of the immense cavern formed in his mind, revealing its true scale. With this newfound awareness, he resolved to purify every single corner of the space. Just as he was about to begin, a low growl from the giant wolf stopped him. Startled, he realized a precaution was necessary. He decided he would immediately follow his purification with another barrier. The wolf seemed to understand and agree with the plan. His mental map guided his focus to the far end of the cavern, where a massive, dark, and corrupted mass pulsed with malevolent energy. Suddenly, the mass began to shift. To his shock, he realized it was a single, enormous boulder, now sliding directly toward him with immense force. He reacted instantly, throwing up a protective barrier. The massive boulder crashed against it with immense force, cracking the magical shield but deflecting its path. Stunned by the impact, he turned to the giant wolf, questioning if the barrier had worked and wondering aloud if the curse possessed its own will. The deflected boulder continued its rampage, crashing and rolling through the cavern before finally coming to a halt. He urged the wolves to stay focused, recognizing that they had more pressing problems. As the dust settled, he stared at the now-still rock, a realization dawning on him. It was a living curse, possessing the same malevolent aura as the wolves when he first encountered them. The cursed boulder began to hiss as a dark energy pulsed from its surface before being drawn back in. He understood then that his attempts at purification were failing. He couldn't determine if the curse was simply too powerful or if his own magic was insufficient for the task. He fell into deep concentration, reasoning that his magic required a more precise mental image to be effective. He wished for a cinematic moment of inspiration, but nothing came. Instead, a practical idea formed. He would focus his intent by picturing something simple and familiar, like washing stubborn grime off kitchenware. With this new image fixed in his mind, he extended his hand and commanded the magic to purify. The dark, cursed shell shattered into pieces, crumbling away to reveal what lay beneath. To his astonishment, it wasn't a boulder at all, but a small, fallen bird. The newly freed creature struggled, flapping its wings feebly before collapsing onto the cavern floor. He knelt beside it, observing that the bird was covered in blood and its skin appeared to be unnaturally fusing together. Determined to save it, he pictured the wounds closing and the filth vanishing. Holding the creature gently, he cast his spell, commanding it to heal and clean. As a soft light enveloped his hand, his healing magic having taken full effect, the small creature now perched lively on his finger. He smiled, remarking what a pity it was that the bird was so tiny. In response, the creature began to peck at his finger repeatedly, causing him to cry out in surprise. Despite the sharp pecks, he couldn't help but admire its beauty as it spread its wings, exclaiming what a pretty bird it was. He then gently rubbed the bird's head with his thumb, offering a soft apology. The creature seemed to accept it, flying from his hand to perch contentedly on his shoulder. A warm, gentle smile spread across his face as he looked at his new companion, thinking to himself how cute it was. Beneath a sky strewn with stars, Akira Tennu stands beside the great wolf, the small cursed bird perched atop his head. He lets out a breath of relief, suggesting they take a short rest. He sits down, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer strangeness of his situation. His attention is caught by a faint luminescence. He realizes the cave walls are glowing and wonders about the cause. His focus then shifts to the cave's entrance, where an unseen barrier crackles with energy. He questions if the dark, shadowy forms pressing against it from the outside are attempting to break through. A closer look reveals the truth. The barrier isn't merely defending. It's actively attacking the shadows, lashing out with sparks of light to drive them back into the darkness. The barrier holds firm, its energy crackling against the encroaching gloom. Akira and the great wolf stand together at the mouth of the cave, watching the steadfast defense. He turns away, deciding that trying to understand the magic at play is pointless for now. He concludes they can rest easy, but as he touches his cheek, he admits there is one other thing he can't help but notice. His gaze falls upon the wolves. The great wolf and her pack, including several small pups, seem to sparkle with vitality. He realizes with surprise that they all look significantly healthier than they did before. She lets out a wide, contented yawn, a faint sparkle emanating from her open maw. Akidawat Pudel. He recalls how they were practically fainting from exhaustion just moments ago, yet he hasn't seen them consume any food. He dismisses the mystery, deciding it's not something he can work out right now. His thoughts shift to his own immediate needs: food, water, and a safe place to rest. Placing a hand to his chest, he feels the steady beat of his heart, a grounding confirmation that he is, indeed, still alive. The pressing question remains: how can he obtain the necessities for survival? His resolve hardens. He refuses to be caught up in this insanity and die. He swears to himself that he will survive. With this renewed determination, he assesses his surroundings. The cave seems to be his best option for a safe refuge. He reasons that if he can purify the entire space, he'll finally be able to rest without worry. Before he can do that, however, he must first deal with the dark shadows pressing against the entrance. He observes the barrier cracking and reacting to their presence, deducing that they must be finding a way inside. As he contemplates this, the giant wolf watches him, her own unease growing. She feels she must do something to help. At the same time, Akira hits a snag in his plan, realizing that he cannot seem to purify an area without a specific target to focus on. He first needed a better picture of the entire cave. A thought struck him. Perhaps the spatial awareness spell he had just used would do the trick, but the attempt was no good. While he could sense other hollows within the cave, The shadows were too dense to see through. Stomping his foot in frustration, he guessed he would have to venture outside to get a clear view. He realized that what he truly wanted was a spell to show him the cave from multiple angles. To see outside or further afield, he would need something like farsight or clairvoyance. His thoughts drifted to the beautiful aerial drone shots of sunsets he used to see on television. That gave him an idea. If he could look down from above, he could scout the area freely. He wondered if he could model a spell on the concept of drone photography. Deciding to act on the idea, he focused his mind, pictured the outcome, and shouted, "Clairvoyance!" A wave of energy emanated from his outstretched hand, and his eyes widened in shock. The spell was a success. An image of a vast, mountainous landscape materialized before him, just like a monitor. The sudden vision startled him, but he was relieved it had worked. As he examined the aerial view, he spotted a tiny entrance far below. The realization dawned on him. He was inside a huge, rocky mountain. Beside him, the giant wolf and her pups watched the magical projection with curiosity. He stood before a vast, corrupted crater, the ground blackened and twisted. Deciding on a course of action, he resolved to picture his magic covering the entire area and purifying it. A thought crossed his mind. Would cleansing this curse reflect it back upon the one who cast it? Dismissing the concern, he concluded that such a fate would be well-deserved. With a hand outstretched, he commanded the purification to begin. A brilliant light erupted from the crater as the dark magic was forcefully cleansed. Without pausing, he followed the purification with another spell, shouting for a barrier to be erected. As the magical wall slammed into place, the Queen of the Fenrir and her pack rushed past him, growling as they ran into the newly cleansed territory. The exertion left him feeling a distinct drain on his body, a sensation he recognized as the expenditure of mana. He briefly wondered if purifying the shadows would prevent them from returning to their source. Below, where the corruption had been moments before, new life sprouted, with grass and plants growing at an unnatural speed. The transformation was absolute. The once blighted land was now a thriving, verdant part of the forest, completely restored. Surrounded by the now calm pack of wolves, he surveyed his work with satisfaction, declaring it a perfect success. An hour later, however, his satisfaction had vanished. Staring at the magical map displayed on his device, he saw with frustration that the corruption was seeping back in. The purification wasn't perfect after all, and he was left to wonder about the true source of the blight. He realizes with a start that the corruption is seeping up from the ground itself, as dark, ethereal tendrils flicker into existence from the soil around it. Frustrated by the persistent blight, he decides to purify the area once more, this time resolving to cast a wider and deeper spell, extending the barrier far underground to seal off the source completely. With a shout, he unleashes his power, commanding the barrier to reinforce itself as a wave of purification magic scours the land. He adds a new component to the spell, attempting to send the curse back to its originator. After the spell settles, the great wolf observes that his body still has plenty of energy. He admits, however, that the effort is taking a toll on his mind. His hands have begun to shake, and he confesses his desire to just go home, wondering what he can even do. Sensing his distress, the massive beast rests her head gently on his lap. He is taken aback by the comforting gesture from a creature meant to be wild. Accepting the solace, he resigns himself to the situation, deciding there is no use in worry. Far away, in a grand hall beneath two moons, a dark, jagged crystal resting upon an ornate pedestal suddenly cracks. The sound alerts a hooded messenger kneeling before a throne. The messenger informs their sovereign, a stern-looking king with a horned crown, that there has been a change in the cursed forest. The king listens intently, processing the news. He listens as a robed subordinate reports on a blinding light observed at the center of the forest. The horned king smirks, resting his chin on his fist, and dismissively asks if this is merely the dying struggle of the forest kings. With a sinister laugh, he gives his command: offer more blood to the mage stone. The subordinate acknowledges the order without question. From his throne, surrounded by visions of monstrous beasts, he declares that it won't be long now. He is certain that the beast kings of the forest are nearly all gone, and soon the forest, the center of the world, will be his. His power is fueled by a grim ritual. A great, glowing crystal, the mage stone, pulses with energy above the bodies of countless sacrifices who are told they have the honor of giving their lives for the king of Emperors. Far from the dark kingdom of Emperors, another castle stands beside the forest under a peaceful sky. Inside, its wolf-eared ruler considers a report about a change in the forest. He finds this strange, as nothing has changed for several decades. He recalls how the kingdom of Emperors cast its magic eye over the forest, causing its sacred beasts to vanish and be replaced by swarms of monsters. He confirms to his subordinate that the tales of sacrifices to sustain the magic eye were true, recalling how several surrounding kingdoms have vanished over the past 200 years. The subordinate confesses his terror, fearing their kingdom of Ental will fall next. The ruler understands his fear, noting that it is no wonder, given that a kingdom of men who refuse to accept any other race now seeks to control the world. A silent plea echoes across the sky, a desperate prayer to the god of creation for salvation. The thought is followed by a low groan of someone stirring from a deep slumber. The groan gives way to the first sign of returning consciousness as a hand slowly clenches into a fist. His eyes flutter open. Akira Tennu awakens with a gentle smile, finding the small, crested bird still perched peacefully upon his head. He sits up, marveling at the clear blue sky. He is surrounded by wolves, the great white one purring contentedly beside him. Akira expresses his surprise aloud, having thought they would all leave once he had purified the forest. The white wolf lets out a low growl, but Akira realizes with a hint of disappointment that he cannot understand its meaning. Despite the barrier, he feels a bond and decides to give them names, starting with the silver-furred wolf he met first. After asking its permission, he gently touches its head and declares its new name, Koa. His attention then turns to the others. He names the other white-furred female Soa. He identifies two male cubs, calling the black one Kuru and the white one Shine. The rugged, dark-furred male is named Hayo, and finally, a grayish dog-like wolf is named Chai. His attention then turned to the small, crested bird perched on his shoulder. Deciding that such a creature with pretty feathers deserved a fitting name, he settled on Karen. He felt a wave of self-satisfaction, pleased with his naming choices. However, a young girl nearby looked on with disdain, silently criticizing his taste and comparing it to that of a middle schooler. Putting the matter aside, he turned and walked towards the edge of a cliff, ready to face what came next. Behind him, the pack of Fenrir stirred with excitement, realizing the significance of what had just occurred. He had given them names. The Fenrir collectively acknowledged the human they now recognized as their master. They understood that his capacity for magic and healing was unmatched. As his hands clenched into fists, the pack watched him intently. Koa, their queen, wondered what he was doing, while another noted that a human granting them names was an unprecedented event in their long history. Because of this unprecedented act, the Fenrir resolved to obey their new master. They recognized that simply being near him allowed them to reap the benefits of his power, and one confirmed that their mana had already begun to recover. Koa affirmed the decision, stating that since the Fenrir had given her refuge and saved her life, she had every reason to follow. She declared that they would serve him to show their appreciation, a sentiment echoed by a low growl from Chai. At that moment, Akira turned to her with a request, asking Koa to lead him to a specific place. He came to his senses, surrounded by the entire Fenrir pack, their eyes fixed upon him. He flinched under their intense, collective stare and managed to voice a weak request for some water. He clarified his request to Koa, asking if she knew of a place with water. Before the large wolf could answer, the small black cub, Kuru, declared that he would guide him. With a sharp howl, Koa leaped forward, carrying the two cubs on her back as she began to run. Her speed was immense. Thrown back by the sudden acceleration, he clung on, shouting for her to wait and crying out that she was scaring him. He was bewildered that she could maintain such a pace, even after they had already passed through some kind of barrier. The frantic journey came to an abrupt halt. They now stood in a hushed, misty clearing, encircled by the gnarled, enormous roots of ancient trees. As Koa approached a dark pool and dipped her massive paw into it, the liquid reacted strangely, bubbling and oozing away from her touch as if it were tainted. He stared at the corrupted water, while Hayo and Soa panted nearby from the exertion of the run. He concluded that even if he purified this, it still wouldn't be very good. Despite the strange scene, he felt safe. On his shoulder, Karen the bird let out a weary groan. Turning his attention from the water to the two small cubs, he broke into a warm smile. He affectionately ruffled the fur of both Cheyenne and Kuru, praising them for a job well done. He is suddenly pounced upon by the small white wolf cub, Cheyenne. Overcome with affection, Akira ruffles the cub's fur, exclaiming that they are good boys and admitting he couldn't have continued without this moment of comfort. Turning to the rest of the waiting pack, he apologizes, explaining that he just can't bring himself to drink the corrupted water. He sighs wistfully, remarking how much he misses the clean water from Japan and wishes they could find some spring water within the barrier. In that very moment, a small orb of pure water magically coalesces and spurts into his open palm. He stares at it, utterly bewildered, muttering the word water as if he can't believe his eyes. The white cub looks on, intrigued by the sudden manifestation. Akira stares at his palm, where a small vortex of water swirls into existence. He marvels at the power of magic, having created it simply by thinking. A new possibility dawns on him. If he can summon water, perhaps he can also summon the specific dish he's craving. Putting his theory to the test, he calls out with excitement, demanding a jaidan, a beef bowl, complete with a poached egg and extra pickled ginger. To his delight, a large, steaming bowl of the meal appears before him. His triumph is short-lived as the summoned food vanishes into thin air. A disappointed cough escapes him as silence falls over the clearing. The wolves watch with tilted heads as he stands defeated, wondering aloud if this means he is unable to summon anything that has been cooked. He decides to try a different approach, questioning if raw ingredients might work instead. With a shout, he attempts to summon a cabbage, and a fresh, leafy head of the vegetable materializes in his outstretched hand. He continues his experiments, successfully summoning a raw chicken wing and then a single, crisp apple. Despite the successes, he sits down with a sigh of resignation. It seems this is the limit of his ability. He theorizes that he might be unable to create anything that doesn't already exist in this world. Accepting this limitation for now, he decides he will have to search for food himself. Beside him, the great wolf lets out a low growl, and the small bird on his shoulder chirps inquisitively. Standing with the wolf, he gazes up at a towering, rugged mountain. He resolves that if this place is to be his new base of operations, his first priority must be to secure a reliable source of food nearby. He began his search for sustenance in the dense forest, Koa at his side. Spotting some unfamiliar mushrooms, he decided it was best to leave them alone, reasoning that even simple nuts or berries would suffice. As he and his companion moved deeper among the trees, a sudden rustling from the nearby foliage caught his attention. He peered into the branches, but his search proved fruitless. There were no fruits, no flowers, nothing but trees as far as he could see. A deep sigh escaped him as his stomach rumbled in protest. The stark realization that there was nothing to eat only intensified his hunger. His lament was cut short when Koa suddenly let out a sharp bark, startling both him and the small bird perched on his shoulder. The cause of her excitement became clear as the two wolf cubs, Kuru and Cheyenne, bounded into view. Without hesitation, Koa dashed after them, prompting a surprised shout from Akira. He reached out instinctively, calling after the disappearing cubs and asking where they were going. As they vanished from sight, he turned to Koa, who met his gaze with a calm, steady look. She lets out a sharp bark. Akira smiles warmly, thinking her response sounded impressive, though he regrets not being able to understand her words. Her bark gives way to a soft whine, her expression turning to one of concern. He immediately understands her shift in tone. She's worried. As he places a reassuring hand on her head, the sound of rustling leaves draws their attention. Akira tells her not to worry, certain the cubs will be back soon, and suggests they continue their search for food. Just as he voices his hope for their return, the two small wolves, Kuru and Cheyenne, emerge from the dense, towering trees. The thought of food causes his stomach to rumble loudly. A wave of anxiety washes over him as he grows hungrier by the minute, wondering what he'll do if this world has no fruit trees. His worry is interrupted as the cubs lead the way forward, guiding him and Koa to the base of a large, rocky formation. His gaze follows theirs, and his eyes widen in surprise. Before them is the dark, gaping maw of a new cave. A surge of excitement runs through him at the discovery. He immediately considers its potential as a new home, noting that it would be a vast improvement over his last shelter, which was a pain to get in and out of. But he tempers his enthusiasm, reminding himself not to be too rash in his decision. He stands inside the new cave, a determined look on his face. With the small bird perched on his shoulder, he focuses his will, desiring to understand the space around him. A wave of energy seems to emanate from him. As the awareness floods his mind, he is stunned by the sheer size of the cavern. He senses that it has multiple levels, perhaps 2 or even 3 distinct stories, and also perceives a tunnel that seems to lead upwards. He marvels at the vastness of the underground space, taking a tentative step forward. A sense of excitement begins to build within him at the possibilities this new shelter holds. His exploration is cut short by a loud, dragging sound from outside the cave entrance. Realizing the wolves have returned, he calls out. The giant white wolf, Koa, announces their arrival with a powerful howl. Following the sound, he sees the entire wolf pack, the 4 adults and 2 cubs, hauling the enormous, spiky black carcass of a monstrous beast. They drop it to the ground with a heavy thud, leaving him utterly speechless. He turns to the wolves, a nervous sweat beading on his brow. With a hesitant voice, he asks if they truly caught this creature for them to eat. The pack looks back at him eagerly, their expressions expectant. His gaze falls upon the creature's pale, unsettling appendages, which are oozing a dark fluid. The sight overwhelms him, and he stammers, aghast at the thought that they expect him to consume such a thing. He recoiled at the thought, but the wolves' affectionate nuzzling gave him pause. They had gone to great trouble to hunt this precious food for him. He realized he couldn't bring himself to refuse it. As he resigned himself to the meal, another thought struck him with a jolt. He had no idea who was going to butcher such a creature. He decided to start by purifying it. Picturing a vacuum cleaner, he extended his hands and roared the command. Dark, cursed energy was violently torn from the creature's body. The foul energy streamed away, but some of the curse remained stubbornly attached. He resolved to send it all back to whoever had inflicted it in the first place. With a final flash of light, the process was complete. He let out a sigh of relief. The carcass was now pristine, resembling a massive, hairless boar. Donning a makeshift apron and chef's hat, Akira presented the meal. The wolves howled with delight, celebrating that they finally had a tasty-looking ingredient and praising their master's skill. He surveyed the prepared beast, concluding that while it resembled a boar, it was undeniably a monster. As Koa looked on, a thought crossed his mind. She and her pack were monsters as well. He gazes at the panting Fenrir, a warm smile spreading across his face. He can't bring himself to see them as mere food. They are simply too cute. His fondness, however, quickly gives way to a grim realization. He can see the wolves are ready to feast, which means the unpleasant task of butchering the creature falls to him, and him alone. He steels himself, pondering how to even begin the task. As if sensing his hesitation, one of the wolves licks his face insistently, communicating its eagerness to eat and urging him to stop staring and get on with it. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves and wishing for more time. A practical thought strikes him. First, he should chill the carcass so it doesn't spoil. The idea of chilling the meat triggers a memory of the deluxe strawberries he bought on payday, still waiting in his refrigerator. With a new resolve, he activates his skill, Refrigerate. A wave of cold energy washes over the area. Wiping sweat from his brow, he feels a sense of relief. With the carcass preserved, his next thought turns to cleaning up the blood. The nearby Fenrir's tilt their heads, puzzled by his actions. His relief shatters as a horrifying thought strikes him. How does one even remove blood? At that moment, the purified curse, now a pool of thick, black sludge, begins to bubble ominously. Panic seizes him, his mind screaming in denial. He shifts his attention from the mess on the ground to the monster's carcass, pondering how to process it. A thought strikes him. Since blood is mostly water, perhaps he could use magic to remove all the moisture. He immediately rejects the idea, realizing it would only turn the creature into jerky. Deciding on a different magical approach, he closes his eyes to concentrate. He wonders what the creature's internal structure is like as he reaches out, his power beginning to manifest. The magical inspection proves to be too much. He collapses to his knees, gagging violently from the visceral sight he just witnessed, having seen far more than he had intended. As he struggles to recover, the wolves watch in confusion. Hayo wonders aloud what their master is doing, while Koa whimpers, questioning if he is unaware that the best meat is torn fresh from a warm body. Their confusion continues as Akira, still kneeling, formulates a new plan based on his gruesome internal view. He considers what would happen if he simply removed the blood vessels and internal organs all at once. Koa speculates that their master, lacking natural claws and fangs, is simply unsure how to begin eating. Unaware of their thoughts, he refines his strategy, deciding to teleport the blood vessels out of the body and then burn them. The wolves bark urgently, pleading for him to just give the order so they can handle it themselves. But he has already acted, shouting the commands to teleport and incinerate. A ball of fire erupts above the carcass, consuming the extracted innards. The wolves, initially shocked, watch as the now hollowed body slumps to the ground, their expressions turning to eager anticipation. Her eager anticipation turned to shock. Alongside the other wolves, she stared as Akira held up a hand, sheepishly admitting that his incineration spell had inadvertently covered the entire carcass in ash. He quickly formulated a plan, deciding to use a cleaning spell to wash away the mess. To be thorough, he also resolved to remove the organs to prevent any lingering odors. His resolve faltered as a crucial detail occurred to him. He had experience cleaning fish, but the anatomy of a land animal was a complete mystery. He mentally listed the organs: stomach, intestines, kidneys, liver, even the brain and eyes, and grimaced, imagining the gruesome outcome if he were to attempt the dissection manually. Casting his doubts aside, he decided to simply act and stop overthinking. With a cry of teleport, he began to magically extract the organs. One by one, they vanished from the carcass as the wolves watched in awe, their excitement returning as the pleasant aroma of liver filled the air. The process continued, organs disappearing in a flash of magic, but the wolves' awe suddenly turned to yelps of alarm. A terrible stench filled the air, causing him to pinch his nose. He was relieved the spell had worked, though he made a mental note to keep his eyes shut next time. Noticing the wolves had all collapsed into a relaxed state, he asked what was wrong and told them to move aside so he could begin carving. This success sparked a new thought. Perhaps his magic could replicate any natural phenomenon he could imagine. He then conjured a blade of pure wind, impressed by its sharpness as he prepared to slice into the meat. The blade descended, cutting cleanly, but he stopped abruptly with a jolt of realization. He had forgotten to skin the carcass first. He presents a large cut of meat, announcing that this portion is enough for him and that he intends to grill it well. He then encourages the wolves to dig in. The pack celebrates enthusiastically, while Hayo remarks that it is only right for those who caught the prey to eat first. As the pack eats, Koa lets out a howl, declaring that they must all cooperate until their forest is restored to its former abundance. Hayo, addressing her formally as the queen of the Fenrir, snorts and asks if it would be all right for him to have some, if there's any left. He reminds her that she seems to have forgotten her own status as king of the dire wolves. Licking her paw, Koa remarks that Hayo possesses a wealth of knowledge befitting a queen and that, in human terms, they are essentially in the same situation. She continues, dismissing the title of king. She sees herself merely as a chieftain who failed to protect her brethren, expressing a faint hope that some of them might have survived. Changing the subject abruptly, she reminds Hayo that their master gave them names. She suggests he start by calling her by hers, Koa. The suggestion startles Hayo, who exclaims her name in disbelief, while Chai also looks on in shock. Meanwhile, Akira's attempt to handle the monster's organs goes awry. The material in his hands turns to cinders, crumbling into dust. As the white cub, Cheyenne, asks for a little more, Akira stares silently at his empty, ash-stained palms. He questions his own thinking, realizing he had just used the same spell that previously reduced the organs to ash. Learning from his mistake, he decides that this time, he will place the meat on a rock first. He settles on a new strategy, deciding to use infrared radiation to cook the meat slowly and carefully. Concentrating, he gently heats the slab of meat, reminding himself to take it slow and easy. As steam begins to rise with a soft sizzle, he looks on in amazement, surprised by the successful application of his power. The enticing aroma of cooking meat wafts through the air, instantly drawing the attention of the wolves. Two of them, Soa and Hayo, quickly devour the raw portions they have been given. Their heads snap up, sniffing the air with curiosity. They watch as Akira sits cross-legged, the meat crackling and sizzling atop a large, flat rock. He watches the meat intently as it cooks, the surface browning and juices gushing. He realizes that setting it on a rock was indeed the right way to go. Pleased with the result, he declares that it's well done with a nice sear and finally ready to eat. Nearby, the two wolf cubs, Kuru and Cheyenne, look on with drooling anticipation. He stabs a piece with a utensil, noting that it's hot and a bit tough. Taking a bite, he admits with a smile that he burned it a little, but seems satisfied nonetheless as he holds up the large cut of cooked meat. He savors the bite, his eyes closed in pleasure as he chews. The flavor is incredible. He thinks to himself that it's delicious. Noticing the wolves sniffing eagerly at his meal, he laughs and tells them outright that he isn't giving them any of his. In response, a single, heavy drop of saliva falls from one of the wolves, striking the ground with enough force to crack the earth. Before he can react to the wolves' intense desire, Karen swoops down from his head and rips a piece of the cooked meat right from his grasp. As the bird chews, he stares in disbelief, questioning if she's a carnivore. The wolves watch this unfold with disdain. Hayo snorts, thinking that the meat should have been their reward for the hunt. Beside him, Soa quietly laments that she wanted to eat the liver. Soa observes that the humans' customs are clearly different, and they must find a way to communicate their desires. As the cubs bark excitedly, Akira completely misunderstands, believing they are offering him the liver for their next hunt. He tells them to hang on while he disposes of the gross parts, turning to walk away with the offal. The wolves cry out, realizing he didn't get the message at all. As Cheyenne whines about all the fuss being over the liver, Chai turns to Karen, pleading for her help in making their master understand. Karen, the cursed bird, chirps thoughtfully, deciding she actually prefers other types of meat. Her comment enrages Hayo, who roars, demanding to know what she said. The dark wolf growls that this is precisely why he cannot stand males. The other wolves turn to her, asking what she meant. Perched on a branch, she chirps that there are far tastier things in the world. Hearing this, Chai scoffs, wondering what she could possibly be talking about. He huffs that the noble Fenrir ought to be more dignified, like their queen Koa. In response, Karen flies down with a small morsel in her beak, offering it to them. The wolves glance at it dismissively, noting it's far too tiny. Suddenly, their attention is captured by something else entirely. As one, they gaze upon the organ meat, drooling and exclaiming how tasty it looks. Hayo's gaze remains fixed on the liver, a delicacy he hasn't eaten in some time, though he resigns himself to the thought that a freeloader like him doesn't deserve it. Nearby, Akira holds the organs and has a sudden realization. He should just eat the liver himself before handing over the rest of the prey. As this thought crosses the human's mind, Soa turns to Chai, asking if he won't take part. He proudly refuses, stating he wouldn't dream of freeloading and must uphold his pride as a direwolf chief. Hayo watches him, observing that Chai's sense of smell doesn't seem to be as sharp as the others. Soa, however, is lost in thought, imagining the glossy, rosy liver and how delicious their master's cleansed liver must be. The cub's eyes sparkle with anticipation, but Chai's expression remains blank. Soa observes that his face reveals he knows nothing of their master's true intentions. Hayo winks, unable to contain his drool, which makes Chai gasp in surprise. Akira observes the trembling, sniffling wolves and wonders why they look so displeased. A memory surfaces. Their expressions are identical to the guilty face his old dog used to make after doing something wrong. He found himself growing accustomed to the scent of monster organs after a few more hunts. However, the wolves' patience had worn thin. Hayo, unable to bear it any longer, declared it was time for drastic measures. The moment Akira teleported in with his latest prize, Hayo seized the opportunity, snatching the organ right from his grasp. Panicked, Akira shouted for him to wait and unleashed an extinguishing spell, causing the small cubs to yelp in distress. The sight of the whimpering cubs and Soa's averted gaze finally made him question the situation. He asked if she had truly wanted to eat the organs all along. Perched on his head, Karen noted with satisfaction that he had, at last, understood. Having chosen a new location, Akira Tennu determines that to establish a proper base, he must first explore the surrounding caves. From his initial survey, the above-ground levels seem secure, with no signs of any inhabitants. He smiles, pleased with the potential of the space. He decides that the first floor, with its high ceiling, will serve as the main room. Combined with the area he stayed in the previous day, he muses it will be like having a grand, 4-story mansion. He and the wolves venture deeper, entering a vast cavern designated as the first basement level. Akira is struck by its immense size and height, wondering why the walls further and seem to sparkle. Soa, one of the wolves, confirms his assessment that there are no signs of life here either. He peers into a dark chasm leading further down. For now, he deems the current floor safe. However, after creating another mental map of the area, a new realization dawns. There is definitely something living further underground, a presence he must now account for. He walks onward with his companions, concluding that it is time to start seriously testing the limits of his magic powers. His thoughts drift to the magical barrier he erected the day before, and he wonders how long it will hold. His resolve wavers as he squeezes his eyes shut, admitting to himself that he doesn't want to descend into the darkness. Sensing his hesitation, Soa gently nudges him with her ear. With a sigh, he resigns himself to the task, deciding he must press on and investigate the lower floors. The wolf licks his cheek in a gesture of encouragement. He offers a grateful smile, admitting that he feels a little better. His confidence restored, he looks ahead and declares that it's time to go. He and his wolf companion descend into the lower levels of the cave, where a palpable gloom emanates from the darkness ahead. The large white wolf lets out a low growl, sensing the malevolent presence. He stares at the murky, cursed energy coalescing on the ground, surprised that so much of it remains. Beside him, the wolf continues to snarl, its teeth bared at the threat. Suddenly, the entire wolf pack springs into action, tearing and ripping at the dark mass. As they attack, Akira raises his hand and shouts a single command, "Purify." In response to his command, the magical barrier he had erected reacts violently. A brilliant light crackles and erupts from the curse. He watches intently, wondering if his purification has failed since he cannot clearly visualize the outcome. A wave of pure energy surges outward, completely engulfing the remnants of the dark presence in a cleansing flash. As the light fades, a small, dark object materializes and rolls to a stop on the now clear cave floor. Akira and the wolves stare at it, and he quietly asks himself if the spell actually worked. He looks closer at the spot, but finds nothing there. With Karen perched on his shoulder, he muses that he expected something to be left behind, just as there was when he purified the small bird. He had barely a moment to process the previous event when a monstrous, multi-eyed creature with sharp fangs lunged forward, letting out a fearsome roar. His attention was immediately drawn to a smaller, hissing creature at his feet, its insectoid form startling him as he wondered what it was. Holding up a hand to halt his companions, he decided to first deal with the dark mass from which the creature seemed to emerge. He initially identified it as a spider, but then corrected himself upon noticing it had wings. With resolve, he invoked his power, shouting the command to purify. In response to his command, a wave of purifying energy pulsed outwards from his hand, enveloping the area before him as his wolves watched. He watched the energy spread, explaining aloud that since the corruption seemed to have leaked from the ground, a thorough cleansing was necessary. In the distance, the larger creature let out another hiss. The purification, however, did not destroy the source. Instead, from the dissipating black mass, one large spider-like boss emerged, surrounded by about 20 smaller versions of itself. Observing them more closely, Akira noticed their wings, prompting him to question if they were truly spiders. Soa, one of the wolves, remarked that they had always considered spiders to be helpful creatures. This led Akira to a new realization. This world must have monstrous bugs as well. He watches as one of the small, winged creatures lands before Soa. The white wolf growls, remarking on how fortunate the creature is to still be alive. She then lowers her head to sniff a small, dark mark on her leg. In a flash, the creature zips past his face, startling him as the larger monster quivers behind it. The creature lands gently atop his head, rustling in his hair. Flustered, he waves his arms in surprise while Chai hops about anxiously nearby. Chai's panic intensifies as more of the small, winged creatures begin to scuttle all over his back. He yelps and spins frantically, trying to dislodge the creatures as Soa looks on. His attention shifts back to the massive creature looming above. It lets out a soft hiss, and as he stares into its multiple eyes, he begins to wonder if it might not be evil. Having made his decision, he tells Soa that they should check every nook and cranny of the spacious second basement level. His mind then flashes to a memory of his sister, who once told him that a strong mental image was crucial for using magic. He realizes with a start that he had just used his purification spell by shouting alone, without forming any mental picture. He decided to test this new theory. Without focusing on a mental image, he held out his hand and uttered the word fire. He watched his open palm, but nothing happened. Undeterred, he tried again, this time attempting to create water without picturing it. A sudden splash from above startled him as liquid materialized out of thin air. He looked up, confused, only to find one of the small, winged spider creatures perched on his head. It had just spat the globule of water. Realizing the creatures were responding to his words, he changed his approach. This time, he formed a clear image of fire in his mind and commanded it to appear. A bright flame instantly ignited in his palm. The wolves reacted with surprise. Soa noted that it was burning, while Hayo confirmed it was exactly as Akira had pictured it. Seeing the result, Akira decided to try again, this time picturing water while speaking the command. He spoke the word fire again, and a powerful gout of flame erupted from his hand with a sudden roar. He stared, wondering at the vast difference in power between his attempts. A thought occurred to him. Perhaps he only needed a clear mental image when using a new type of magic for the first time. Turning to the white wolf, he saw she was ready to move on and asked if she was coming with him. He muses on the nature of his magic, realizing that once a connection is made, his spoken words will take precedence. This, he concludes, is far more convenient than having to form a precise mental picture for every single spell. A small flame flickers into existence at his fingertip, a testament to this newfound understanding. As he and Soa continue on their path, his attention is caught by a draft of wind. He spots its source, a narrow crack in a large boulder nearby. He approaches the fissure and peers inside. The space within is surprisingly large and seems free of any curses, but the deep darkness prevents him from seeing anything clearly. To illuminate the cavern, he decides to create a light source, questioning if he can conjure something like a fireball. With a quick apology to the wolves, he unleashes a sudden, blindingly bright flash of light. He immediately recoils, realizing he overdid it as the wolves yelp and shield their eyes from the intense glare. He quickly adjusts the spell, making it smaller and a bit brighter. The effort of such fine-tuning wears him out, and he sits down to rest. Soa approaches, whining with concern, prompting him to reassure her that he is all right. With the light now under control, he turns his attention back to the cavern's interior. The steady glow reveals the source of a faint glimmering, some kind of shiny rocks embedded in the walls. He wonders what they could be. A closer look reveals the truth. The shiny objects are not rocks, but the crystalline bodies of the small, winged spider creatures. One of them flaps its wings as it gnaws on a crystal, confirming that this cavern is their nest. One of the small, winged creatures flutters down, landing gently on Akira's open palm. It deposits a small, shiny sliver of rock before taking flight again, leaving him to stare at the unexpected gift. He looks up with a grin, addressing the largest of the spiders. "Thanks, Spider Boss," he says, examining the object more closely. He marvels at what a pretty silver rock it is. He chuckles to himself, a little embarrassed by his own words. "Look at me, calling it boss," he muses as Karen puffs up on his shoulder. His self-reflection is interrupted as Hayo nudges him, whining with a fretful energy. The wolf's reaction makes him reconsider the stone in his hand. He wonders aloud if the rock is rare, admitting that while it's pretty, he can't see any immediate use for it. His companions, however, seem to have a different perspective. Soa decides to let the matter rest for now, but Hayo growls in disbelief that their master sees mithril and thinks nothing of it. Chai whines, wondering if Akira truly isn't human. Soa then speculates that the shiny material on the next floor might be the same as this. Having confirmed there are no other cracks or cavities in the walls, Akira looks out at the vast mountain peak. For now, he concludes with a sense of accomplishment. It seems he has conquered the entire mountain. He rummages through his meager possessions, finding only a wallet and some crumpled papers from his former life. Sitting beside Soa, he sighs in disappointment. His original plan was to secure this area as a base and then search for other humans, but now all he wants is a place to sleep. He laments having nothing useful, not even a snack, and realizes his phone must have been lost when he was run over. Leaning back against the wolf's soft fur, he complains that his backside is killing him from sitting on the hard ground. He idly wishes the floor could be smoother, even silky smooth, to ease his discomfort. As his hand rests on the ground, he feels the rough rock beneath it suddenly become perfectly polished. Staring at his hand in shock, he wonders aloud if he somehow ground it down, questioning if what just happened was magic. His startled cry attracts the attention of Hayo and Soa, who turn to him with confused expressions, wondering what is wrong. A realization dawns on him, his eyes widening with excitement. This means he can make things more comfortable. He can make the ground nice and smooth, and perhaps even portable. With a focused gesture, he extends his hand, and the rocky terrain before him instantly transforms, shimmering as it becomes a perfectly flat, polished surface. The wolves stare, their mouths agape in astonishment. He watches with a satisfied smirk as the wolves react to his work. The cursed bird, perched atop Soa's head, looks on. Soa, the large white wolf, pants with excitement, declaring that their master is amazing and that she will be the first to test the new surface. The other wolves share her sentiment, marveling at how hard the magically imbued rocks have become. In their excitement, the wolves begin to run and slide across the slick, newly formed rock. Soa loses her footing completely, skidding across the surface while Hayo and Chai race around. Akira, taken aback by the chaos, wonders aloud what they are all doing, realizing that fine-tuning his spells is more difficult than he thought. As he ponders this, Soa recovers and nuzzles against his side, privately relieved that she avoided truly embarrassing herself. In the depths of a dark forest, a blinding flash of energy erupts, crackling and sparking through the trees as a massive, winged arachnid creature makes its presence known. Surrounded by this immense power, the creature declares its nature, a being that robes itself in hellfire. It recalls its past, explaining that members of its tribe would emerge from the depths of the earth for the sole purpose of dragging their prey into lava, a terrifying reputation that made them feared. This creature and its kind were known as the Chabarni, the gatekeepers of hell, and anyone who saw them was destined for doom. Or at least, that is what they once were. But now, the once mighty being is reduced to a minuscule size, letting out a faint squeak. It realizes it has shrunk, admitting it was lucky to survive after expending nearly all its magic to protect its children. It wonders aloud how such a dense miasma could have simply vanished. Its tiny form is noticed by Soa, the white wolf, who confirms its identity. Beside her, Hayo grunts in annoyance, barking at the small creature to leave him be, having initially dismissed it as so small he could blow it away with a puff of breath. She addresses the shrunken queen, asking what is happening, as the air in the forest is now thick with the scent of the mana they used to have, and the dark mana is gone. The creature questions if the wolf is even human, but Soa clarifies, stating that they, too, were saved by that same human's power. Soa acknowledges that the human's magic is indeed a completely different type. The Spider Queen finds this impossible, questioning how it could be a human when they were the very ones who defiled the forest. In response, she announces that the Fenrir clan has therefore decided to honor this human as their master. Chabarani is aghast at the notion of the proud clan submitting to anyone. As Hayo lets out a low growl, Soa warns the Spider Queen that while their clans have never quarreled, they will not tolerate any harm coming to their new master. She softens her tone, adding that she can feel his mana gently working inside her, healing her. She explains that his power is immense, more than 100 times the mana the Fenrir possessed at their full strength. Chabarani scoffs, insisting she wouldn't do anything so terrible. Nearby, Akira listens to this assessment of his power, his eyes wide with shock. With a satisfied air, Soa states that she doesn't wish to remove another of the forest monarchs. Annoyed, Chabarani demands to know why Soa assumed she would be the one to lose. The wolf simply replies that it's fine, so long as she doesn't oppose them. Changing the subject, she asks Chabarani to tell her children to stop bullying the dire wolf. Hayo clarifies that one of her baby Aramirani keeps pestering poor Chai, who is terrified. Soa then turns to Akira, explaining that their master has granted them names. With a proud grin, she introduces herself. From now on, you may call me Koa. He is stunned, realizing that the names were what she was referring to the other day. Koa barks happily, as if asking for his approval. Akira's mind flashes to the name he gave the other creature, Spider Boss. As if summoned by his thought, the tiny spider puffs out her chest and declares, "My name is Spider Boss." She considers it for a moment, then adds a curt, "Not bad." The Spider Boss turns to Koa, inquiring about the lightning strike from the previous night and the immense mana she had sensed. Koa explains that it was likely an attack from other humans, but their master's barrier had intercepted it. The revelation that such power was a mere barrier leaves the Spider Boss stunned. She finds it impossible, wondering aloud how anyone could sustain a barrier of such magnitude, one that reaches into the very sky. Surely, she thinks his mana reserves will eventually run dry. Koa concurs, admitting that even at the peak of her own power, she could not have held such a defense for an extended period. She then adds that for their master, it appears to be no problem at all. Overhearing this, Akira, seated nearby, with a pensive expression, quietly questions if that is truly the case. His mind drifts to a different, more troubling conclusion. A thought begins to form. Perhaps there are no other humans here at all. He reflects on his recent actions. For the past several days, he has used a drone equipped with an all-seeing eye to scout the surrounding area while he worked on his base. Yet, no matter how far he sent it, the result was always the same: an endless expanse of forest. The drone had spotted countless wild beasts, but not a single house, not a single road. Nothing but forest stretched to the horizon. The chilling possibility enters his mind. Could it be that humans simply do not exist in this place? He tries to cling to the hope of unexplored regions, but the weight of the realization is heavy. He decided to channel his unease into a new project, finding that the renovations were going quite well. Through trial and error, he had perfected the finish on the walls and floors of his mountain home. In the process, he grew accustomed to teleporting materials, even managing to carve steps into the tunnels connecting the different levels. Though the exterior still resembled a simple rocky mountain, the interior was now a grand mansion, boasting 4 stories above ground and 2 below. His craftsmanship had transformed the space dramatically. He turned the original, half-buried entrance into a window and widened all the tunnels into archways large enough for Soa to pass through comfortably. The layout now included a safe bedroom, an unfinished room, and another space he had yet to decide on. The main room featured a high ceiling perfect for relaxing, and he had connected the basement to a hollow containing a silvery mineral he hoped to use. Below that, a naturally chilled cavern would serve as a storeroom, where he had also found a golden mineral. As he lamented having no one to appreciate the work he had put in, a large slab of meat suddenly materialized in the air before him. Soa and Hayo had returned from their hunt, barking to announce they had brought him food. The offering was immediately set upon by the pack, who began to tear into it with ferocious chomps. Akira watched them, a slight grimace on his face. Watching them eat, he recalled hearing that some peoples, like the Inuit, derive necessary vitamins from eating raw offal. He realized it had been a mistake to burn the innards of the prey the wolves had brought back previously. This realization did little to curb his own dietary fatigue. He couldn't keep eating meat day in and day out. He found himself craving fish, even if it was cursed. His thoughts drifted to the recent squabbles among the animals. Lately, Soa and the others have been fighting over the innards of their kills. As he pondered his diet, Soa suddenly tensed. Her fur bristled, and a low growl rumbled in her chest as she stared intently into the distance. Akira turned, his own expression shifting to one of concern. "Koa, what's up?" He was startled by Soa's sudden, aggressive growl, immediately wondering if it was the curse. The white wolf yelped as a dark aura flared around her. Annoyed, he thought about the intense thunderstorm from the night before, feeling that these constant problems were becoming a nuisance. Leading her outside onto a high cliff edge, he tried to calm the agitated wolf. He urged her to slow down and take deep breaths, but she continued to pant and whine, her body tense. To understand the source of her distress, he invoked a skill while holding a flat, glowing panel, drone clairvoyance. His vision soared over the landscape, revealing that traces of the curse still lingered throughout the forest. He recalled seeing something that looked like a lake outside his barrier the previous day, and as his sight swept over the trees, he located it once more. Having identified the source, he decided to seize the opportunity. He would purify the land all the way to the distant lake, and while doing so, he would also extend and strengthen his protective barrier. The wolf beside him let out a low growl, questioning what her master intended to do. He focused, picturing a long, thin ray of energy extending toward the lake. The distance was greater than he had anticipated, but the practice he'd gained from carving out the cave gave him confidence. He could feel that this would work. His immense burst of mana startles the wolves gathered around him. Soa barks urgently, warning her master that it's too dangerous to maintain such an output, while the other wolves watch with a mixture of apprehension and awe. Ignoring the warnings, he focuses his intent. Picturing the mana, he sent out stretching in all directions until it completely covers the distant lake. He then refines the structure of his spell, envisioning the energy surrounding the lake from below, reaching deep down to the bottom of the earth. With the parameters set, his eyes widen with concentration as he unleashes the spell with two distinct commands, Barrier and Purify. In response, Soa's body glows as she lets out a powerful howl. Far away, a great wave of purifying light sweeps across the surface of the cursed lake, cleansing the corruption. The spell's success is immediate. He confirms that he has covered 10 times the intended area and remarks that his own body feels a little lighter now. As he takes a moment, Hayo observes that Akira's mana is truly inexhaustible, admitting they would never stand a chance against him, a sentiment with which Soa agrees. However, Akira is not finished. He notices that some of the curse is still flowing into the lake from a river and decides to construct a 3-layered filter from the barrier's walls to strain it out, much to the wolf's surprise. He stood observing the now purified lake, but a lingering sense of unease remained. It seemed something was still out there, actively reinforcing the curse he had just dispelled. In response to this persistent threat, his expression hardened with resolve. He declared that he would continue to push back whatever amount of the curse built up each day, returning it to its sender until the source finally gave up. His immediate duty addressed, he turned to one of the wolves with a more relaxed demeanor, casually mentioning his plans to go fishing the next day. But as he planned his simple outing, events were unfolding elsewhere. Far away, within the stone walls of the king of Empress's castle, a different kind of power was stirring. A man in ornate armor looks out from a high balcony, observing the city below. He reflects on the tranquility, noting that it is another peaceful day because the kingdom is protected. A booming voice calls out his name, Gunmills. The speaker is Miserast, commander of the 4th Knights Brigade of the Kingdom of Empress, a large man with a confident smile. The man, Gunmills, commander of the 1st Knights Brigade, turns to greet him. He remarks on Miserast's quick return, to which Miserast replies that the monsters they faced were no match for his brigade. He asks if there have been any changes in the forest. Miserast dismisses the concern, stating it was just the usual few monsters. He then laughs, confidently declaring that the kingdom is protected by the king's strong barrier, ensuring their continued peace. His companion's expression remains serious. Gunmills asks directly if Miserast is worried about the light that recently came from the forest. Miserast concedes that it is a concern, and Gunmills quietly expresses his hope that it is nothing serious. Their concern stems from a recent event. Just a few days prior, a brilliant light had radiated in all directions, originating from the very center of the forest. Gunmills elaborates on his unease, stating that a change of this magnitude has never occurred in their lifetimes. He reveals that their knowledge of the forest's powerful monarchs comes only from written records. It is said the king obtained the power to suppress these monarchs from a mage stone. Miserast listens intently, as Gunmills voices a troubling thought. He can't help but wonder how much of that ancient power is actually left. He remains unconvinced, but his companion, Miserast, slaps him heartily on the back, declaring there's nothing to worry about. Scratching his chin, Miserast adds that this is precisely why the 4th Brigade has been sent on more expeditions recently. Miserast's fervor grows as he insists that the power of the king and his mages has protected them for centuries. Gunmills, his expression hardening, retorts that their only duty is to believe in the king and fight. As they continue down the hall, Miserast complains that between the barrier and the enhanced magical beasts, they never see any real battle, expressing a desire for some action. Miserast waves his farewell, announcing his intention to head home for a bath after all his time in the field. Gunmills bids him a simple goodbye, but as his companion departs, his thoughts turn inward, focusing on a single, critical element, the Mage Stone. The Mage Stone, a solitary artifact, is the linchpin supporting a complex, layered spell that creates a magical eye, controlling the forest considered the center of the world. Discovered within ancient ruins, the stone radiates an extraordinary amount of mana, and the cost of understanding its power was high, paid with the blood of many mages who attempted to analyze it. Once its power was finally controlled, the king and his archmage first used the Mage Stone's energy to halt their own aging. This act cemented their authority, allowing their rule to continue uninterrupted for several centuries. Back in the present, Miseros ponders the nature of the Mage Stone, acknowledging that the entire kingdom's fate rests upon this single artifact. Gunmills admits he has never questioned it, as the king and his artifact have been a constant presence his entire life. However, a crucial detail surfaces in his mind. The official history is not entirely accurate. The king and archmage did not halt their aging, but merely slowed it. He watches with a grim expression as a group of large, barefoot individuals are led past him. The group trudges onward, their exhaustion plain to see. They are revealed to be people with wolf-like ears and tails, their faces empty and despondent. As they stagger forward, some bearing strange markings on their backs, Gunmills realizes with some annoyance that he hadn't intended to come all the way out here. A harsh voice suddenly erupts, an overseer berating the wolf people as beasts and demanding they walk faster. Upon noticing Gunmills, the man's demeanor shifts instantly to one of deference, addressing him as the commander of the 1st Knights Brigade. The now obsequious overseer asks if the commander needs anything from him. Gunmills states he was just passing through, to which the man expresses relief. He explains that if Gunmills had wanted slaves, he would have had to report that they were running a little low. Gunmills' attention is caught by this. Running low, he asks. The overseer elaborates, explaining that just the day before yesterday, they had to take 50 of the beasts to be sacrificed to the Mage Stone. The overseer continues to complain, lamenting that they will have to shore up the numbers again and that no one considers his feelings. He then catches himself, realizing he said too much. Gunmills listens, his expression hardening as the grim reality sets in. He stood in thoughtful silence for a moment before turning to the slave overseer. With a quiet finality, he announced that he was leaving. As he turned, however, his eyes caught sight of an approaching figure, and he paused, wondering who it could be. A large, boisterous knight in heavy armor greeted him with a wide grin, expressing surprise at finding the commander of the 1st Knights Brigade in such a place. The man was Gamul, commander of the 5th Knights Brigade of the Kingdom of Empress. He called out Gunmills' name with casual familiarity. Gunmills returned the greeting, commenting on Gamul's new, well-made sword. Internally, however, his thoughts were laced with contempt. He considered Gamul the most bloodthirsty of all the Mage Stone-enhanced knights of the 5th Brigade, a man he truly could not stand. Gamul boasted that the sword was a gift from the king, a magic blade that grows stronger and sharper the more blood it drinks. With a cruel smirk, he announced his intention to follow the king's example and give the blade a hearty draft of blood by testing it on some slaves. Gunmills' expression hardened, and he warned the other commander not to overdo it. His warning was ignored. With a sharp swing, Gamul drew his sword, his eyes settling on a group of slaves. These will do just nicely, he declared. The slave overseer cried out in panic, pleading for him to wait, explaining that those particular specimens were selected for breeding stock. Commander Gamul laughs, dismissing the concern for the slave's value. Who cares? He bellows. With a brutal swing of his new sword, he decapitates one of the wolf people, the blade striking true. The blade's effortless passage through flesh and bone delights him. Like a knife through butter, he roars, a cruel grin spreading across his face. The remaining slaves tremble in terror, while the overseer sits on the floor, stunned. His revelry is cut short as Gunmills intervenes, grabbing his sword arm. Gunmills reminds him that they must first activate the enchantment before the weapon can absorb any power. Annoyed, Gamul shoves another slave to the ground, complaining that the slave runes prevent them from reacting, which spoils his enjoyment of the slaughter. He watches the commander's petulant display with a cold expression. Understanding the situation, he simply tells Gamul to hurry up with the preparations. As he gives the order, a grim realization settles in his mind. He thinks to himself that everyone in this kingdom is insane. The thought hangs over the view of the sprawling, fortified city, a testament to the madness that governs it. Far from the capital's depravity, in a quiet, sunlit clearing, Akira Tennu kneels on the ground. He carefully works on a simple snare, while the small bird, Karen, rests peacefully on his shoulder. He holds up his creation, a fishing rod fashioned from a branch and vines, announcing its completion to the curious wolf beside him. Lacking proper string, he explains he had to improvise. Leaning toward the growling wolf, he demonstrates how to bait the hook with a piece of meat. With a flick of his wrist, he casts the line into the water. He explains that this method should allow them to catch any nearby fish. His plan is immediately thwarted as Kuru, the black wolf cub, snatches the bait right off the hook. As the cubs happily munch away, Akira yells at Kuru in frustration. Undeterred, he dashes along the riverbank with Koa, still hopeful that they will find fish. Their search ends abruptly as they come upon a desolate sight. The river has run completely dry, leaving a vast, empty expanse under a gloomy sky. The grim reality sinks in, and he collapses to his knees. He laments that after their long journey, his fears have been realized. In a burst of frustration, he slams his fist on the ground and shouts a curse, startling the wolves. But his despair quickly hardens into resolve. He looks up, his eyes fixed in a determined glare as he raises his hand, a new purpose taking shape. He attempts to erect a barrier, but quickly realizes his efforts are futile. The curse, he deduces, is far more difficult to purify now that it has been mixed into the water. Changing tactics, he decides on a containment strategy. For now, he will close off the entire area around the lake and the downstream portion of the river to prevent the curse from spreading further. With the immediate threat contained, his mind races, consumed by a single, frustrating question. How can he possibly make the water clean again? He considers the mechanics of the problem. Since the upstream water is guaranteed to pass through his barrier, it could theoretically function like a membrane, filtering out the curse. But the challenge remains. How to pull just the curse out of such a vast area? He crouches by the water's edge, stroking Koa's head as he wrestles with the logistics. A method like a washing machine's centrifugal force would be useless, merely scattering the curse everywhere. Frustrated, he admits to himself that he can't think of anything. As Koa lets out a soft sound, a sudden inspiration strikes Akira. He gasps, a memory or an idea flashing in his mind. Static electricity gathering dust. That's it. He wonders if he can apply the same principle here. Though uncertain it will work, he resolves to give it a try. He rises to his feet, extending a hand over the water with renewed focus. He concentrates, beginning to picture a vast field of static electricity covering the entire surface of the lake. He thrusts his hand forward, focusing his will and commanding the corruption to adhere. In the water below, the dark, viscous substance begins to bubble and stir in response. The command takes immediate effect. Small pockets of the curse pop and merge, drawn together by his power. A look of triumph crosses his face as he realizes his experimental technique is working. His success, however, reveals the full, disgusting scale of the affliction. The entire surface of the lake is now covered in pulsating, dark globules. He recoils, muttering about how gross it is. Far away, in a chamber of ornate design, a robed assistant approaches the Archmage, who stands silently before a large, dark mage stone. Noticing the Archmage's stillness, the assistant asks if something is the matter. The Archmage explains that while he hadn't realized it before, he has sensed a strange force pressing down upon the mage stone since the previous day. He points to a specific spot on its surface as a small crack appears, expressing his hope that it is merely his imagination. Meanwhile, back at the lake, Akira's efforts reach their climax. With both hands raised, he pulls the entirety of the collected curse from the water, lifting a single, massive, dark entity into the air. With the curse suspended above him, he announces that he has managed to gather it all. Now, to fulfill the promise he made, he will attempt to send it back. He focuses his intent, preparing to unleash a counter-curse that will return all the collected darkness to its source. He completes the spell, pulling the entirety of the curse from the lake. The dark energy coalesces into a swirling vortex before being absorbed and sent away in a flash. The sudden displacement of magical energy creates a powerful gust that rushes past him and his wolf companions, startling them all. In the aftermath, the lake lies perfectly still and clear, its surface reflecting the sky without a trace of the former corruption. He looks out over the purified water, amazed at the result. With a sense of satisfaction, he remarks that all they need to do now is wait for life to return to the lake. Feeling triumphant, he raises a fist and rallies his companions, declaring it's time to head back and continue working on their home. The wolves bark in enthusiastic agreement. Far away, the curse's return does not go unnoticed. A sinister, hooded man smirks as he feels a stinging sensation, noticing a new scratch-like mark that has just appeared on his cheek. Simultaneously, in the Archmage's chamber, the large mage stone violently cracks under the strain of the magical feedback. Both the Archmage and his assistant cry out in shock at the sudden destruction. The Archmage trembled, sweat beading on his brow as he stared at the source of the disturbance. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. The object of his shock, the massive mage stone, began to fracture. Cracks spread across its dark surface with an audible groan. Meanwhile, in a grand hall far away, a court official concluded his daily report to a gathering of nobles and their king, who dismissed him to move on to the next matter. The Horned King, however, was unimpressed and openly bored. He demanded to know what had come of the recent sacrifices offered to the Forest Mage stone, questioning how much time was left until it falls. His true interest lay in one thing: whether they had finally seized control of the forest. He vowed that once the monarchs of the forest were defeated, he would drain the marrow from their bones and use them as the foundation for a new dominion. The masked ruler beside him elaborated on their ultimate goal with a cruel smirk. After seizing the forest, all that would remain is the complete annihilation of the filthy beast folk and their entire kingdom. Their plotting was cut short by the frantic arrival of the guard. The soldier rushed into the hall, shouting for the king's attention with urgent news. The king demanded to know the cause of all the racket. The guard, face pale with shock, delivered the unbelievable report. The mage stone had cracked. The Horned King sat bolt upright in disbelief, questioning how such a thing was possible. He insisted the room was protected by a barrier as powerful as the one that guarded their very borders, and that the guard must be mistaken. He listens as the courtier elaborates on the disaster. The man reports that a blinding flash had filled the mage stone's chamber, but the protective barrier remained completely unaffected. Despite this, an unmistakable crack had appeared on the stone surface. His face contorts with incandescent rage, his eyes widening in disbelief. In a flash of steel, his sword descends upon an unfortunate soul. The blade slices clean through an armored guard, who crumples to the floor in a spray of blood. A chilling silence falls over the throne room. The other courtiers watch in terror, while Gunmills observes with a cold, calculating expression. He knows, as does everyone present, that there was no need for such a display. They are all aware that any protest will be met with the same fate, or worse, enslavement. The king turns his attention to the commander of the 4th Knights Brigade, who stands ready. The commander acknowledges his lord with a firm, "Yes, sire." He gives his command, his voice thick with fury. The commander is to take his men to the forest at once and find the cause of this. With a loud creak and the snap of splintering wood, a massive tree begins to fall. Akira Tennu cries out in alarm as he and the giant wolf Koa stand directly in its path. The tree crashes to the ground with a deafening thud, but the danger has passed. Akira breathes a sigh of relief, realizing it stopped just short of them. He stands before a newly constructed dwelling, explaining that he is in the process of renovating his home. Inside, large cuts of meat sizzle over an open flame. Akira reflects that cooking has become much easier since he built himself a stone stove, though for now, he is still just grilling meat for every meal. He surveys the spacious first floor, noting that it serves as both a kitchen and dining room, large enough for everyone to eat together. He enjoys being able to look out at the green foliage during meals. As he muses, Koa approaches, panting eagerly and asking her master if she can also have some of the grilled meat. Unable to refuse her, Akira offers a piece. He blows on it to cool it down, warning her that it's still half raw, and presents it to the giant wolf. Koa doesn't hesitate, chomping down on the morsel. Her eyes widen with delight as she declares the meat delicious. The commotion attracts the black wolf cub, Kuru, who rushes over barking. He complains that it isn't fair, demanding some for himself and pointing out that Akira always shares with Koa. His attention is then drawn to Chai, the gray wolf, who sits patiently nearby. Akira calls him over, agreeing to give him some food, but admitting that he can't give him as much as he gives Koa. He encourages a hesitant gray wolf, telling it not to hold back as they are all friends. As he offers a piece of meat, another wolf barks that if their master is offering, it should be accepted. It then invites the gray wolf to join their next hunt for more food, an offer which is eagerly accepted. The entire pack then descends upon the food, devouring the meat with gusto. Surrounded by his companions, he muses that with their growing appetites, he will soon need a second stove to keep up. Later, he soaks in a newly constructed bath, a look of pure bliss on his face. He sighs in contentment, feeling as though he is in heaven. He marvels at the power of magic, which allows him to create perfectly heated water on demand. Until now, he had relied on a simple cleaning spell to get by, but he acknowledges that for him, nothing can replace the deep comfort of a proper bath. His mind drifts to the other amenities he still lacks, such as soap, which means he'll still need to rely on his cleaning magic. He then considers the sheer size of the bath, wondering if Koa has grown too large to join him, though he pictures her enjoying a soak as well. The other modern comfort he had been desperately wishing for was a toilet. Previously, any attempt to find privacy in the forest was met with concern from Koa, who would growl and insist it was too dangerous for him to be alone. Overcome with emotion, he embraces the new fixture, finally reunited with a piece of civilization he had sorely missed. He reassures the concerned Koa that he's perfectly fine, explaining that he simply used some stone and magic to make the toilet workable, though it ended up looking quite authentic. He promises her that from now on, there will be no more of the hardships they faced without proper facilities. Her attention then shifts to the new fixture, and she marvels at its features, shouting in amazement about the built-in bidet and self-cleaning function. Her loud exclamation startles Akira as she turns to ask him what he's doing. Suddenly, her excitement vanishes, and she slumps to the floor, her face flushed with embarrassment. As Chai approaches to ask what's wrong, Koa frets internally, realizing she accidentally saw her master at his most vulnerable and now fears he might hate her for it. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Akira is already considering his next improvements. He decides he likes the new toilet so much that he should install one on every floor, which means he now needs to figure out how to build and install proper doors. He picks up a piece of silver mineral, reflecting on how his magical practice has enabled him to create things he previously couldn't even imagine. Squeezing the metal, he observes that it doesn't conduct mana very well. To his surprise, when he pulls on it, the material stretches. He continues to pull at the metal, curious to see just how far it can stretch. With focused effort, he works the gleaming metal, pulling and shaping the mithril with an ease that defies its nature. He held the manipulated mithril up to the light, marveling at its new properties. It was translucent, almost like glass. Finding that the material remained durable even when stretched thin, he fashioned it into window panes for the stone walls of his new dwelling. Leaning back with his hands behind his head, he admired the result, thinking it looked great. Getting a bit carried away with his progress, he installed wide windows on every floor. With that task complete, his thoughts turned to the interior. He decided he wanted wooden floorboards next. Confident that he had plenty of lumber to work with. To acquire the necessary materials, he ventured outside and surveyed the forest, quickly identifying the straightest and tallest tree in the vicinity. He recalled that drying wood to turn it into usable timber was a process that normally took years. However, he realized this was a perfect opportunity to use magic. He planned to first knock off all the branches and peel the bark from the massive trunk. With a surge of power, he did just that, stripping the tree bare in an instant. He then focused his magic to make the wood perfectly nice and dry, bypassing the lengthy, natural process entirely. As Koa trotted up beside him, he examined the perfectly smooth process log. Pleased with the result, he declared that it was looking good and prepared his next spell, announcing his intent to use wind magic to turn it into planks. He looked upon the perfectly processed lumber with satisfaction, noting that the task was complete. A moment later, he realized with a sheepish grin that he had forgotten to sever the tree's roots. His brief flashback concluded, returning him to the present where the planks still stood awkwardly atop the tree stump. A bead of sweat formed on his brow as he took in the sight. Deciding on a temporary solution, he resolved to teleport the planks to his house for now. He made a firm mental note to fell the tree before processing it next time. With that settled, he planned to cut the planks into shorter lengths and stack them. As Koa watched from nearby, he began teleporting the wood directly to his fourth-floor bedroom. A large pile of lumber quickly formed, and with the cursed bird now perched on his head, he declared it was time to start on the wooden flooring. Rolling up his sleeves, he approached the task with confidence. He reasoned that installing floorboards should be simple. All one had to do was cover the floor with the planks. That initial confidence quickly faded. A grimace of effort crossed his face as he realized his assumption had been wrong. The problem became clear as he laid the wood. Despite his magical processing, the planks were not all the same thickness, resulting in frustrating gaps between them. He struggles to move one of the heavy planks, realizing with frustration that his teleportation magic isn't precise enough for this kind of fine-tuning. More importantly, he notes, the boards are huge and incredibly heavy. As he considers the problem further, another concern arises. If he just lays the boards straight on the ground, they'll surely get moldy. He lets out a sigh, wondering what happened to his dream of a perfect wooden floor. He slumps onto one of the planks, looking at the massive pile of lumber still waiting to be processed. There's still so many left. Deciding he's had enough for now, he stands up and declares it's time for a break. The pause gives him an idea. He realizes it's about time he made some blades to help plane the boards. The silver mineral he possesses is quite hard. That should work perfectly. Focusing his intent, he begins to magically shape the mineral. He stretches the material, pulling it thinner and thinner until he is satisfied with the resulting blade's form. The finished blade gleams in his hand, startling Koa with its sudden appearance. He taps it against a piece of lumber, announcing that it's time to see how well it cuts. He discovers a new application for his power, realizing he can shape rocks by passing mana through them. The process is surprisingly fun, and as Koa watches, he needs the now malleable stone, contemplating what to make. He reminds himself to be careful, as the material itself is not naturally soft. As he stretches the material, his mind wanders to other necessities. He longs for something to eat besides meat, but sets the thought aside. More practically, he considers the need for cooking utensils, windows that can open, an entrance on the fourth floor, and hinges for the doors. His hands, guided by a sudden whim, complete their work. He steps back with a look of surprised delight, admiring a small, blocky figure he has sculpted from the stone. He can't help but find his new creation rather cute. Surrounded by more raw material, he remarks to Koa that it has been a long time since he worked with anything like clay. He admits to himself that he is having an immense amount of fun with this newfound craft. This enjoyment quickly leads to productivity, and soon a small line of the stone figures stands complete. He considers making even more, but then a new idea strikes him. Observing how the entire figure glows faintly, he wonders if he can refine the enchantment to make only its eye illuminate. The challenge itself seems like more fun. The small stone guardians stand at a silent, unblinking row, their single, central eyes now emitting a soft, steady light in the darkness. Morning arrives with a sudden clatter. Stirred from his sleep, Akira groggily opens his eyes. He murmurs in protest, questioning the early hour and wishing for just a little more rest while nestled in Koa's warm fur. He lay there, eyes wide, tried to place the sound that had disturbed his sleep. His gaze drifted upwards, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Then, with a sharp slap, a wooden plank slid firmly into place. He realized with a start that supports were being constructed. He turned his head, a bead of sweat forming on his temple, to see the source of the commotion. His army of small stone golems, with Karen the bird perched atop his head, was diligently carrying a large wooden board, setting it down with a heavy clump. The small figures tottered under the weight, working in unison. More and more of them marched forward, a tiny, determined construction crew. One of the golems paused, its single, central eye shining with a steady, internal light. With a final, smooth glide, the last piece, a clear, flat panel, was set into place. The golems had built him a desk right over his bed. He rode atop the massive wolf, Koa, the rhythmic clunking of her paws echoing as her pack ran alongside. As she tottered for a moment, he flinched, steadying himself on her back. His attention was then drawn to a group of small, cyclopean clay figures. He counted 9 of them in total. Beside him, Koa averted her gaze, sheepishly telling him not to look at her. He watched in bewilderment as the very same dolls worked together, carrying a wooden plank up a flight of stairs. He questioned why the figures he had crafted just the night before we're now moving on their own. The sight sparked a memory. He recalled a fairy tale about helpful elves who worked through the night, a story that had been on his mind while he was sculpting the clay figures. A blush spread across his face as a thought struck him. Could that fairy tale be the reason for this? He mused that it would certainly be convenient to wake up and find the floor already finished. He examined one of the animated dolls, wondering if its lack of movement in his original mental image was the key. His eyes then darted to a nearby shelf. He was certain he had made 10 dolls, and sure enough, his very first creation remained motionless, exactly where he had placed it. He walks past the towering clay figures, still processing their sudden, autonomous activity. Deciding to test his newfound authority, he issues a command for all of them to stop working and assemble. The dolls' single, round eyes immediately swivel to face him. In response, the small figures abandon their tasks and begin pattering across the floor, gathering before him. They quickly form a neat, orderly line, standing perfectly still as they await their next instruction. A look of relieved understanding crosses his face as he realizes they will indeed follow his orders. His satisfaction is cut short, however, when the one doll that had remained inert simply topples over. He stares at it, perplexed. He picks up the lifeless figure, declaring that it is a helper robot and commanding it to move. Instantly, its single eye glows and the doll springs to life. He watches as his newly animated creations begin to stir, one of the small clay figures toppling over as it attempts its first steps. A satisfied smile forms on his face. He thinks to himself that it moved, confirming that giving it a purpose was enough to make it mobile. The dolls now bustle about with newfound energy. With a welcoming smile, Akira greets them, and in perfect unison, they turn and salute their creator. He lets out a laugh, pleased with the results. He muses that this is perfectly fine. They work quickly, the floor looks beautiful, and it's far easier this way. He also admits to himself that they're quite cute. His delight, however, is met with panic from the wolves. Koa yelps, frantically asking if these aren't the same weapons humans use to attack the forest. Kuru shouts out, identifying them as golems, while Hayo lets out a low growl. Chai attempts to de-escalate, pleading with Koa to calm down. Observing a small cub flinch away in fear, Akira's expression softens. He thinks the cub is cute, but realizes that Koa and the other wolves are genuinely wary of his clay dolls. He can only hope they will eventually learn to get along. With the clay dolls tasked to lay wooden flooring on the third floor of his home, Akira Tennu decides to resume his exploration of the forest. Accompanied by the giant wolf Koa and the small bird Karen, he sets out with renewed purpose, determined to find vegetables and seasonings. The wolves, meanwhile, are more interested in the prospect of meat. He steps into the forest, venturing farther from the mountain than before. As he walks, he notices a lingering black fog in the distance and resolves to purify the area as he continues his search. He extends a hand, and a soft orb of light materializes, its gentle glow pushing back the darkness of the dense woods. As the light spreads, his thoughts drift to the curse he has been reflecting. He wonders if his magic truly reached the culprit, and what might happen if he continues to send it back, concluding with grim satisfaction that they are simply reaping what they sow. His thoughts shift as he takes in his surroundings. The forest seems far more vibrant and alive than when he first arrived. He turns to Koa, asking if this is how the forest used to be. His gaze then catches on something unusual high up in the branches of a tree. It's a fruit, the very first one he has seen in this place. A look of pure delight crosses his face as he realizes what it is and excitedly wonders if it's edible. His excitement, however, quickly turns to frustration. He can see the fruit clearly, but he laments that he doesn't think he'll be able to climb the tall tree to retrieve it. He watched the out-of-reach fruit when suddenly a small, winged spider hopped into his line of sight. The creature began to scurry up the tree trunk. Akira's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized her. He called out, asking if the spider boss was going to pick the fruit. As she ascended, a swarm of smaller spiders emerged, scurrying up the trunk alongside her. Akira stared in disbelief, counting 8 of them in total, and wondered aloud if they were all there for his sake. He squinted, observing the smaller creatures more closely. He noted that, unlike their leader, they didn't have wings. A question formed in his mind. Were they her babies? This observation sparked a more unsettling thought. He realized it had been less than a week since he first encountered them, yet they seemed to be maturing at an astonishing rate. He tried to dismiss it as his imagination. His concern deepened as he looked at Koa, who rested her massive head on his shoulder. It wasn't just the spiders. She and the other animals were also growing enormous. He mentally noted his own height of 185 centimeters, which only emphasized how large they had become. His thoughts were interrupted by a scraping sound. One of the small spiders had returned, presenting him with the large, dark fruit. Overcome with gratitude, he asked if it had truly picked it just for him. He hefted the dark, round fruit, feeling its considerable weight in his hands. His apprehension eased slightly as he noticed other animals eating similar fruits from the ground. With Karen perched on his head, he examined the bright red orb more closely, wondering if it was truly edible and as tasty as it looked. Having made his decision, he took a small tool and sliced cleanly into the fruit skin. The cut revealed a glistening, almost sparkling interior. His eyes widened in astonishment as an unexpected warmth spread across his face. Without further hesitation, he took a large, decisive bite, letting out a small cry as his teeth sank into the flesh. As he chewed, an expression of pure bliss crossed his features. He tried to speak, but only a single syllable escaped his lips. The sound drew Koa's attention. The great wolf watched as he struggled to form a word, utterly overwhelmed by the incredible flavor. Duh, he managed again. He is moved to tears, a single word escaping his lips as the flavor overwhelms his senses. Delicious. He reflects on how happy he is to taste something sweet again after so long. The fruit's flesh is crisp, but its taste is like a perfectly ripened peach. So incredibly good. He offers a piece to Koa, who eagerly accepts it. He then realizes the spiders have picked a whole pile of fruit for him. Standing before the large harvest, he wonders what he's supposed to do with it all, recalling that his bag's limit is just one fruit, and he'd have to force even that inside. An idea strikes him as he examines his bag. He wonders aloud if, by wishing hard enough, he could make it function like a magical, bottomless pocket. His wish seems to work. He successfully fits all 30 pieces of fruit into the small bag, which swallows them with ease. He laughs in disbelief, marveling at the power of magic. With the precious fruit secured, he begins the journey back to the wolf den, the family's worried expressions still fresh in his mind. He arrives back at the den, announcing his return. The entire wolf family rushes forward to greet him, barking and wagging their tails in a joyous welcome. He was met with an enthusiastic welcome. The white wolf, Soa, proudly presented her catch, boasting that she and another had caught the most prey. Seeing them all covered in blood from the hunt, Akira calmed the excited pack, deciding to start by using his clean ability on them. Afterwards, he emptied his bag, revealing a massive pile of fruit and other hunted game. He remarked that it was far too much for one person, but mused that it would add some much-needed variety to his diet, even without salt. With a determined look, he removed his jacket and prepared to get to work, announcing that it was time to begin. He started with a large carcass, first draining the blood, and then carefully scoring the hide with his knife. His next step was to use his power, sending a strong gust of wind between the meat and the skin to separate them cleanly and effortlessly. With the meat prepared, he called over the eagerly waiting wolves. He informed them that the meal was ready, pointing out that he had set the organs aside for them to eat whenever they wished. As the wolves feasted, Hayo and Chai remarked on how clean and easy the meat was to eat, noting the abundance of liver. Akira, meanwhile, began planning his next steps, butchering the rest of the meat for himself and for storage. He sighed, realizing the front of the house would become cluttered, and wished he had salt to make ham or knew how to tan the hide. He decides that the large cuts of meat can all be stored in the chilled storeroom on the basement floor. Acknowledging that vegetables aren't typically meant to be chilled, he dismisses the concern for the moment, deciding he'll think about it later. Nearby, a piece of meat sizzles over a fire, and Karen the bird watches intently, drool dripping from her beak in excited anticipation. Noticing her eagerness, Akira correctly guesses that she prefers her meat cooked. He thanks Karen for watching the fire, pleased that the meal is grilling up nicely. While it cooks, he examines the local produce. He identifies a vivid green fruit with a refreshing aroma and some tartness, as well as a leafy vegetable, a cross between cabbage and lettuce, that is slightly sweet even when raw. He notes that he picked only the soft inner leaves. With the meat done, he wraps it in one of the large leaves and squeezes a bit of juice from the green fruit over the steaming bundle. He takes a bite, savoring the flavor. The heat from the meat has made the vegetable juicy and even sweeter, while the fruit's tartness provides a great contrast. Still, he admits to himself that while it's delicious, it's fundamentally just meat, and he finds himself wishing for some yakiniku sauce. His thoughts then drift to his other companions. As he watches the resting wolf family, he realizes that everyone besides Karen seems to have grown a good bit bigger. This observation makes him wonder whatever happened to the spider boss. He marveled at the completed work, exclaiming that the basement flooring was finished in just 3 days. He was especially impressed that the clay dolls had even covered the kitchen area. With his basic needs met, he turned his attention to comfort, instructing the dolls to construct a wooden bed frame measuring 200 by 160 by 60 centimeters. As they set to work, he whispered aside, questioning if his message had reached the spider boss. In response, the enormous spider boss emerged from the nearby foliage, presenting herself with a flourish. He stared, beads of sweat forming on his face, utterly taken aback by her sheer scale. She was huge. The creature addressed him directly, calling him master and urging him to look at her. She explained that his generous supply of mana was the reason for her significant recovery. Despite her gratitude, Akira couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. He voiced a question, wondering if her barrier and golems consumed a great deal of mana. The spider boss affirmed this, adding that she and her children could not thank him enough for his support. Her tone shifted to one of concern as she gestured toward him. She confessed that she sometimes worried for him, given how freely he shared his power with the forest and its inhabitants, seemingly without regard for himself. She seemed to understand his gratitude, her small form remaining close. Akira smiled, concluding that she was not only intelligent but also friendly, and was clearly trying to communicate with him. He then remembered something he needed to ask her. He explained that his clothes were completely worn out, despite using cleaning magic on them every day. With a determined look, he declared his desire for new clothes, realizing that no one would know more about thread than a spider. He asked if she knew of any plants or other sources where he could find some very long threads. In response, She simply extended an appendage, presenting her own silk. He stared for a moment, stunned that she had understood his message so perfectly. Sometime later, Akira followed the spider boss through the rustling forest. He had brought Kuru and Chai along for the journey. As they walked, Chai grumbled with disbelief that their master had charged them with his protection. Akira overheard and clarified that he had only brought them along because Koa wasn't around. He then gave Kuru an encouraging pat, telling the young wolves he was counting on them. The encouragement worked. Kuru's tail shot up, and he eagerly asked the spider boss if they had reached their destination. Internally, he resolved to do his best, seeing this as his one chance to finally prove his worth to Koa. Chai watched him, a look of quiet resolve on his face. He and Chai immediately start yelping in terror, tears streaming from their eyes. Before them, several giant, squirming caterpillars have appeared, startling Akira as well. As the creatures wriggle, Akira identifies them as the deadly venomous magical beast, Suisoa. He questions the spider boss, who seems to be offering them to him. Akira reassures her that he'll be fine as long as they aren't upset, since their venom has no effect on him. The spider boss then indicates that these creatures might be the key to fulfilling his request. In response, one of the Suisoa suddenly spews a thick stream of thread directly at him. The sudden spray catches Akira completely off guard, forcing him to recoil as Karen flutters away from his head. Seeing this, the spider boss lets out an angry shriek, chastising the Suisoa for its action. The caterpillar-like beast immediately sulks. Akira lets out a sigh of relief, realizing he wasn't being attacked. He examines the thread, now wrapped around his arm, noting its surprising strength. Though it wasn't what he expected, he recognizes its utility and thanks the spider boss, who watches him with nervous anticipation. Her tension finally breaks. She had been bracing herself, fully expecting to be incinerated by her master's defensive barrier. Behind her, Kuru and Chai remain frozen in fear. She listens as Akira asks if they can take a few of the creatures home with them. Beside him, Kuru and Chai hang their heads, lamenting that they were of no help at all. Their misery is compounded moments later as they are tasked with carrying the giant caterpillars on their backs. As they begin their journey, Akira offers an apology to the two wolves, who continue to grumble about the bugs. The spider boss adds that she has strongly advised the caterpillars not to spit venom, so they can rest easy. Meanwhile, back at their dwelling, Koa lets out a sharp bark, her attention suddenly caught. She bounds forward to greet Akira as he announces their return. Her cheerful demeanor shifts as she spots Chai cowering behind him, asking if the bugs are bullying him again. Akira internally reflects that this wasn't the outcome he expected from his teasing, but finds her protective reaction endearing. He steps into a pristine, sparkling room, with Karen perched atop his head. He explains to the astonished Chai that he discovered a useful trick. By casting a particular spell on the rocks, he can create a continuous, automatic cleaning effect, preventing them from tracking in any dirt. With the cleanliness of the main floor secured, he decides on a place for their new guests. Since the second floor isn't used, he declares it will become a nursery for the caterpillars, and makes a mental note to add some windows for ventilation. For now, he provides them with a pile of fresh leaves to eat. He watched the Suisoa caterpillars munching on leaves, realizing he couldn't possibly look after them himself. A new assignment was needed. Turning to the creatures, he presented their new caretakers, two small, sparkling clay dolls. The introduction, however, did not go as planned. The caterpillars huddled together, letting out a fearful meep. He glanced over and saw Chabarni perched nearby. Wondering why they were so scared of the spider, he found to be quite cute. Setting aside their fear, his thoughts turned to the thread. He tugged at his own shirt, pondering how one even makes cloth. Holding up a spool of the Suisoa's silk, he judged it to be enough to begin and promptly stripped off his shirt. Shirtless, he held the garment in one hand, an idea beginning to form as he looked down at the two clay dolls. His gaze shifted between the dolls and the shirt, his mind working through the possibilities. He handed the shirt to the dolls, who examined it with tilted heads. Their attention was suddenly caught by Chabarni. One of the dolls pointed at the spider with a sharp cry of alarm, startling Akira. He asked aloud if they understood his intention, only to remember their original task was to make his bed. His confusion grew as the dolls, ignoring him, began working together, using his shirt as a net to capture the spider. He stands in awe before a newly constructed wooden bed, complete with a mattress. The craftsmanship is far better than he had envisioned, and he exclaims his delight, marveling at how nice it is. Overcome with joy, he muses that he finally feels like he's living in civilization again and eagerly anticipates nightfall. Turning to the clay dolls, he asks in amazement how they managed to complete such a task in only half a day, as one of them lets out a small, pleased giggle. As night falls, he lies stiffly on his new bed, while Koa rests on the floor nearby. After a moment of silence, he invites the giant wolf to join him. Koa responds, wishing him a good night. He quickly falls into a deep, comfortable sleep, nestled against Koa's warm fur. In his slumber, he finally understands the profound importance of a proper mattress. Akira stands in a newly finished room, astonished. He remarks to himself that the walls were just bare rock the day before. It feels to him as though the clay dolls are evolving with startling speed. As he processes the change, one of the clay dolls slides a plate of steaming food toward him. To his surprise, it has also brought a pair of chopsticks, which it sets down with a soft clonk. He tries the utensils, a look of pure bliss on his face. He can't believe how easy they are to use, musing that his everyday meat and water now taste twice as good. His wonder continues as he tries on a new set of clothes. He pulls on a pair of black pants and admires the high-quality, pale green t-shirt. He realizes the fabric is silk, smooth to the touch, and marvels at the idea that the silk's color changes based on what the worms eat. He recalls the process with a blush, thinking how embarrassing it was to be measured by the dolls. His embarrassment quickly turns to excitement as he beholds a large, neatly folded stack of spare underwear they also prepared for him. Now fully dressed, he approaches a group of dolls working at a large wooden frame. He recognizes it as a loom, like one he'd seen on television, and expresses his amazement that they made the clothes themselves, admitting it's also a little scary. He then counts them. Only 8 are present. He wonders where the other 2 are, guessing they might be in the caterpillar nursery. He considered his new circumstances, realizing that with all he had gained, it was time to move forward. With his spirits high, he ran through the woods alongside Koa and her pack, feeling a surge of optimism that his explorations would finally bear fruit. His thoughts turned to practical matters. He decided it was time to search for ingredients to flavor his food, hoping to find rock salt among the many stones. The thought prompted a deeper question. Did this world even have oceans? As he pondered, Koa nudged him, letting out a soft bark. Their search led them to the mouth of another dark cave. He confirmed to himself that he had never been to this particular place before, though he did remember seeing a large hole somewhere near his house. Peering into the darkness, his expression grew serious. He could sense the familiar presence of the curse emanating from within, but there was something else mixed with it. He noted the ground sloped gently downward into the cave. With Karen perched on his head, he turned to Koa, who growled softly. He cautioned everyone to stay alert. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a realization struck him, an orb of light. He steps into the cave, his wolf companions flanking him. Before them, a vast, luminous cavern stretches into the darkness. He remarks on the sheer width of the passage, noting how it just keeps going. As Koa sniffs the ground intently, a faint, rhythmic sound catches his attention. He wonders what it could be. The source of the sound is revealed in horrifying clarity. A teeming horde of giant ants swarms the cavern floor, their mandibles snapping in unison. His eyes widen in shock. He was right, there really was something down here. One of the creatures scrapes its sharp mandibles against the cavern floor, the sound echoing in the vast space. He cries out in alarm, pointing at the monstrous insects. In response, Koa lets loose a deafening growl that shakes the very air. A moment of levity strikes Akira as he realizes his companion is just as massive as their foes. The giant wolf lunges forward, meeting one of the giant ants in a clash of fang and exoskeleton. Watching the titanic battle unfold, Akira realizes this is no time to be a spectator. He prepares to intervene, calling upon his power to purify. The cavern fills with the sharp, percussive snapping of countless insectoid mandibles. He realizes with alarm that his ability is not working as intended. The giant ants press their attack, their mandibles snapping against his failing barrier. He understands he must reinforce it immediately. Before he can strengthen his defense, Koa rushes forward, intercepting the ant that had nearly broken through. The sudden, violent intervention leaves him momentarily stunned. Her powerful jaws clamp down with a sickening crack, shattering the insect's exoskeleton. He places a hand on her back, feeling the raw force of the impact. The victory is fleeting. As the first ant falls, another immediately leaps to attack, its legs striking the ground with a heavy thud where they had just been standing. As the new threat emerges, Hayo and Chai move to flank Koa, their growls echoing in the cavern as they prepare to engage the swarm. While his wolves form a defensive line, his eyes lock onto the lead ant. He notices strange, black markings on its head and feels a deep sense of unease wash over him. His dread solidifies as he sees the entire swarm advancing from the darkness. Dozens of giant ants, all bearing the same ominous black markings, clack their mandibles in unison. He and his 3 wolves brace for the overwhelming assault. He watched, bewildered, still unable to believe his purification attempt had failed. As he frantically considered his next move, he noted that Koa's barrier was at least holding the creatures at bay. His eyes fixed on the insects, and a chilling realization struck him. The black markings on their bodies were just like the dark haze that had afflicted Koa and the other animals when he first found them. He questioned if this meant they were possessed, their bodies completely taken over by the curse, and if an exorcism would even be possible. In response to the encroaching threat, Koa unleashed a ferocious roar. But the barrier cracked under the ants' assault, and they began to swarm through. Akira flinched, his mind racing in panic, but no solution came to him. Then a thought crystallized in his mind. He understood now. Possession meant there were 2 beings inhabiting a single body. He pictured it clearly. The ant's true spirit was trapped within its own form, bound by chains and unable to break free. With this image fixed in his mind, his panic gave way to resolve. He knew what he had to do. Sever the bonds that were imprisoning the ant's soul. Reaching out with a glowing hand, he roared the command, "Unbinding." A wave of power washed over the giant ants, and glowing rings of light materialized around their bodies, shimmering in the air. They stood frozen as the rings of light around them fizzled into nothingness. The giant ants, freed from their curse, let out confused hisses, the mindless rage having vanished from their eyes. From within the mind of their queen, a torrent of memories surfaced. She remembered when the dark magic first covered the forest, how the rivers dried up and the fruit on the trees turned to poison. For some unknown reason, when the forest monarchs tried to fight back, their attacks would always fade away before reaching the human territories. The black magic clung to her own body, her vision growing dark. She had begun to lose hope, questioning if she was doomed to become just one more monster terrorizing her own home. But she refused to accept that fate. As a monarch of the forest, she could not allow it. In her desperation, she had called out to the dragon who rules over all water in the forest, pleading for the strength of its clan. A sudden rush of air swept past. Then, a calm voice broke the silence, offering reassurance. It seemed she was going to be all right. The Ant Queen gasped as a hand gently came to rest on her head. It was the human, Akira, who had freed her and her colony from the curse. She flinched at the human's touch, startled and confused about what was happening. Akira, meanwhile, was surprised by her exoskeleton, remarking on how cool and smooth it felt. She then turned her attention to the large wolf, identifying her as the queen of the Fenrir. Koa confirmed her identity with a bark, but added with a low growl that the ant's presence had felt so different before that she hadn't recognized her at first. With the misunderstanding cleared, the group began to move. The Ant Queen offered a leg to help Akira to his feet, and he accepted with a word of thanks as her subjects scurried around them. As they traveled, Akira mused that, unlike the spider boss, she didn't seem like a monster. He decided to trust Koa's judgment. Karen, the small bird, was more skeptical, noting that they had been following the ant for half an hour and questioning if it was wise. Their journey led them into a dark, cavernous space. As Akira wondered if this was their destination, his eyes caught a faint glow in the distance, and he pointed it out as an orb of light. The source of the light became clear as they approached. Not orbs, but glowing fungi dotting the cavern walls. They stood at the edge of a vast, dark, and unervingly still body of water. The Ant Queen broke the silence, explaining that this was once a beautiful pool of water, rich in mana. Koa's eyes widened in grim recognition. It was the lair of the water dragon. The Ant Queen voiced her fear. Just as she suspected, they might be too late. She and her newfound allies stood ready. Akira, flanked by the massive wolf Koa and the Ant Queen, stared ahead with resolve. The small bird Karen perched on his shoulder. He listened as the Ant Queen voiced her concern that other creatures might still be suffering from the same possession. His resolve hardened, and he declared he was sick of the curse. Raising a glowing hand, he vowed to picture a spell spreading out across the whole forest, intending to absorb and purify it all. He unleashed his power with a shout, invoking unbinding. A brilliant flash of light erupted, rumbling as it spread across the land. He vowed to not only dispel the curse, but to send it back with double the force. The wave of purifying energy washed over the corrupted pool, cleansing the dark water in a brilliant display. Koa and the Ant Queen watched, stunned, as the wolf cried out for a master. In the distance, Akira and the small white wolf cub, Cheyenne, walked away from the now pristine water. The Ant Queen stared in disbelief, her voice filled with awe. She remarked on the incredible strength and soothing nature of his purification magic, a sentiment that seemed to catch Akira by surprise. He turned his attention back to the pool. The once tainted water was now crystal clear, bubbling gently as the last vestiges of corruption vanished. He looked on, a thoughtful expression on his face. A smile spread across his face as Koa nuzzled against him. He mused to himself that his simple search for new seasonings had certainly gotten off track. With renewed cheer, he declared it was time to carry on exploring. Continuing his search for seasonings, he spotted something unusual, fruit growing on a low-lying plant, well within his reach. He plucked one of the dark, berry-like spheres from its stem. He took a cautious bite, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The flavor was potent and unmistakable. It was salty. As he processed the discovery, he noticed a small ant creature watching him, seemingly wanting to join his group. He decided he didn't mind the extra companion. He held the fruit out to the small wolf cub, Cheyenne, asking if it was edible. The cub's enthusiastic barks confirmed it. A wave of elation washed over Akira, as he realized this was the salt he'd been dreaming of. He called out to Koa, declaring they would pick as many as they could and take them home. Elsewhere, in another part of the same forest, Commander Gamal's expression twisted from arrogance to utter disbelief. He stared forward, his mouth agape in shock. His gaze swept over the scene before him, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. A single bewildered word escaped his lips. What? The source of his horror was his entire brigade of knights, scattered and collapsed across the forest floor. They writhed in agony or lay unconscious, their mission abruptly halted. One of the fallen men cried out, desperately asking what had just happened to them. About half a month earlier, Mizrast, a commander of the knights, scratches his head in frustration, groaning for a break. He collapses onto a couch in an office, complaining loudly to his fellow commander, Gunmills. Mizrast questions if the king is trying to work the 4th Knights Brigade to death, exasperated that they had only returned from the force the day before and were already being sent back to investigate. He continues his rant, pointing out that everyone had made a huge fuss over a crack in the mage stone, which turned out to be just a tiny scratch upon closer inspection. Gunmills calmly advises him to take it easy, stating that he will pretend he didn't hear Mizarast's borderline insubordinate comment. Gunmills then provides context, explaining that the mage stones harvested from normal monsters are minuscule, about the size of a little finger. This is a stark contrast to the enormous mage stone housed within the castle. He concedes that a scratch should be insignificant, but reveals a critical detail. Historical records indicate that at the time of its discovery, the mage stone was already covered in cracks. Mizarast dismisses this, finding it ridiculous that people are getting scared over nothing. Mizarast reflects on his brigade's history with the region. The 4th Knights Brigade has always had the most contact with the forest, their duties involving not just capturing or slaying monsters, but also general investigation. He understands this new mission is different. It's not a simple reconnaissance, and they are expected to resolve any problems they find before return. Despite the orders, he remains skeptical, stating that in all his countless trips, the forest has always just been a dark, gloomy place where nothing of consequence ever happens. Gunmills counters, suggesting something might be occurring deep within its confines. He expresses confidence that their usual surveillance will suffice, but Mizarast, his expression now laced with doubt, questions if he can truly be so certain. He presses Gunmills, asking if he truly believes the legendary monarchs of the forest still exist. Gunmills, looking away, can only admit that he does not know. His friend's uncharacteristic hesitation prompts Mizarast to ask what he is so afraid of. Gunmills looks troubled, confessing that he isn't sure. He explains that while the magic I spell confirms the forest is teeming with monsters, it's difficult to see what lies deep within its borders. In response, Mizarast claps a hand on his shoulder, dismissing such worries with a surge of confidence. He declares that no matter what the forest might conceal, their kingdom is the most powerful in the world and cannot possibly lose. His bravado does little to soothe Gunmills, who can only quietly hope that his friend's confidence is not misplaced. Later, Mizarast finalizes the mission details with a subordinate. The knight reports that he will acquire about 20 slaves for scouting and other duties. Mizarast confirms the plan to proceed with a small, elite unit, noting that it will still take 10 days just to reach the edge of the forest. With a final yes, sir, the subordinate departs as Mizarast instructs him to head out as soon as the brigade is ready. As he watches the man leave, another knight approaches Mizarast from the side, inquiring about Gunmill's unusual caution and asking if the 1st Knights Brigade's commander had said something to him. Mizarast dismisses the concern, claiming it's nothing. The subordinate reflects on their long friendship, remarking that while Gunmills is smart, he has a tendency to overthink. He then adds a curious observation. Gunmill's brigade is unique in that it hardly ever uses slaves. The subordinate muses that it's almost as if their commander sees slaves as actual people. He considers the nature of the Emperor's slaves. From the moment of their birth, they are bound by powerful slave runes, a glowing sigil on their backs marking their fate. These runes render them incapable of feeling emotion or defying their masters, and they will not even speak unless directly ordered to do so. His subordinate agrees, stating that he feels the same way. Mizarast reaffirms his position with a detached smile, remarking that as far as he can tell, slaves are just slaves. Despite his agreement, the subordinate quickly qualifies his statement. He argues that there is no need to treat them with the cruelty favored by the commander of the 5th Brigade. Flustered, he adds that he also cannot agree with sacrificing them in droves to the Mage Stone, before catching himself and telling Mizarast to forget he said anything. As he scratches his quill across a document, Mizarast calmly dismisses the outburst, saying he doesn't mind his subordinate's quirks. His subordinate, taken aback, asks if he's being made fun of. Meanwhile, in another location, Gunmills reflects on Mizarast's confidence. He thinks to himself that Mizarast talks a big game, but there's no telling what might happen until he reaches the center of the forest. The forest, he muses, spans half the world, yet no one has ever traveled to its heart. Even the 4th Knights Brigade has only managed to cover a tenth of it. He continues his thoughts while writing at his desk. Centuries have passed since the spell was cast, but he has heard that the forest monarchs continue their resistance even now. Yet, there is no record of their attacks ever penetrating the kingdom's powerful barrier or affecting the Mage Stone. With the countless sacrifices offered to the Mage Stone since its discovery, it should be more powerful than ever. His quill trembles and stops. A horrifying realization dawns on him. He wonders aloud if this means someone even more powerful than the forest monarchs has appeared. Half a month later, a monstrous, bird-like creature with scales and horns lets out a piercing screech. The beast's cry is cut short as a knight charges forward, his blade slicing deep into its flesh. The creature thuds to the ground, where other soldiers rush in to finish it with repeated stabs. Commander Gamal laughs triumphantly, declaring their victory. But Gunmills looks on with a troubled expression, remarking on how strange the situation is. As they march deeper into the forest, Gamal notes that despite being half a day in, they've encountered far fewer monsters than expected. He adds that the only ones they have seen were those enhanced by their own kingdom, which he thought were conditioned to only attack forest creatures. A wolf person slave confirms the low numbers, stating this is only the 4th they've seen, when normally they would have encountered closer to 10 by now. He rubs the back of his neck, frustrated. He laments not bringing any mages, as there's no way for them to understand what's happening. Something he feels is distinctly off. His unease deepens as he looks around, wondering aloud if the forest was always like this. A sudden rustling from the canopy above draws his attention. Despite the unsettling sounds, one of the wolf people walking ahead states with certainty that the forest itself is the same. This is the same path they always take. He shivers, a tremor running through his armored hand. Despite the lack of any visible threat, he cannot shake a deep and growing sense of foreboding. The feeling intensifies, a creeping terror that seems to seep into his very core, leaving him unsettled and on edge. His unease is mirrored by the other soldiers, who startle at the slightest rustle in the trees. Noticing his men are at their limit, Gamul calls for a short break and orders the scouts to move out. At his command, the wolf people slaves sprint ahead into the dense woods, tasked with marching for an hour to check for any dangerous animals. With the scouts dispatched, Gamul lets out a breath, acknowledging they still have a long way to go. He orders the remaining slave unit to take turns as lookouts, 5 at a time in 6-hour shifts, while the rest of the brigade prepares to camp for the time being. He then turns his attention to Gunmills, who seems lost in thought, and asks if he has an opinion to share. Startled, Gunmills can only stammer a denial. Before he can elaborate, a soldier reports back that there is no sign of any threat in the area. Gamul remarks that with the slave's sharp senses, they can rest easy for now. Gunmills, however, remains tense, realizing he must calm his men's nerves or risk losing control. Nearby, one of the wolf people's slaves observes her companions, noting that they don't feel fear because they have never known anything but hardship since birth. Gamul overhears this and seems to understand. He and his men were suddenly caught in a blinding glare from above. A wave of energy swept through the camp, causing the soldiers to cry out in shock and confusion. The commander stammered, bewildered by the event. One of his men realized a wall of light had just passed through them, and a wolf person slave noted that no one had been attacked or fallen. Despite this, another slave let out a piercing scream. That observation proved premature. All around the clearing, soldiers began to collapse, their bodies going limp as they hit the ground. Cries of alarm filled the air as the remaining men watched their comrades fall. As another pulse of light flashed through the trees, Gunmill's face contorted with the very terror he had been feeling. He roared at the remaining soldiers to calm down and assume their fighting stances. His order came too late for many. The ground was littered with the unconscious forms of both his soldiers and the wolf people slaves, their camp preparations scattered and abandoned. The chaos subsided into an eerie silence. The few men still standing looked around, bewildered, asking what had just happened. Gamul, now sitting amidst the fallen, voiced the terrifying possibility that had crossed his mind, an attack from the monarchs of the forest. One of the soldiers, checking on a downed comrade, reported to Gunmills. He confirmed that the men who fell in the attack were merely unconscious. No one appeared to be injured. Despite the lack of visible harm, Gunmill's expression remained fraught with concern. His attention was drawn by one of his soldiers, who reported with a panicked expression that the slaves were all gone. Commander Gamul immediately questioned if they had vanished during the attack, but Gunmills quietly corrected him, stating that they seemed to have fled. The implication struck Gunmills with force, a shocking realization forming in his mind. The slave runes had somehow been broken. Understanding the severity of this, he knew he had no choice but to report this unprecedented event to the king. Standing beside the large, insectoid creature, Akira decides that if it is to join their group, it needs a proper name. Simply calling it giant ant is far too long. He contemplates its bright orange-red carapace, noting that the color is called shuairo in Japanese. A name comes to him. He declares that the ant's name will be Shuri. Just then, the wolf pack arrives in a flurry of yelps and howls. Koa cries out in relief, asking her master what took so long. Hayo adds that they ran into trouble and couldn't stay at home with the golems any longer. He elaborates, explaining that after catching prey, they tried to put it in the usual storage room, only to be menacingly driven out by the clay dolls. As the wolves finish their story, the spider-like Chabarni appears, its attention fixed on Shuri. It demands to know what an ant for Fermi, a sentinel of the underworld, is doing beside their master. The wolves react with fear, one yelping at the frightening sight. In response to the challenge, Shuri hisses, its mandibles clicking as electrical energy crackles around its form. The two creatures face off in a tense standoff, causing the wolves to recoil. The sudden hostility catches Akira completely by surprise. With a look of panic, he realizes the two don't get along and desperately plead for them not to fight. He watches as his two companions cease their standoff. Shuri, the ant, grumbles that while she has been rubbed the wrong way, she has no choice but to call a truce in deference to their master. She makes it clear, however, that her colony will not give up their nest. Chabarni silently concurs, and a tense peace settles between them. As the tension subsides, Koa reflects on the situation. The wolf marvels at her master's ability to bring together two tribes that were once so hostile to one another, acknowledging that his power is truly beyond measure. Later, as he returns to his dwelling, Akira cheerfully announces he's home. Koa, walking beside him, remarks that this isn't the first time he's united old enemies, recalling that the Fenrir were once on bad terms with the Phoenixes as well. Suddenly, Akira stops, astonished to see that a ceiling has been put up in his absence. He turns to the small clay dolls crowding around him. They seem to be clamoring for more supplies. He understands their request for more flat planks and even square beams, promising to get some soon. However, he tells them that tomorrow, he has something more important to take care of, a slight blush on his cheeks. His mind is set on a specific goal. He declares that despite his setbacks, nothing will stop him from finally making his long-awaited seasoning salt. He explains his experimental process, having tried pausing time in the cold room for the vegetables to see if the concept would work. It seems to have been a success. Fearing he might ruin the whole batch, he decides to start with just 5 and put the rest in a cold storage for later. To begin, he takes a bowl he crafted from silver mineral and carefully places a fine cloth over its opening, preparing to wring out the vegetables. He begins his project by meticulously slicing vegetables before wringing them in a cloth, determined to squeeze out every last drop of juice. Having collected a large amount of liquid, he carefully begins to simmer the juice in a pot, explaining to the watchful wolves that he must do it slowly so as not to burn it. He then strains the mixture but expresses frustration that it's still not pure enough, resolving to strain it some more with the help of a small clay doll. 2 hours later, his efforts yield a small amount of sparkling white powder. He stares at it in amazement, realizing with a gasp that he has successfully created salt. Having successfully converted all the fruit into salt and filled several containers, he decides that such a hard-won product deserves a special vessel. His excitement grows as he considers his options. He recalls that the gold mineral he possesses was too hard to work with by normal means, but it will be perfect for creating luxurious-looking containers. As he begins to magically shape the metal, Koa watches in awe. The wolf marvels at Akira's ability to work not just mithril, but also magically infused gold and orichalcum, molding them into any form he wishes, a feat the wolf considers impossible for itself. He slapped the large slab of meat with satisfaction. After working hard for half a day, he felt it would all be worth it to finally eat some properly seasoned meat. As he prepared the meal, the 2 wolves, Koa and Soa, gathered around him expectantly. He gently fended them off, explaining that they couldn't have any of this because it contained salt. He then announced his plan to scatter the salt and some fragrant leaves over the thawed steaks, let them sit, and then sear them well over the fire. Watching the meat sizzle, he wished he had a frying pan, a Dutch oven, and some oil. He recalled seeing someone on television make lard from pork fat. Once the initial grilling was complete, he wrapped the thick cuts in large leaves to let them rest and cook through. After unwrapping the cooked meat, he decided that to finish it off, he would give the outside a little more char. He took the first bite, chewing with immense satisfaction as the 2 wolves watched his every move, their mouths agape. The flavor was overwhelming. A look of pure bliss spread across his face as he realized just how good it was. His moment of culinary delight was interrupted by the panting wolves nudging him for a share. He held the meat away, reminding them that they couldn't have any because of the salt and that he had already left some for them outside. Nearby, a clay doll held up a small sign, a silent enforcer pressuring the wolves not to get the floor dirty again. He lets out a sigh of contentment, surrounded by the eager, panting wolves. He offers them just a small taste from his plate. Turning his head, he calls out for Karen, asking if she would like some as well, though he quickly reminds himself to be cautious about feeding them unfamiliar things. Getting no response, he looks around, puzzled. The piece of meat he had set aside for her remains untouched on the wooden board. A single name echoes in his mind, Karen. Far away, the small bird soars through the open sky. With powerful flaps of her wings, she flies onward, becoming a speck in the distance. Back at the camp, time has passed. While washing dishes, Akira sighs heavily, his expression filled with worry. He realizes that Karen has not been back since yesterday. He slams his hands into the water, overcome with anxiety. He worries aloud about her small size, fearing she could have been attacked by a dangerous beast. As the giant wolf looks on, he tries to reassure himself, remembering that he found her in the wild and that she must be capable of surviving on her own. He is startled when the giant white wolf, Koa, speaks to him, growling softly to reassure him about Karen. She explains that there is no need for concern, as Karen spent the most time by his side and received the most mana, likely regaining even more of her power than Koa herself has. In a show of affection, she licks his face. Touched by the gesture, he thanks Koa, realizing she must be worried as well. He begins petting her vigorously, pleading with her to never run away. As Koa leans into the affection, the dark wolf, Hayo, growls, seemingly directing Akira to the perfect spot. Having calmed down, he decides to distract himself with some work. He turns his attention to a large animal hide stretched on a wooden frame, reflecting that his attempts to tan the leather have been consistently unsuccessful. He recalls his initial attempts, thinking it best to remove all the meat and fat. However, using a knife resulted in large holes, and blasting the excess off with magic proved too difficult to control. He then remembers the washing process. The hide was incredibly heavy, and as he cleaned it, the water immediately turned black. The hide itself shrank and gave off a terrible stench. But his biggest roadblock, he realizes, is the final drying stage, where the hide invariably turns rock hard. As he laments his lack of knowledge on the subject, unable to even guess the cause of his failures, Koa approaches the stretched hide and begins to chomp down on it. She continues to chew on the hide as Akira watches, thinking that he only needs to rinse this batch one more time. His mind drifts to the possibilities that successful leatherworking would bring: shoes, accessories, and even a fine rug made from animal furs. It is, he muses with a smile, a man's dream. As he is lost in thought, the rest of the wolf pack returns, dragging a large kill behind them. The other wolves wonder amongst themselves what their master has been doing lately, noting that for once, it doesn't seem to be related to food. Akira greets them, welcoming them back and remarking on how much they have been eating these days. Following the wolves, the giant spider and ant scuttle forward, announcing that they too have caught something. Akira turns, surprised by the additional arrivals. He looks at his insect companions, his heart pounding as he takes in their immense size. He wonders if the animals in this world ever stop growing. It seems to him that the spider boss has been growing steadily ever since Shuri the ant joined them, almost as if they are competing. His gaze then shifts back to Koa, who stands beside him. He remarks with a touch of disbelief that she is now easily as large as a car. Looking at the large boar-like creature the wolves brought back, a new idea strikes him. Now that he has salt, perhaps he should try making ham. The thought triggers a sudden, horrifying realization. With a cry of alarm, he remembers that he left the animal hide from the previous day soaking in the tanning solution. He pulls the large hide from the bucket, dismayed that the water has turned brown and cloudy. Still, he holds onto a sliver of hope, thinking that perhaps it will be all right if he just hangs it up to dry. As he touches it, a look of surprise crosses his face. He wonders if he's imagining things, or if the hide truly feels softer than it usually does. He can only think of one possible cause for this change. His eyes fall upon the stick he used for stirring, noting that it's not the one he normally uses. A realization dawns on him. It must have been the sap from the wood. The result is a bowl filled with a dark, shimmering liquid, extracted from that very same stick. Though still uncertain about the outcome, he decides to test his theory right away. He explains to his companions that after his clay dolls fetched more of the same wood, he steeped it in hot water to create the solution. He then proudly presents his newest creations, a group of small clay dolls he has nicknamed the Gremlins. He lifts one of the tiny figures, admiring how cute it turned out. Nearby, Shuri the ant flinches, its antennae twitching with alarm. His decision to create more of the small clay figures did not go unnoticed. Nearby, Shuri the ant expressed its fear to the giant wolf, Koa, that their master was about to mass-produce the golems. He, however, was already moving forward with his plans, filled with energy. Announcing that it was time to begin the tanning process, he ordered one of the single-eyed dolls to bring him 3 more pelts he had stored away. He explained that he simply referred to all the little figures as 1 eyes or 3 eyes. The small golems immediately set to work with surprising vigor, stripping and treating the hides in the tanning solution. Watching them splash about, he could only marvel at their speed, realizing he couldn't possibly match their pace himself. As the gremlins worked, Koa observed that he was testing 3 different concentrations of the tanning solution. He confirmed this, explaining to the wolf that stretching the hides on frames, as one of the dolls was now doing, would prevent them from shrinking. He watched them work with a mixture of pride and bewilderment. A thought struck him. How could the gremlins be more skilled at this than he was? After all, he was the one who had made them. His thoughts were interrupted by the practical needs of the operation. The single-eyed dolls had requested more timber, and he noted that they had already run out of room in front of the house. To make more space, he began clearing a nearby area, his mind already turning to another experiment he wanted to attempt. He paused before a particularly large tree, feeling a pang of guilt for felling so many that must have been centuries old. Just then, Koa came to his side, nudging him and indicating that this tree should be felled as well. Surprised by the request, he asked the wolf for confirmation, wanting to be certain. He finishes processing the wood from the massive tree, the planks clattering as he stacks them. With the raw materials ready, he decides to teleport them to the 3rd floor and the basement for storage, eager to begin construction right away. His attention is suddenly caught by his clay doll assistants, who are already busy carrying a plank. He watches them, wondering what project they have undertaken now. A moment later, a wave of relief washes over him as he wipes his brow, seemingly content to let them work. He recalls standing with Koa amidst the numerous tree stumps in the newly cleared expanse of land, briefly wondering if he had gone a bit too far with the deforestation. Back in the present, his thoughts are interrupted as one of the dolls finishes its task with a soft plop. Startled by what they've made, he decides that's enough work for the day. He stares in disbelief at the finished product, a hanging chair identical to one he had wanted back in high school. The perfect recreation of a forgotten desire is so precise it's almost frightening. His shock deepens as he notices other changes. He shouts in amazement, discovering the bath is now made of wood, and the stairs have been fitted with a handrail and even anti-slip guards. He looked upon the new construction with a satisfied smile, imagining how surprised Karen would be when she got back. His thoughts then turned to a more practical matter as he peeked out from a doorway. The toilet still lacked a door. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a brilliant white substance began to rapidly crystallize and weave itself together in the empty doorway. The source of the magic was Karen herself. The small bird stood there, shimmering and bubbling with a strange energy, letting out a soft peep. Standing in a sunlit clearing, Akira stretches and decides that today is the day he will finally deal with a field full of tree stumps. But as he looks over the area, his expression shifts to one of surprise. He wonders aloud what happened to all the stumps. His surprise deepens as he looks closer. Where the stumps once were, small ants scurry about, some disappearing into a hole in the ground. He questions if they are baby ants. As he observes them, one of the ants, Shuri, approaches him directly. A gentle smile forms on Akira's face as he reasons that since they are ants, this must be their anthill. Shuri seems to confirm this, welcoming him as master and boasting that their home is far more comfortable than the spider boss's nest. The invitation catches him off guard, and he begins to sweat nervously, realizing he's being invited inside their home. With an apologetic smile, he politely declines for today. He then turns his attention back to the other ants, watching as they diligently burrow into the ground, digging and tilling the earth. The result of their labor is astonishing. Akira marvels at how they've leveled all the holes where the tree stumps were, transforming the area into what looks like a well-plowed field. A new idea sparks within him. With this space, he could finally set up a vegetable patch and no longer have to go out searching for vegetables every day. This new possibility fills him with confidence. He reasons that if he only needs to grow enough to feed himself, he can surely manage it. He decides to start with something easy, a hopeful smile on his face as he wonders if potatoes exist in this world. He pondered what to plant, realizing he needed something that grows in the ground. Turning to the giant ant, he called out to Shuri, identifying it as the expert on all things subterranean. He then directly questioned the creature, asking if it knew of any vegetables that grow beneath the soil. Shuri could only respond with a series of inquisitive clicks. Undeterred, he decided that if he was starting a vegetable patch, he should first make some organic fertilizer. He recalled how his father often made him help with the task, so he was confident he knew what to do. He began by outlining the process. He would dig a hole in a shaded corner of the clearing, build a small wooden frame around it, and then fill it with alternating layers of food scraps, dried leaves, and grass. As he planned, his clay dolls diligently stomped the materials down. With the initial layers in place, he declared that all they had to do was wait to speed up the fermentation. However, he knew he needed to add the right amount of water to ensure proper moisture. The process brought back a memory. He recalled the time when, out of curiosity, he had lifted the lid off a compost bin and discovered it was full of writhing bugs. He shuddered slightly, confirming to himself that yes, there certainly were. He decided it was time to apply a skill he had learned. Instead of waiting, he would use magic to move time forward. Reaching out his hand, he focused his power on the pile. Almost immediately, he could see steam rising from it as the fertilizer began to emit a pungent odor. Magic, he thought, was incredibly convenient. Before accelerating time once more, he instructed his clay dolls to turn the layers over and mix them together, ensuring the compost would be evenly processed. Far from the garden, in the depths of the forest, Koa and the other wolves reveled in the thrill of a hunt. With a powerful crack, her jaws clamped down on a wild boar, the pure joy of the chase coursing through her. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupted, bathing the forest in an ethereal glow. The phenomenon immediately caught her attention. Koa paused, a low growl rumbling in her chest as she looked up, sensing the disturbance. Her gaze fixed upon the distant light piercing through the canopy, a silent question forming in her mind. What could that be? Back at the garden, Akira had just been inspecting his compost pile, satisfied that the temperature was warm enough to let it sit, when the same flash of light startled him, causing him to whip his head around. He looked up to see a magnificent, glowing bird descending from the sky, its wings spread wide. He could only stare, utterly bewildered. The creature landed softly before him, as it let out a cheerful peep and addressed him as master. Akira's eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized the crest on its head and stammered, asking if it was truly Karen. He flinches back as the massive bird approaches, shouting for it to get away. But his alarm softens when the creature, Karen, nuzzles him affectionately. He quickly apologizes, explaining his surprise, and expresses his relief that she is not only safe, but has become quite beautiful. Just then, the great wolf Koa arrives, barking in recognition. Karen turns her attention from Akira, explaining that she must entrust a small, floating creature to his care. She admits that she can do nothing more for it with her own power. He stares at the strange being hovering before his face. It is small, fluffy, and has bat-like wings, and he wonders aloud what it could be. His curiosity instantly shifts to concern as he senses a powerful curse emanating from it. Without a moment's hesitation, he focuses his energy and commands the affliction to be purified. As he performs the purification, Koa looks from the small creature to Karen, asking with dawning realization if this is the water dragon. The wolf then remarks that the forest is already beginning to recover. The creature's identity is of immense significance. Long ago, reigning supreme even over the other monarchs, were 5 divine beasts who ruled the 5 elements of the forest. For ages, they kept humans at bay, until one day, they all suddenly vanished. These beings were the dragons. This revelation fills Koa with hope. She growls with conviction that if the water dragon truly lives, then the waters of the forest are bound to return to their former beauty. Karen squawks in firm agreement. She reflects on the immense influence the dragons have on the forest. If they recover their vitality, the land will heal in no time. Turning to Karen, Koa expresses her gratitude, noting that thanks to the bird's mobility, she can entrust her with the task of finding the remaining dragons and guiding them back to their master. In response, Karen seems to brush off the assignment, though she adds that she believes their master will still need her. Koa then offers a trade. In exchange for Karen's mission, she will take on the duty of guarding Akira. Meanwhile, Akira holds the small creature in his hands, marveling at its gorgeous, deep blue hue. He notes its fluffy texture, like a ball of yarn, and wonders aloud what kind of being it could possibly be, accepting the fantastical reality he finds himself in. As he examines it, Koa confirms that it is certainly the water dragon. Akira, perplexed, asks why it has taken such a strange form, but the great wolf admits she does not know. The tiny dragon then hops in his palm. A wide smile spreads across Akira's face as he delights in how soft the creature feels. It hops again, landing gently on his shoulder. As he considers what to call it, an idea strikes him, and he decides on a name, Fluffy. Overhearing this, Koa barks with excitement. She realizes her master has just bestowed a name upon the water dragon and enthusiastically declares that she likes the sound of it. The great wolf lets out a bark, and Akira observes that Shine's pack has returned from their hunt. He then turns his attention to Karen, expressing his relief that she approves of the name he chose. His gaze shifts to the spoils of the hunt. Shine, the white wolf cub, drags a massive carcass, prompting Akira to marvel at how the wolves manage to carry prey so much larger than themselves. Just then, Koa bounds forward, proudly declaring another bountiful hunt as she drops a pile of slain creatures, spiders, birds, and other strange beasts before him. Akira recoils slightly, certain he saw one of the carcasses float for an instant. He quickly dismisses the strange sight, resigning himself to the fact that in this world, wolves must simply float on occasion. He reflects that he has become much better at letting these bizarre occurrences slide. As Karen affectionately nuzzles his cheek, he decides that with her return, a celebration is in order. He announces his plan to grill a large amount of the freshly acquired meat. He sets to work butchering the various monsters, remarking to himself that he has grown accustomed to the sight of their internal organs, even if he has no intention of ever eating them. As he works, his hand brushes against something hard inside a carcass, and he pulls out a small, dark stone found near the beast's heart. Upon closer inspection, he finds several more of the dark, lustrous stones. He realizes that not every creature they've hunted possesses one, which makes him wonder if he has overlooked them before. He speculates that the stones could be a sign of illness, perhaps something akin to a kidney stone. He holds one of the mysterious black stones in his palm, attempting to cast a purification spell on it. When nothing happens, he observes that there is no change, concluding that the stones must have nothing to do with the curse. For now, he decides that mystery is not important. Having set the mystery of the stone aside, he turns his attention to a new project. With the help of his small clay doll companions, he finishes assembling a long, gleaming metal trough, propping it up on wooden blocks. With the structure complete, he pets Koa, the giant wolf, and explains his creation. He proudly announces that he has fashioned a camping stove from the silver mineral they found, admitting with a grin that he has been wanting to try this for a while. He elaborates on the next component, explaining that the rocks from their mountain are easy to shape and retain the properties of spells cast on them. They also hold up well to heat. Having shaped some of the cave rock into smooth, round balls, he has them ready to go. With the help of the clay dolls and small, gnome-like elves, he carefully lays the rock balls into the bottom of the silver stove. He declares that by picturing charcoal and heating them up, he can create his own barbecue. As the rocks begin to glow with intense heat, he holds up a skewer laden with meat. He notes that he crafted the skewers from gold mineral. The meat sizzles loudly as it cooks over the makeshift coals. The tantalizing aroma of cooking meat fills the air. He tells Karen, the cursed bird, to sit tight, as the food will be ready soon. He reflects that while he's made do with a hearth before, a proper grill is much better. He makes a mental note to set aside some raw meat for Koa, Shuri, and their companions, but recalls that Karen, and lately Spider Boss as well, have come to prefer their meat cooked. He tries to placate the eager wolves, reminding them they had just eaten, but their hungry gazes are insistent. With a sigh, he relents. Turning his attention to his own meal, he muses that all that's left is to add some salt and the juice of a lemony fruit. A thought then strikes him. Can Fluffy, his small winged companion, even eat meat? Without further hesitation, he takes a large, satisfying bite of the freshly cooked meat skewer. The flavor is incredible. He realizes he'll need to craft more cooking utensils and perhaps some sauce, which will require more exploration. His eyes widen in sudden realization. He remembers the simple stones he found earlier and wonders if it's possible to channel mana through them. As the wolves enjoy their meal, one of them remarks on the shocking sensation of mana shooting right through the food. This confirms his suspicion. He recalls panicking when his enchanted bidet once stopped working because its mana had been depleted. He concludes that, so far, the mountain rock is the most useful and effective mana conductor he has ever found. He observed that the small stones seemed capable of storing a significant amount of mana. Deciding to continue pouring his energy into one, he wondered what purpose it might serve. To his astonishment, the stone suddenly transformed. It now glowed with a translucent green hue, resembling a polished gem. His gaze shifted to the other stones scattered on the ground. He pondered if they, too, would undergo the same change. After some experimentation, he discovered a pattern. The stones transformed into a variety of colors, green, red, and different shades of blue. He realized the final color seemed to vary based on the species of monster the stone was associated with. Once changed, a stone would no longer accept mana, marking another key difference from the simple mountain rocks. He admired the colorful gems, admitting that while they were beautiful, he had no idea how to use them. A thought crossed his mind that they could likely be sold for a high price, though he had no one to sell them to. Suddenly, Koa barked, drawing his attention. The great wolf took a deep, powerful inhale, startling Akira. He had assumed she could use magic, but he wasn't prepared for what was happening. As he watched, Koa nudged a red stone forward with her paw. She then opened her maw and unleashed a tremendous torrent of fire, the blast echoing with a mighty roar. She presses a blue gem firmly into the earth, her intentions unclear. Akira, with the small, winged creature perched on his head, hastily tries to placate her, insisting he understands her demonstration. The great wolf pauses, tilting her head in confusion. He, however, had no idea what she was trying to communicate. A nervous sweat breaks out on his face as he realizes that if he lets her continue her experiments, he might end up getting cooked before he figures it out. He ventures a guess, asking if the stones are meant to multiply her mana. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he reaches for the gem, announcing that he will try it himself. The moment he touches the blue gem, a powerful torrent of water erupts from it, drenching him completely. He is left holding a simple cup, now overflowing. His companions, Karen the bird and Koa the wolf, can only stare in wide-eyed astonishment at the sudden deluge. As he kneels on the ground, soaked, Shuri the ant greets him cheerfully. The sudden return to domestic thoughts makes Akira cry out in alarm, remembering he left the stove on. He reflects that he has, by chance, acquired another remarkably convenient item, but decides he will figure out how to use it later. Shuri the ant proudly announces to her master that she has brought a massive pile of various tubers for his consideration. He looks at the bounty with wide-eyed amazement, asking if all of them are edible. In response, the assembled giant ants nod their heads in unison. Shuri elaborates, using her mandibles to snip a piece of a root. She explains that while some can be eaten raw, others become more fragrant and tasty when paired with meat, urging her master to try them. He thanks her for the information but decides to simply place the tubers in the shade for the time being, a decision that seems to surprise Shuri. He then turns and walks away, announcing his intention to start plowing a field for the tubers. Watching him depart, Shuri asks where he is going, mistakenly concluding that the tubers were not to his liking. He stands in an open patch of land, a hoe resting on his shoulder, flanked by two small clay dolls holding their own miniature tools. He remarks that the task should be simple since the baby ants have already aerated the soil. His plan is to first mix in the compost he made, and then plow the field. From nearby, Shuri asks when he had time to make compost. He looks back with a hint of uncertainty, admitting that his experience is limited to helping his father make compost. He knows nothing about actually growing vegetables. He knows the next step is to dig furrows for the tubers once the soil is prepared, but he is unsure if his approach is correct. Despite his doubts, he resolves to simply try his best. He holds a handful of the strange, lumpy tubers, wondering what they are. Deciding on a course of action, he resolves to cut the potato-like ones in half before planting. He surveys the vast, tilled field, satisfied that he has prepared enough ground. As he contemplates his work, Shuri the ant approaches, offering a spiky, root-like vegetable. Akira eyes it with suspicion, thinking it looks cursed, but Shuri assures him of its quality, explaining that if soaked in water, it will swell up and become extremely chewy. Despite his reservations, he decides to trust Shuri. Working alongside his clay dolls, he uses a hoe to pile the soil into higher mounds, reasoning that it will improve drainage for the crops. He looks out over the vast, immaculately prepared field, a bead of sweat on his brow. The scale of the project is far beyond his initial intention of a simple vegetable garden. It has become a full-fledged farm. He muses that even after planting 100 potatoes, the field is still only half full, leaving him to wonder where his plans went so awry. Meanwhile, his companions watch from a distance, completely bewildered. Shuri expresses confusion, questioning why their master is putting the food they worked so hard to gather back into the ground. Koa growls, wondering why he doesn't just use the basement for storage. Karen squawks, certain there must be some profound, incomprehensible reason for his master's strange behavior. Unaware of their confusion, he gazes at the massive field, already dreading the maintenance and the inevitable weeds. Though glad to be done with the planting, he notes the weather has grown warmer since his arrival. A determined smile spreads across his face as he realizes the solution. He needs to make more clay dolls. Nearby, a large, perfectly smooth, white cube rests on the ground, surrounded by a scattering of small, colorful, gem-like stones. Akira explains his plan for the magic stones he found. The red ones enhance fire magic, and the various shades of blue enhance water magic. To maintain the vast field, the clay dolls will need to weed, water, fertilize, and handle pests. He theorizes that embedding the stones into the dolls might grant them the ability to use magic, and with that thought, he presses a blue stone into the head of one of his creations. He continues to ponder the other stones. The green ones seem related to nature, but their specific element is unclear, and the purpose of the clear stones is a complete mystery. Deciding to experiment, he resolves to infuse them all with a large amount of his mana. In response to the infusion of mana, the clay dolls begin to stir, their single, gem-like eyes glowing as they rise to their feet. Facing his small army, he greets them with a cheerful morning and tells them he is counting on them. The dolls respond in unison, raising their arms in acknowledgement. With the fieldwork delegated, he turns his attention to his next task, walking towards the edge of a vast, sparkling lake. He marvels at how gorgeous the water looks now that he is purified. His reason for visiting the lake is a craving he can no longer ignore. Unable to find soybeans to make soy sauce, he has decided to catch some fish and attempt to make fish sauce instead. He recalls learning that the process simply involves adding salt to the fish and letting it ferment, noting that while it's an acquired taste, he loves non-PLA. As he prepares, the small, bat-like creature, Fluffy, flits by. Akira greets him, remarking on his cheerful disposition. He briefly reflects on his instructions to the clay dolls, hoping his message got through to them, though he admits it's hard to be certain. He cast his line into the calm lake, ready to begin. He explained to the small, winged creature, Fluffy, that he had fashioned a fishhook to catch food. As he balanced on a log, he confidently cast the line, while the giant wolf, Koa, curiously sniffed at his gear. His confidence was met with an immediate, violent reaction. A colossal splash erupted from the lake's surface as a massive, scaly tail thrashed wildly, catching him completely by surprise. The force of the impact sent a monstrous fish flying out of the water, landing with a heavy thud on the bank. Akira was knocked off his feet, staring in disbelief alongside the equally shocked Koa. As the enormous fish flopped helplessly on the ground, the small, winged creature flapped its wings with an air of accomplishment. He let out a relieved sigh, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. He had caught far more than he'd anticipated with a single cast, though he had to admit the creature wasn't going to win any beauty contests. He turned to the small creature with a grateful smile, thanking Fluffy for its unexpected help. He mused that such a large catch would be perfect for making fish sauce and decided to give it a shot. He excitedly planned his meal, thinking aloud that as soon as he got home, he would prepare the fish to ferment for sauce and grill the leftovers with salt. It had been ages since he'd eaten fish, and he couldn't wait. His journey, however, led him before a grand, unfamiliar structure. As he stared up at its towering walls, his wolf companion let out a series of barks. Meanwhile, within the walls of a royal court, the 4th Brigade commander knelt with his head bowed. A bald courtier, his expression severe, commanded him to repeat his report. From a window high above, gunmills watched the riders enter the courtyard. The 4th Knights Brigade had returned far sooner than anyone expected. He turned from a window to face the wolf-eared ruler, remarking that it had not even been a month since their departure. He questioned if something had gone wrong as the masked figure stepped closer. Before the ruler could respond, a subordinate entered the room, announcing that by order of His Majesty, the commanders of every brigade were to assemble immediately. Gunmill's expression hardened at the summons. In the throne room, the commanders stood assembled before the king. The bald courtier pressed the 4th Brigade commander, asking if he had discovered the cause of the scratch on the mage stone. The commander, looking utterly defeated, could only think to himself, "Is this how it ends?" He begins his testimony, declaring himself a loyal warrior who has always served the kingdom without fear for his own life. Yet, he admits it would be deeply vexing to be executed without understanding the truth behind his brigade's disastrous failure, a failure visualized by the memory of his knights being overwhelmed by shadowy beasts. His testimony continues, recounting the moment they entered the forest. An immense wall of light suddenly rushed past them, causing unrest. In the immediate aftermath, he realized all their slaves had fled. He elaborates on the chaos, his expression strained, explaining that the situation was so extraordinary he was unable to exercise sound judgment. Compounding the disaster, the beasts they faced, somehow enhanced by the kingdom's own magic, turned against his forces. This revelation sends a shockwave through the court. A bald courtier flinches, declaring such a thing impossible. He demands to know how the slaves could have escaped from a 4th Brigade, but the commander simply confirms that they did. Throughout the exchange, Gunmills remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the proceedings. The 4th Brigade commander's hand tightens on his own armor, a clear sign of his immense frustration and helplessness. Overwhelmed, the commander turns abruptly and begins to walk away. The alarmed courtier calls out, demanding to know where he is going. His movement is cut short by a roar from the throne. The horned king rises, his face contorted in fury as he bellows that the report is impossible. Seizing the moment, the bald courtier points decisively and relays the king's decree. The 4th Knights Brigade is to remain in reserve until given further orders. As the court officials march away from the throne room, the disgraced commander of the 4th Brigade remains kneeling, his face a mask of shock and humiliation. Elsewhere, in a quiet corridor, Miserost leans against a pillar. A scornful smile plays on his lips as he reflects on the commander's fate, thinking him a coward. He lets out a long breath, the tension of the recent ordeal finally leaving him. Beside him, Gunmills shares in the quiet relief. Gunmills turns to him, his expression serious. He states that for now, he's just glad Miserost made it out of the forest alive. Miserost's gaze drifts towards the memory of the woods. He asks Gunmills what could possibly be going on in that forest, explaining that while it didn't look any different, he felt a profound terror, an unnerving sensation that the forest itself was actively rejecting him. He recounts the harrowing moment an immense wall of light rushed toward him, making him believe his end had come. Yet, he clarifies that the only thing that happened was the slaves running away. The soldiers themselves were left completely unaffected, leaving him with no clue as to what transpired. Miserost wonders aloud if this was a warning from the monarchs of the forest. Gunmills immediately dismisses the idea, reasoning that if the monarchs possessed such power, they would have fought back much sooner. He concludes that there must be something else in the forest, something even more powerful than its known rulers, and questions what it could possibly be. He stares in disbelief, his mind reeling from the report. The commander voices the chilling possibility aloud. Perhaps a foe even more powerful than the forest monarchs has only just emerged. Elsewhere, heavy footsteps echo through a grand hall as a furious ruler demands answers. He questions how the slaves could have possibly run away, declaring it impossible. This means the slave runes, reinforced by the Mage Stone, have lost their influence, a development he cannot comprehend. His anger mounting, he proclaims the escape is out of the question. For centuries, he roars, they have strengthened the Mage Stone with countless sacrifices. He turns to an attendant, asserting that the great barrier which protects their kingdom remains fully functional, just as it was designed. However, a new thought takes root. He considers the magically enhanced beasts they unleashed into the forest and wonders if the changes in those creatures could mean they have somehow regained their original instincts. The very instincts his kingdom had warped using the power of the Mage Stone. The thought triggers a memory, a voice echoing from a dark past. He recalls the moment of a fateful offer, a pair of hands extended from the shadows, presenting the Mage Stone with an instruction: use it to claim all the power of the forest. He remembers his younger self, kneeling in the darkness, looking up at the source of that voice as the promise was completed. With this power, he would become king of the world. His thoughts drift to the decades of peace, a time when the forest's inhabitants hardly fought back. He reflects on their strategy. By stealing the forest's mana over centuries, they have successfully suppressed any attempts at rebellion from the beasts, all in accordance with the revelations given to them by the gods. He clenches his fist, frustrated by the thought that they were so close. Just one more push, he believes, would have been enough to end the beast for good. A guttural cry of rage escapes him as he grips a nearby goblet. His rage boils over. After all their work, he cannot believe they could be foiled now. With a snap, the metal of the goblet gives way, crashing as he crushes it in his bare hand. The dark liquid within splashes across his robes. Unfazed, the young attendant standing before him simply says, "Leave us." Ignoring the attendant, his eyes burn with a new, terrible resolve. He makes a decision, his voice low and menacing as he declares his intention to see that forest for himself. His thought completes with a vow of destruction. The forest will be burned to the ground. Meanwhile, within that very forest, Akira Tennu stand beside the giant wolf, Koa, with the clay dolls at their feet. He looks ahead, a sudden expression of concern on his face. With a sharp glint in his eyes and a knife held ready, Akira Tennu announces his next project. It is time to make fish sauce. He begins his work on a large fish, noting with satisfaction how cleanly the silver or knife cuts. The first step, he explains to himself, is to remove the head, internal organs, and blood to ensure the fish can be processed properly. His next consideration is preservation. He determines that the fish must be preserved in salt, calculating that an amount equal to 20% of the fish's size should suffice. However, he realizes the importance of the salt quantity and makes a mental note to check how much he has available. He then begins the packing process, carefully applying a sufficient amount of salt to the fish. He presses the salted pieces firmly into a large jar, ensuring there are no gaps. As he fills the container, he decides to add a little more salt on top as a precaution. He will continue to store the fish in this manner until the entire vase is full. With the jar packed, he considers the final step. The container must be stored in a cold, dark place for 1 to 2 years. He swiftly covers the opening with a cloth and ties it securely. He reflects on the long wait, but a hopeful thought occurs to him. The magic inherent in this world might alter the outcome. With a confident smile, he decides to accelerate the timeline, planning to check on it in just 3 months. He inspects the results of his half-year-long project. The texture has grown more viscous, and the distinct scent of fermentation fills the air. Nearby, Shuri the ant wonders what its master has been doing, while Koa the wolf simply notes that it smells good. Inside the pot, the dark, pungent mixture has settled after months of transformation. He then begins to filter the contents through a piece of fine cloth. Though it stinks, he recognizes the unique smell as a sign of success, noting that the fish meat has completely broken down. The resulting liquid is a beautiful, light brown color. Holding a small bowl of the precious liquid, he declares that the next step is to apply heat, stopping the fermentation. With the sauce complete, it is now time to cook. A thick steak of fish sizzles over the open flame. As the meal cooks, he tells his companions that since they will be returning soon, they should also grill a portion for Karen. With the rest of the fish frozen, they will enjoy this meal for today. He tastes a small piece, finding the saltiness just right and the flavor delicious. He then demonstrates the final touch. Once the fish is fully cooked on one side, he flips it and drizzles a few drops of a newly created fish sauce over the hot surface, releasing a wonderful fragrance. He lifts a piece of the freshly grilled fish to his mouth, his expression a mixture of hope and anticipation as he takes the first bite. His eyes widen in shock and delight. A satisfied sound escapes him as the flavor registers, a jolt of pure culinary revelation. The potent aroma drifts to his companions. Koa, the giant wolf, perks up and calls out to her master, while Chabarni lets out an inquisitive noise, their attention captured. He is overcome with emotion, declaring the dish absolutely delicious. He realizes that the long fermentation process was the key, creating a profound umami that perfectly complemented the salt and brought out the fish's incredible aroma. He reflects that all his effort has finally paid off. The taste is so good, he finds himself wishing for some rice to accompany it. As he savors the moment, he feels a strange wind. Suddenly, he is surrounded. The wind was the heavy breathing of Koa, Soa, and Hayo, who now loom over him with intense, focused eyes, drool dripping from their jaws. He recoils in alarm, holding the plate away from them. He shouts for them to wait, explaining frantically that the dish is too salty and isn't good for them to eat. He relents under the intense pressure, promising the wolves that they can each have a single drop. Their response is immediate and unnerving. Their eyes gleam with a terrifying hunger as they loom over him. The giant spider, Chabarani, joins the fray, her massive face looming over him. He pleads with her to stop, admitting that she's scaring him and laments that he now has to grill another portion of meat. His attention then shifts to Shuri the ant, offering the grilled meat and asking if it would prefer that instead. For a moment, he allows himself to think that he can finally eat in peace. But that peace is shattered as Chabarani lunges forward, drooling directly onto his plate. He shouts in alarm, demanding to know what the chief is doing. Having seemingly resolved the commotion, he finally takes a bite of the fish. He remarks on its deliciousness, turning to the small, winged creature Fluffy, who is already munching contentedly beside him. The full scene reveals a strange picnic. Akira sits amidst his entire retinue of monstrous companions, all of them now placated and eating their own portions. He reflects internally that this is hardly the time to be lost in his own world, wishing someone would break the surreal silence. Later that night, under a crescent moon, he collapses into his bed with a sigh of relief. He muses on how tiring the day has been, finding solace in the soft bed. As he drifts off, he runs his hand through the thick fur he's resting on, marveling at how amazing it feels and realizing that his monstrous companions are continuously evolving. He awakens, still resting on the soft fur of one of his wolf companions. As two of his clay dolls stand watch, he makes a mental note to check on the fields the next day, chuckling to himself that the little ones have effectively become his farming squad. The next morning, he is startled to find his clothes have undergone a considerable upgrade. One of the clay dolls presents him with a freshly prepared garment as he greets the giant ants already hard at work tilling the fields. The clay doll demonstrates remarkable proficiency with a farming tool, its swift movements startling the nearby giant ants. As another clay doll approaches, he asks if it needs assistance with anything. With the small, winged creature hovering near his shoulder, he readily agrees to help. He finds himself surrounded by his more formidable companions, Shuri and the Spider Queen. The small dragon, however, seems crestfallen, asking with concern if its help is not needed. In response, Shuri and the Spider Queen each present a large, smooth orb. They eagerly request that their master pour his magic into them, with one pointing out that its orb is even bigger. Momentarily taken aback by the request, he hesitates for a second before breaking into a smile, agreeing that he would be happy to help them. He looked down at the two large orbs presented by Shuri and the Spider Boss, noticing how they seemed to be pouring their own magic into them. Confused, he wondered aloud what he was supposed to do. In response, the two creatures simply pushed the orbs closer, their intent clear and insistent. He finally understood their request. They wanted him to pour his own magic into the spheres. Placing a hand on the nearest one, he channeled his energy until a loud crack echoed from its surface. He asked if that was enough, then immediately worried that he might have overdone it. The crack widened, and from within the fractured orb, a swarm of small spider minions emerged. The sight startled him, and he let out a loud scream as the creatures scurried out. Sometime later, as he walked through the forest beside Koa, he apologized for his outburst, patting the giant wolf's head. He confessed that he had never been good with bugs, admitting that if they had been centipedes, he would have been completely overwhelmed. Noticing one of the new spider minions riding on Chai's back, he asked if the wolf was okay giving a ride. Turning his attention to Chai, he offered to pet him as well, but the gray wolf turned away. Akira sighed, thinking he'd been rejected. He then remarked to Koa how good it felt to walk with her again, musing that she and Chai didn't seem to get along lately and wondering if it was because he'd been giving her more attention. Chai, however, thought to himself that he had wanted to groom Koa. Flustered, Koa snapped at Chai, telling him not to imply she was jealous of her master. She tilted her head, a picture of innocence that Akira found utterly charming. The two dark wolves accompanying them, however, seemed less impressed, maintaining their stoic, almost restless posture. As they continued their journey through the dense woods, he took note of the landscape, remarking aloud on the surprising number of caves dotting the forest. He stopped abruptly, his senses on high alert. Koa tensed beside him as he whispered that something was there. From the shadows ahead, two monstrous, dark-furred beasts with glowing eyes lunged forward. A third creature joined the first two, all three of them snarling with feral intensity, their glowing eyes fixed on their prey. Far from the dangers of the forest, within the walls of a grand city built against a mountain, other forces were at play. Inside the fortress, a council of commanders and mages had assembled, among them the formidable figures of Miserost, the Archmage, and Gunmills. Addressing the gathered ranks, Gunmills laid out the plan. 25 mages from the Second Chivalric Order would provide escort, while his own Fifth Order would be tasked with subjugating the monsters. He grimly acknowledged that this deployment was the direct consequence of their earlier conclusions. As he prepared his forces, Commander Miseras spoke with a confident smile, stating that until now, he had shown the beasts of the forest mercy, all for the glory of the country. Gunmill's expression hardened as he listened. He countered that their repeated resistance had exhausted his mercy and patience, which is why a new course of action was necessary. He then announced his final decision to the assembled knights, who reacted with a murmur of surprise and anticipation. He had decided to burn the forest down. While Miseras seemed eager for the command, the Archmage interjected with a strategic observation. They noted it was highly likely their current foes were not the true kings of the forest, and that the combined power of the mages and the battle-hungry Fifth Chivalric Order would be more than sufficient. Meanwhile, deep within that same forest, the Shadow Wolves' assault continued. One lunged directly at Akira, only to be violently intercepted by Koa, who threw herself in the path of the attack to protect him. He confirmed that he had erected a barrier, ensuring their immediate safety. With a moment to think, he observed the creatures, wondering if they were like Shuri. Koa, however, seemed to recognize them. Snarling with fury, she roared at the Shadow Wolves, demanding to know if they had forgotten her and ordering them to get a hold of themselves. As one of the Shadow Wolves lunges at Chai, the Grey Wolf cries out for his master's help. Standing beside Koa, Akira's eyes widen in understanding. He thrusts his fist forward, shouting a single command, "Bind." He knew it. The command instantly takes effect, erecting an invisible barrier around the Shadow Wolves. They slam against the unseen walls, howling in confusion and rage, unable to break through. He watches them, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It worked perfectly. They were enclosed in a cage, just as he had envisioned. His attention then turns back to his own pack. He gestures dismissively towards the trapped beasts and commands them to be released, then reassures the shaken Chai, telling him not to worry. As the binding spell dissipates, the Shadow Wolves begin to flicker and fade, their forms dissolving. Chai looks on in shock. Akira, however, seems to have another idea, calling out, "All right," as he turns back to the remaining wolf. His plan hits a snag as the last Shadow Wolf collapses, coughing up a dark, viscous substance. Realizing the creature is in distress, Akira rushes to its side, recognizing that this is not good and attempting to cast a healing spell. The healing magic works wonders. The once menacing wolf, now docile, gently nuzzles against Akira's face. He is surrounded by the now friendly creatures, their aggression completely gone, as Koa and Chai look on. He looked upon the now pacified wolves, his expression grim. The small, fluffy creature on his shoulder asked Chai if these were his friends, while Akira noted their emaciated state. "Hell," he muttered, taking in their malnourishment. His quiet fury was mirrored by far more public rage elsewhere. The Horned King, his face contorted in a snarl, addressed his subjects. He declared his intent to demonstrate the terrifying power of the Invali's kingdom to the rulers of the forest. As his people raised their fists in unified support, Akira's own resolve hardened. He swore he would never forgive the ones responsible for the wolves' suffering. As if in answer to the king's decree, a colossal bolt of energy descended from the heavens, striking a distant castle with overwhelming force. A winged messenger hovered in the air, observing the raw power of the kingdom being unleashed. A few days after being tasked with tripling the agricultural core, Akira Tennu observed the diligent march of his clay dolls across the expanding fields. The work progressed at an astonishing rate. Before he even realized it, a small lake had formed nearby, with a small, winged water dragon already flying over its surface. He stood by the shore of the new lake as the water dragon splashed playfully. Turning his attention to the small ants nearby, he praised them, exclaiming that it was amazing they had managed to dig out the entire area. The small creature flapped its wings, lifting out of the water only to plop down heavily on the ground right in front of him. Akira watched, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. It splashed once more before moving slowly on the land. Utterly confused by the display, Akira admitted he didn't understand. He turned and went inside, slamming the door behind him. From a distance, he watched as the creature began repeatedly bumping its body against a tree near the water's edge. He wondered if it was trying to tell him to cut down the trees, perhaps to widen the lake even further. After a long day of work, he returned to the lake, announcing his arrival with a weary sigh. On a nearby log, two of the giant ants rested, seemingly finished with their own labors. Back inside his home, Akira stared in disbelief at his pantry. He questioned how it was possible that even the shelves that were once empty were now completely filled with food. As he wondered aloud, a small spider minion tugged at his pant leg, drawing his attention to the stairs where Koa, the giant wolf, stood waiting. He understands the need for the provisions. With winter approaching, he realizes they will require preserved food from the fields, which means the storage room must be expanded. As he contemplates this, his small spider and clay doll minions rustle around his feet. As if sensing his intent, one of the clay dolls begins to march purposefully toward a wall. Watching it, Akira decides to imbue the new space with a magical property, an enchantment that will stop time within it once it cools, perfectly preserving its contents. Immediately, the small figures set to work with astonishing speed and skill. With tiny hammers and saws, they begin construction, their movements precise and coordinated. Akira can only marvel at their professional-level craftsmanship. Once the expansion is complete, the clay dolls form an orderly line, carrying cuts of meat and bunches of produce to stock the new shelves. One of the dolls even approaches him directly, presenting a tray laden with food as if to offer its personal assistance. Later, outside in the forest, Akira sighs, feeling he should at least help with the hunt. Beside him, Koa growls with excitement, urging her master to join her in a full-speed run for once. He tells her to wait, his attention suddenly snagged by a small, dark shape zipping past. It is Fluffy, the small winged creature. Akira looks on in surprise as Koa watches its flight. He rode atop Koa, surprised they had already reached the edge of the barrier. It had only been about 2 hours, even with the detours they had taken. He began to contemplate whether he should expand the barrier's range even further. His thoughts were cut short by a piercing screech from above. A winged wyvern descended upon them, its maw open in a threatening cry. The creature unleashed a torrent of dark, blazing energy. Koa howled, barking a desperate warning to her master about the imminent danger. Meanwhile, Karen the bird was enjoying a leisurely flight back, appreciating the comfort within the barrier. Her peace was shattered when she spotted the rare wyvern. She wondered about its target before realizing with alarm that it was her master. Knowing a wyvern's tough hide made it a difficult foe, she raced towards the confrontation, hoping to arrive in time. Before she could intervene, a massive, unseen force sliced cleanly through the air, striking the wyvern. The bird froze mid-flight, her eyes wide with surprise at the sudden turn of events. It was Akira. He stood with his hand raised, his heart pounding. He hadn't expected his reflexive action, a memory of a past attack, to actually manifest as a physical slash that cut through the air itself. He looked down at the carcass of the slain wyvern, a practical thought crossing his mind. Turning to Koa, he asked if the creature might be edible, to which she responded with a series of enthusiastic barks. His attention was then drawn by the arrival of Karen. He greeted the bird warmly, welcoming her back, but immediately noticed her rigid posture and questioned why she seemed frozen stiff. Meanwhile, the rest of the wolf pack had begun to feast on the wyvern's remains. One of the wolves offered a piece to Chai, who accepted it gratefully while the others tore into their meal. Watching them, Akira reflected on his earlier assumption. He had thought Chai would leave Koa's side once reunited with his own kind, but seeing them together now, he realized he had worried for nothing. He recalled a time when he had unintentionally shouted the words divine punishment and felt a strange sense of relief. But now, clenching his fist, a new unease settled over him. He didn't know what would happen with this power, nor the identity of the one responsible for the curse. Far away, in a throne room, the Horned King was violently startled by a sudden surge of energy. He questioned what had just happened, wondering if he had been attacked. The thought seemed impossible. His entire country was supposed to be protected by a powerful, constantly maintained barrier erected by his mages. In another part of the castle, the commanders discussed the incident. Miserost expressed his surprise, having been absent during the attack. The 4th Brigade commander recounted that it appeared as though lightning had struck just before the king, only to be repelled by his protective barrier. He remarked on the formidable strength of the king's defenses, a sentiment Gunmills absorbed in quiet contemplation. He explained the king's perplexing actions, revealing that he had repurposed the mages intended for the magic forest. Instead, they were ordered to erect numerous barriers around the magic stone room, where the king had then sealed himself away. Miserost, incredulous, questioned if he'd heard correctly that troops were dispatched despite this. The commander couldn't fathom such a display of caution. He wondered aloud why the supposedly invincible King Imperius was acting so timidly, especially when their country had not faced an attack for hundreds of years. Gunmills then added a critical piece of information. The primary barrier protecting the entire country was still fully intact. Confused by this new detail, Miserost asked him to clarify what he meant. His eyes narrowed as he explained the grave implication. The fact that the national barrier was untouched meant that the attack had somehow reached the king from beyond the country's borders. This conclusion, he admitted, was precisely why he was so deeply pondering the situation. The realization struck Miserost with force, leaving him momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, far away and completely unaware of the turmoil he had caused, Akira Tennu casually wondered to himself if the attack he had launched had actually missed. He turned his attention to the scene before him, where his clay dolls were rapidly dismantling the carcass of a winged lizard. Koa, the giant wolf at his side, expressed her relief that the children were safe. Akira mentioned that the golems had asked to handle the task themselves, a request he found slightly unreasonable but granted. Seeing their swift work, he cheerfully suggested they all have dinner. He holds up the massive, scaly leg of the wyvern, his expression a mixture of resolve and unease. He vows to the fallen beast that he will use every last bit of it, even the skin, so that it may rest in peace. With that promise made, he begins to prepare the meat, which sizzles and steams as it cooks in a boiling pot. While grilling skewers of the meat, he turns to Koa and explains his method. He suspects the winged lizard's meat will get hard when grilled, so he tried soaking it in fruit juice first. He then asks if she has ever eaten wyvern before. Koa confirms that she has, describing it as elastic and filling. The fragrant smell, a scent they have never encountered before, draws the attention of the cursed bird and the water dragon. They note the intense pressure emanating from the food, a testament to the creature's power. As they all watch, Akira remarks that the winged lizard doesn't taste like chicken, which is a shame as he wants some fried chicken. He recalls a program where oil was squeezed from camellia seeds and wonders if a similar seed exists in this world. The cursed bird screeches possessively, claiming the meat master cooked it for him. Hayo, the dark wolf, dismisses the bird, stating its portion is too small and that it should go to Koa if it wants more. Taking the hint, Koa generously offers a piece of her own portion to the other wolves, telling them to try some. The act of sharing sends all of his companions into a feeding frenzy. The wolves, the bird, the dragon, the spiders, the clay dolls, and even the giant ants swarm him, all chomping down on the food. Overwhelmed by the chaos, Akira realizes with a tear in his eye that he cannot escape this reality, and that things are only getting worse. After the chaotic meal, a moment of calm settles under the wide, open sky. His thoughts turn to improving their cooking. He considers that oil could be squeezed from a variety of seeds and resolves to experiment with everything they've eaten so far. While fried chicken isn't yet possible, he muses that fried pumpkin would be delicious, deciding to procure the oil first. Tasting one of the potential ingredients, he licks his finger thoughtfully. The flavor is different than expected, leaving him to wonder which of the seeds will actually produce the oil he needs. As he sorts through the items, his eyes widen in surprise as he holds up a small, glistening object he hadn't noticed before. His discovery is interrupted when his small companions, the baby spider and baby ant, present him with a large, smooth, blue fruit, flanked by the wolves Hayo and Soa. He looks at the creatures and asks where they found it. Meanwhile, far from the forest, the Knight Commanders Gunmills and Miserost hold a serious discussion. Gunmills reports that the journey from the royal castle to the forest entrance takes 10 days, and it would require months more to reach the center. He notes the strangeness of the king being attacked in such a remote location, prompting Miserost to question the suddenness of the assault. Miserost's expression hardens with realization. He concludes that the attack was likely a direct response to the king's proclamation to burn down the entire forest. Deep within the forest, Akira Tennu walks with a newfound sense of his own capabilities. He realizes his power has swelled immensely, estimating it to be at least 5 times greater than before. His companions, Hayo and Soa, sense the change. Hayo barks with concern, warning that pushing himself any further would be a burden on his body. Akira, however, smiles calmly, explaining his intention to first determine the full range of the barrier and then purify it, while also keeping an eye out for any locations of interest. Meanwhile, in the royal castle, the Horned King laughs with relief and arrogance. He gloats that whatever attack was just launched against him failed, dismissing it as the final, desperate struggle of beasts that couldn't even reach his protective barrier. His assessment is immediately questioned by Gunmills, who suggest that this event proves they possess the power to protect not only the kingdom, but lands far beyond it. As the king looks on, startled, Gunmills proposes that it is time to pay back the curse twofold. Before the discussion can continue, the Archmage raises his hands. With a sharp cry of return, the large crystalline font at the center of the room shatters. The king looks on in disbelief as the Archmage commands the curse held within the soil to be released, causing orbs of energy to erupt around the chamber. He continues the incantation with growing intensity, commanding the curse within the rivers and lakes to return as well. As a final, thundering command, he orders the entire barrier to be purified, from the deepest roots to the highest leaves, unleashing a massive wave of crackling energy. With a final, definitive snap, the ritual concludes. The crystal lies dull and broken. The Archmage and his acolytes collapse to the floor, utterly spent. The Horned King can only stare, his face a mask of pure horror, as he comprehends the catastrophic loss of his protection. Far from the capital's turmoil, Akira Tennu's face broke into a wide, contented smile. His eyes were squeezed shut in pure bliss, a blush spreading across his cheeks as he basked in a feeling of immense satisfaction. Koa, the giant white wolf, stands guard, her gaze sweeping over the landscape. She considers the task ahead, realizing it will likely take more than a single day to cover the entire area. A few days earlier, she had roared in astonishment, questioning the source of Akira's immense power. At that time, she noted that she could no longer sense the barrier nearby, yet the small clay golems continued their work undeterred. In the present, Akira, with Karen the bird perched on his head, finds his companions gathered and asks what they are all crowded around for. From a distance, Koa observes him, reflecting that maintaining a barrier of such a massive scale doesn't seem to tire him in the slightest, a fact she has come to expect. Below, Akira stands on a newly constructed, enormous wooden deck, exclaiming at its size, recalling how he had simply come home one day to find his helpers had built it. Inside the house, he is further surprised to find that all the rooms now have sliding doors. He tests one, marveling at how smoothly it rolls open and shut, and expresses his relief that he can finally use the toilet in peace. As he turns away, a small clay doll tugs at his pant leg to get his attention. He sighs, realizing they are back for more work. The doll leads him to a stack of large, framed glass panes. Akira immediately understands their intent, asking if it's a frame for a bigger sliding door and confirming that they need glass for it. The dolls eagerly present the materials. With the new door installed, the clay dolls immediately turn their attention to the living room, swiping at the walls. Akira watches them, wondering what they had planned now. He watched as the small clay doll shimmered with a faint light, marching purposefully toward the living room wall. Addressing the tiny figures, he confirmed their task, stating that he needed the wall removed. In an instant, a large section of the wall was cleanly extracted and lifted away. The sight startled him, prompting a brief moment of wonder if the one-eyed dolls knew magic, but he quickly decided not to dwell on it. With the wall project underway, he turned his attention to another matter, announcing it was time to extract some oil. As he looked at the press, a sudden idea struck him. Why not use magic to apply the necessary pressure? The process yielded successful, if not perfect, results. A tiny sample of the oil proved fine, so he continued with the rest of the seeds. The resulting liquid was faintly pink with a sweet aroma. He found a freshly pressed oil was excellent for frying the eggplant-like vegetables he had. As he cooked, Koa watched intently, sniffing the air, blowing on the hot food to cool it. He held out the plate to his assembled companions. Koa, Hayo, Soa, Chibarani, and even Karen gathered around, their eyes fixed on the meal. He paused, wondering aloud if wolves could eat deep-fried vegetables, before deciding to offer them just a small portion each. He was startled when a large wolf, Chai, approached him with a friendly growl, its tail wagging vigorously as it called out to its master. The wolf, now surrounded by his packmates, happily reported that they were all looking much better, expressing his sincere gratitude. As Akira smiled, glad to hear they were recovering, he offered them all something to eat. One of the wolves, however, remained wary, quietly questioning Chai if they could truly trust a human. Chai was quick to reassure his packmate, insisting they could feel the kindness emanating from Akira's manner. The moment the food was presented, the pack erupted in excited yelps. It was clear that Chai's pack had a particular fondness for the pumpkin-like vegetable he had prepared. Watching them eat, he realized he still needed to give them names. He decided to call the males Chaya and Chada, and a distinctive one with white patches would be named Chiru. He then turned his attention to the females, naming them Sao, Sammy, and Sasa. A particular female with red patches and red eyes, he decided would be called Kisa. With the naming complete, he felt a sense of pride, pleased with himself for keeping the names in a similar style to Chai's. His small clay doll stood by observing. He set about improving his new home, starting with a porch, which he began to expand with a heavy wooden beam. The result was an impressive, wider space, complete with a new trough for the animals. Akira stepped back to admire his handiwork, pleased with the outcome as the wolves explored the new construction. Later, while relaxing inside, he reflected on his cooking. He had managed to deep fry some vegetables, but he still found himself wishing for a proper cast iron pan. This led him to wonder how he could possibly find iron or lamenting that he didn't have a magnet to aid in the search. As he mulled it over, a sudden realization struck him. He remembered his wallet, specifically the small, shining clasp that held it shut. He did have one, after all. From that day on, his excursions took on a new purpose. Whenever he left the house, he searched for iron ore. He explained to his wolf companion that his method was simple. He was just checking to see if the magnet from his wallet would stick to anything within his reach. But despite his persistent efforts, the search proved fruitless. His explorations did, however, allow him to create a detailed map of his surroundings. It showed only a fraction of the land within the barrier, yet it was filled with notations. His home, the locations where he'd found Shuri and Chai's pack, the lake where he'd caught a large fish, and even the discovery sites of strange red and blue glowing minerals. The map also marked the presence of an endless maze and numerous unexplored caves, hinting at the vastness of the territory. He stood within a rocky cavern, flanked by Soa and Chai, musing that he hadn't truly explored the depths of any caves yet. Perhaps, he considered, the area was once full of volcanoes. He couldn't believe how much he had seen in only 5 days, with so much more yet to explore. His search continued to be fruitless. He found all sorts of rocks, but not the specific one he needed. As he contemplated whether to push onward, his eyes fell upon a strange, glowing formation embedded in the rock wall. Deciding against it for now, he figured it was about time to head back. The detour had at least provided a good opportunity for hunting, as evidenced by the large boar-like creature Soa and Chai had successfully taken down. As they made their way, another cave entrance appeared before them. Peering inside, Akira was taken aback by the sight of a massive, glowing crystalline structure. He moved closer, realizing a small, turquoise squirrel was trapped within the crystal. Wondering if it was still alive, he reached out and invoked a purification spell. The crystal immediately began to crack under the spell's influence. He recoiled slightly as it shattered with a powerful burst, noting that the material wasn't ice, as it wasn't cold to the touch. He could see there was something inside. From the shards emerged the turquoise squirrel. It shook its fluffy tail, trilled softly, and looked up at him. Akira's tactical thoughts vanished, replaced by a single, overwhelming realization. It was incredibly cute. He expressed his relief that Soa, the white wolf, seems uninterested in the small creature. His relief is short-lived, however, as he immediately worries that the other wolves might simply see it as a potential meal. His concern proves valid as the other wolves react. Chai, the gray wolf, hopes the creature is alone, while another wolf named Kisa growls defensively. Soa, however, seems unimpressed, questioning why a large dire wolf would be afraid of a mere Ratatosk. In response, the small creature, the Ratatosker, begins squeaking and scratching at Akira, gesturing back toward the crystal formation. He quickly understands its intention. It wants him to free its friends. He obliges, shattering the crystal with a powerful blow. Instantly, a horde of identical creatures pours out, swarming over him and chittering excitedly. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of creatures, he cries out in surprise. His wolf companions, seeing him covered, yelp in alarm, convinced they need to rescue their master. After the wolves help clear the swarm away, Soa snorts with an air of satisfaction. Akira, now free, thanks them for their help, admitting with a nervous smile that he was starting to get worried. As they continue their journey, he reflects on the day's lack of progress, noting to the small creature on his head that after searching 4 caves, they have nothing to show for it. Despite the failed search, he glances at the Ratatosker now perched on his shoulder, admitting that he doesn't mind keeping one, as it's quite cute. The small creature trembles in response. He mused that he had time to burn and might as well take it easy. Soa, walking beside him, pointed out the simple truth. Iron ore wasn't something one could find in just any old place. The observation seemed to deflate his casual mood. His walk led him to a familiar cave entrance, the very place where he had found his companions. He mentioned to Chai that it was surprisingly close to home, only a 15-minute walk. A thought crossed his mind. He'd never actually explored the cave's interior, though he doubted he would find anything of value. Shaking off the pessimism, he slapped his cheeks, steeling himself to investigate. As he took a step forward, his foot caught on something unseen, sending him sprawling to the ground. Soa and Chai yelped in alarm, rushing to his side. It seemed the very thing he sought, the blue bird of happiness, had been right under his nose all along. At that moment, Karen descended from the sky. Soa greeted the bird, remarking on her timely arrival. With a weary flap of her wings, Karen reported another unsuccessful day of searching for dragons. From his position on the ground, Akira looked up at his returning companion. The bird's arrival was overshadowed by a sudden fury from Akira's back. Bubs erupted, its eyes wide with indignation, roaring its disapproval at the sight of a filthy Ratatosker perched upon its master's shoulder. Startled by the furious outburst, the small creature squeaked and leaped from Akira's shoulder. It scrambled up the wall of the house, joining a group of identical creatures that had already gathered there, much to Akira's surprise. Bubs continued to smolder with rage. His surprise turned to understanding as Shuri the ant appeared, brandishing a sharpened leg defensively. He finally grasped the situation, wondering aloud when these vermin had infiltrated their home and declaring his immediate dislike for them. Beside him, Karen chirped, seemingly remarking that his reaction lacked a certain dignity. He contemplated the new additions to his unusual family, wondering if all the critters, Shuri, Bubs, Soa, Chai, Chabarani, and Karen, would manage to get along. His thoughts were cut short by a sharp, unified sound. An entire troop of his clay dolls snapped to attention in perfect unison. Startled, he turned to face them, asking what was happening. He followed their unseen gesture, his gaze falling upon a vast, flourishing field that stretched out before him, leaving him momentarily speechless. He turned to one of the small clay figures, puzzled. He recalled plowing this field only 2 months prior and believed just a fraction of the crop was ready. He questioned if it could possibly be time for the harvest already. He examined the right plants, marveling that all he had done was sow a few seeds and water the patch a single time. He hesitantly asked if he was truly permitted to assist with the harvest. With their silent consent, he reached down and pulled a large, strange vegetable from the earth. It resembled something from the melon family, but he joyfully declared it to be a potato-y thing. He brought the harvest inside, the pleasant aroma of roasted vegetables wafting through the air. As he looked over the diced pieces, he couldn't help but marvel at their sheer size. His taste testing revealed a variety of flavors among the strange, radish-like vegetables. He noted that one roasted nicely but had a weak flavor, while another was unpleasantly sweet. Deciding to discard the less palatable ones into the compost, he realized this was an opportunity. With careful cultivation, he could potentially develop a whole new range of condiments. He finally found a variety with a perfect texture and taste, unlike anything he had ever eaten before. His companions shared in the feast, their reactions filled with delight. Soa was amazed at how many plants had sprouted from the few she had originally found, while Chabarani marveled at the root's incredible sweetness. Their shared satisfaction quickly turned into a singular, unified desire. They needed to find a way to get even more of this delicious food. This desire manifested immediately. Akira found them all out in the garden, urgently communicating their plans. Soa scratched at the soil, Chabarani pointed with a spindly leg, and Shuri gestured emphatically, all indicating new spots to plant. Confused, Akira asked what they were doing. Before he knew it, they had laid out a map of epic proportions, detailing their ambitious hopes for agricultural expansion. The companions, now joined by the clay dolls, all clamored for his attention, overwhelming him with their demands. Flustered, he tried to interject, but it was clear his own plans, like using the iron ore he had acquired, would have to wait for another day. A memory surfaces of a long, internal battle fought against an unseen foe. The battle was one of identity. He began to lose himself, resigning to the inevitable until his own friends, consumed by a terrible darkness, turned on him. When he finally came to his senses, he found that nearly all his friends were gone. He and a few survivors had taken refuge in a large, carved-out den. One of his packmates suggested they go deeper inside to find a place to hide, acknowledging they would need to rest to continue their fight against the humans. As if waking for the first time, he gasped, a gentle gust of wind sweeping over him. He wondered if he had lost consciousness and what had just transpired. He stretched his limbs, a profound sense of relief washing over him. His body felt lighter, his mind clearer. A nearby packmate called out, asking if he was still alive. He registered the sensation of a soothing wind, questioning if it was some form of magic. Lying on the forest floor, he could only be thankful for that strange, soothing wind. Though they were all still in tatters, another wolf managed to snatch some meager prey, a small sign of recovery. His gaze lifted towards the canopy. The dark shadow that had swamped the entire forest was finally fading away. He allowed himself a moment of hope, wondering if the danger had truly passed. He announced to the others that he felt strong enough to join the hunt today, a sentiment met with relief. One of his packmates hoped they could find and help more of their friends. As they prepared to move, his attention was suddenly drawn to something at the mouth of the cave. He called out, urging those who were able to come with him. Peering out from the darkness were several pairs of unfamiliar, watchful eyes. Emerging from the cave was not a threat, but Soa, the majestic white wolf, followed closely by Chai and another pack member. The rest of the pack watched in astonishment. They recognized her immediately as the Queen of the Fenrir, one of the forest's monarchs, and questioned the identity of the dire wolf at her side. Unseen by the wolves, another presence watched from a distance. It was the spider monarch, Aramirani, whose sheer size shocked the hidden observers. They remarked that they had never heard of spiders producing thread in such a manner. The reason for the monarch's presence became clear as a human suddenly came into view, his eyes wide with shock. In an instant, both Soa and Chai turned on him, their bodies tensed and growls rumbling from their chests. They recognized him as the enemy, and the white wolf prepared to strike. She lets out a deafening growl, her fangs bared as she faces Chai. He returns the aggression, his own eyes glowing with menace. Between them, Akira stands frozen, trapped by their sudden hostility. The sudden turn of events sends a wave of shock through Chai's pack. They can only stare, their expressions a mixture of confusion and terror at the sight of their leaders turning on the human. Caught between the two massive wolves, Akira lets out a desperate yelp. He realizes with dawning horror that Koa and Chai have grown immense, their size now truly intimidating. His mind flashes back to the recent past. For a time, he had focused on exploring the area around his home base, tasting new plants, and painstakingly working on forging a frying pan through a process of trial and error. He recalls exploring a cave he'd found, wondering if a strange web within was Chai's magic. He had questioned if the baby spiders could now produce thread, pondering if they were simply changing or evolving. It was deep within that underground maze that he had found them. The small, trembling members of Chai's pack, lost and afraid. Returning to the present, Akira raises his hand, channeling a gentle power. He utters words of purification. Heal, clean, unbinding, purify. The wolves flinch, but the magic washes over them, and Akira notes their complete surrender. One of the smaller wolves recognizes the energy with a low growl. It is the same soothing power that had once swept through the entire forest. He listens as the white wolf, Soa, confirms his identity as their master. She explains that he not only purified the forest, but also restored their powers. The gray wolf, Chai, is taken aback, marveling that a Fenrir, a monarch of the forest, would consider a human her master. His face flushes slightly at the praise. He reflects internally that he has never encountered someone whose mana so purely exudes mercy. The gray wolf's attention, however, is fixed on a tiny creature on Akira's shoulder. He internally pleads for the creature to remain that size, remembering how heart-wrenching it is to be looked down upon. He notes with astonishment that the creature is even smaller than Chai himself was when he was first found. With the matter settled, Akira walks alongside Soa and Chai, followed by the rest of the pack, moving away from the dense woods. Their path leads them to a vast, cleared expanse of land. In the center stands a massive, newly formed earthen mound, resembling a colossal den, with a simple wooden fence enclosing the area. He looks out over the wide open space, remarking that he will never get used to having so much room. His survey of the area brings a question to mind. He wonders aloud when the back of the field, which had been densely wooded just that morning, had been cleared. Before he can ponder further, a familiar voice calls out from the base of the mound, welcoming her master back. He stood in disbelief as Chabarni explained the situation. Under orders from the golems, her swarm had gathered all the fruit trees he favored from around the house and replanted them in this new, vast space. Akira protested, pointing out that they had accomplished several times the work he had, but Chabarni simply credited the efforts of her swarm. The so-called golems were, in fact, his clay dolls, now humorously imagined as fearsome sentinels of the underworld and gatekeepers of hell. The sheer absurdity of the situation was too much for the pack of Garms, who, being little more than ordinary dogs, had all fainted from shock. He walked alongside Soa through the newly planted area, marveling at how it already resembled a well-kept forest. Taking stock of their work, he was stunned by the numbers. Over 90 trees with edible leaves, nearly 200 fruit trees, and 30 that grew a grape-like fruit. He couldn't comprehend how his farming brigade had managed to plant everything in just half a day, a feat Shuri and the other ants proudly claimed credit for. His mind shifted from the scale of the project to its potential. He had been prioritizing clearing land, but now he could finally make new condiments. The abundance of grapes sparked an idea. He could make wine. The thought brought a smile to his face, especially since he now possessed a cast-iron pot to work with. The new pot reminded him of his other creations. It had taken a full month to forge a simple frying pan from an iron-like metal he had found, a process that felt like an eternity. He resolved then that it was time to start naming these useful new rocks and metals he kept discovering. He began by organizing his discoveries, starting with the all-purpose stone he had used to build his house, the one-eyed golems, and even charcoal. It was easy to mold and retain mana well. Next was the metal he had struggled with. Deciding against a complex name, he simply called it iron. With it, he had finally crafted the cooking implements he'd always wanted. He then considered the silver and golden minerals. While they were the strongest materials he had found, working with them consumed a great deal of mana. They were handy for making windows and knives, but he noted they were surprisingly poor conductors of heat. His thoughts drifted to the glowing red and blue rocks he had discovered in one of the caves. He recalled that his small companion, Fluffy, had seemed particularly pleased by them, letting out an appreciative squeak. Because the rocks were translucent, he had experimented by shaping one into a jar. The process, however, caused the material to lose its glow, much to Fluffy's apparent dismay. Setting the jar aside, he turned his attention to the magic-enhancing stones he regularly found in the hearts of monsters. He collected them in a new container, the small stones tinkling as they fell inside. He mused that he might find more uses for them one day. With his materials cataloged, he shifted his focus to food. He held a tuber that, while having almost no flavor, possessed the creamy texture of a potato. He decided to try and prepare it, recalling a recipe he had once seen on television that looked simple enough. To begin, he took the grater he had fashioned from the silver mineral and started scraping away at the tuber, which he was tentatively calling a potato. He begins the next step of his process, wrapping the grated tuber in a cloth and kneading it in a bowl of water. He explains that after letting the mixture sit for 20 minutes, the liquid must be carefully skimmed off. The water grows cloudy as the starch is released. After changing the water 2 more times, he finds his efforts rewarded. A layer of starch has settled at the bottom of the bowl. He carefully spreads the resulting residue onto plates, leaving it to dry out completely. He tests the dried result with a poke of his finger. It's solid. The process worked. As he works, he realizes the new puppies and everyone else are out, which is an uncommon occurrence. The quiet gives him a moment to reflect. He feels a bit lonely, but understands that his companions have grown quite large. He recently moved them all to a new wolf house he built in the garden. This solitude, he realizes, is his chance. With this opportunity, he prepares to cook something just for himself. He takes some rabbity meat, the closest thing he's found to chicken, seasons it with salt, and coats it in his freshly made potato starch. The coated meat sizzles as it hits the hot oil in a cast-iron pot. A delicious aroma fills the air. His eyes widen with delight as he declares his first attempt at real carriage a complete success. He lifts a finished piece with his chopsticks and takes a crunchy bite. A wave of pure satisfaction washes over him. It tastes exactly as he remembered. It's truly carriage. He savors the taste of the fried morsel, his eyes squeezed shut in pleasure as he decides to have another. Nearby, the small spider, Chabarni, scoots closer, drawn by the enticing aroma. He turns, noticing the creature's approach, and defensively tells her to take her kick back. He explains that he's on edge and doesn't have much to share, deciding instead to process the rest of the potatoes into starch. While waiting for the starch to dry, his attention shifts to a pile of what he calls super sweet and bitter vegetables. He wonders aloud if he can make sugar from them, though his only experience is having watched his mother make it from beets once. He begins boiling the chopped vegetables. The water turns a bright purple as he diligently skems the scum from the surface, waiting for the liquid to reduce to a syrup. He's surprised by the amount of impurities, realizing they must have been the source of the vegetable's off-taste. After the liquid has reduced, he filters out any remaining solids. He then pours the thick, viscous syrup onto a tray, intending to let it chill and solidify. Once cooled, the syrup hardens into a solid, glassy sheet. A spoon taps against the surface, cracking it cleanly. He tastes a piece of the hardened candy, remarking that it's quite sweet and savory. As he does, the scent wafts through the air, catching the attention of a large white wolf, Soa, who has just appeared nearby. She's captivated by an aroma she has never encountered before, something impossibly sweet. Beside her, Hayo wonders aloud if their master is preparing dinner again, while Chabarni, the spider, drools in silent anticipation. The moment is interrupted by a brewing argument. Soa proudly declares that she is doing an excellent job defending their master. Karen, the cursed bird, immediately retorts, squawking that she covers an area twice the size of the barrier every day, while Soa simply lazes about. Just then, Akira appears from inside, holding a large platter piled high with sizzling meat. With a wide, welcoming smile, he announces that dinner is ready. At the sight and smell of the feast, all the creatures erupt in a chorus of excitement. Their their previous argument forgotten in a wave of hungry anticipation. They all dig in voraciously. Shibarni exclaims that the flavor is indescribably good and demands its share. Akira explains his culinary success. After making the sugar, he combined it with fish sauce to create a teriyaki sauce for the red meat. Karen savors a piece, reflecting internally that this delicious flavor makes all her hard work worth it, compensating for the ordeal of flying through what she calls evil shadows day after day. As they eat, Shuri the ant explains the true nature of their problem. They can't find any dragons because, while they can feel a strong presence, it's impossible to pinpoint its location. Karen dismisses this as just another excuse, prompting an indignant squawk from the bird. Soa gently chides Shuri, reminding the ant that Karen has been working very hard and deserves some gratitude. Akira continues his meal, surrounded by his companions, including a new, lizard-like creature. As he takes a bite, his companions also enjoy the meal he prepared. The peaceful meal is shattered as the creatures suddenly cry out in unison, a wave of shock passing through the group. Their collective astonishment is directed at the newcomer, an earth dragon. Akira turns to the creature, explaining with a gentle expression that he simply brought it along because it seemed to want to join them. The earth dragon looks up at him, its eyes gleaming with affection. Its gaze then shifts as Fluffy, the small, winged creature, suddenly launches itself into the air with a buoyant spring. In response, the earth dragon also takes to the sky, its form now changed to that of a winged reptile. Soa watches, puzzled, noting that the dragon appears to be flying without flapping its wings. She wonders aloud if, despite their different looks, it and Fluffy might be the same species. Akira Tennu pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as an odd thought surfaces. He quietly questions himself, wondering about the origin of the sudden impulse. Nearby, the gray wolf Chai is overcome with anxiety. He internally panics, questioning how he, a self-proclaimed normal dog, ended up in such a bewildering situation and whether he should be concerned. Far away, in a grand circular chamber, a different scene unfolds. A commanding, hooded figure stands over several kneeling acolytes, their hushed whispers echoing across the intricate sigil carved into the floor. In another opulent room, a masked elder delivers a report to the helmeted ruler. He insists that after a month of searching, they can find nothing wrong with the kingdom's barrier. The ruler erupts in disbelief, roaring that it can't be true and ordering the elder to find the root of the problem. Meanwhile, the Archmage addresses one of his lieutenants, reminding the four of them how much they have benefited from the Mage Stone. The lieutenant soberly asks if they're just reaping what they sowed. The Archmage agrees, revealing that he and his lieutenants were the first test subjects for an immortality spell cast with the Mage Stone, an event that preceded the current king. His words conjure a memory of the past. He recalls the spell's success, a time when he believed might made right, laughing as he pinned a younger wolf-eared ruler to the ground. He remembers the countless sacrifices made to the Mage Stone to extend their lives and maintain the barrier, a terrible knowledge they alone possess. He thinks to himself that the world won't forgive him. The thought concludes in the present as the wolf-eared ruler flinches under the Archmage's gaze. The Archmage's voice is cold as he delivers the final, damning words. The Archmage stood alone, his mind racing with the dire implications of their situation. He reflected on the Mage Stone's power, which had always been sufficient to suppress even the formidable monarchs of the forest. This led to a chilling conclusion. The entity that had just attacked their kingdom must possess a strength far exceeding those ancient beings. A grim question escaped his lips as he considered the cost of restoration, wondering aloud how many lives would need to be sacrificed to repair the damaged Mage Stone. He knew, with a heavy certainty, that their kingdom had already incurred the world's wrath. In the forest canopy, the Spider Queen, Shibarni, observes her children. She muses that they have recently begun to weave threads, a stark contrast to their old ways of simply using hellfire and speed to hunt. One of her minions descends on a silken line, approaching her. It acknowledges that their master sent visions of web weaving, but seems hesitant, asking if she truly attempted the new technique herself. Shibarni looks upon her child, now perched on a newly spun web. She notes with approval that it can now project threads to catch swift prey and even set traps. She declares this a wonderful evolution. Elsewhere, Akira Tennu stands before a new companion, a large, reptilian creature. He reflects that their master, referring to himself, certainly has many incredible ideas, and decides it is time to give the creature a name. As the small, fluffy water dragon perches on the lizard's head, Akira has a sudden thought, exclaiming, "Flying lizard!" He immediately dismisses the idea. It's not quite right. He reasons that, first and foremost, it is a lizard and wonders what a good name for a lizard would be. The heat of the day makes it difficult for him to think clearly. His mind continues to race with possibilities. Since it looks like a dinosaur, he considers Rex, or perhaps Terra. Then, another idea strikes him. Noting the creature's brown coloring, he suggests cinnamon. He continued to struggle, finding it impossible to get any reaction from the creature. He proposed grand names like Salamander, Jormungandr, Leviathan, and even Kukul Khan, but the Earth Dragon remained impassive. Suddenly, the creature's tail began to wag. Akira looked on in surprise, realizing it was responding to the simple name Flying Lizard. He chuckled, crossing his arms and deciding there was no way he would settle for something so plain. His mind drifted to a previous naming failure, recalling how he had chided himself for it. He had made sure to give a new dog's names extra thought, eventually settling on AI for the leader of the pack. He had named the other males Sora, Nea, and Riki, while the females were called Ami, Au, and Mira. He felt a sense of pride, recalling that while he couldn't quite place their fur color, it reminded him of the Japanese indigo plant, AI, which inspired the leader's name. He was confident he could come up with good names when he truly applied himself. Overcome by a sudden, intense heat, he fell backward into the cool water with a great splash. He gasped for air, a wave of relief washing over him. The coolness was incredible. He mused that the heat had come out of nowhere, feeling like it was nearly 40 degrees. He wondered if this was just what summer was like in this world, realizing he would have been in serious trouble without this respite. As he floated calmly on the surface, the earth dragon transformed into its winged state, resting peacefully in the water beside it. He marveled at the sight of a river flowing through the forest, a welcome discovery. As Soa and Chai leaped through the trees, he couldn't help but be amazed that his companions had actually created a river, realizing the orchard would likely continue to expand. He then understood how the trees were being moved. A massive, dark, bear-like creature carried a full-grown tree on its back, flanked by two of the earth dragon's wing forms. He watched, bemused, thinking he'd never expected to see trees and wolves fly. This world was truly unreal. The oppressive heat, however, proved too much for Soa. She collapsed onto the cool earth, panting heavily with her tongue lolling out. As she lay there, Chai approached, whining with concern. He asked if this was her first real summer and if it had always been this hot. Soa explained that after being gone for centuries, it seemed the seasons had finally returned, likely thanks to their master's power. Elsewhere, the spider boss, Chabarani, also felt the heat, her stomach growling loudly. One of her minions asked if the queen of the Fenrir couldn't handle a little heat. Chabarani scoffed, declaring that with her magical barrier, the heat was nothing and she was savoring it. The minion observed that the boss seemed to be in high spirits, though it privately thought the heat must be hell. Chai, however, remained worried, turning his attention to their master. He wondered aloud if the heat was making Akira sick. Soa responded coolly, stating that while she couldn't care less about him, she had her own concerns. Back in the water, Akira began to feel lightheaded from the heat, thinking it might be time to get out. But as he shifted, a sudden, jarring thought struck him. He looked down with wide eyes, abruptly questioning what, exactly, he was sitting on. He remains in the water, looking at the massive creature with a mixture of sweat and curiosity. He likens it to a giant amoeba, noting its small eyes. Deciding that its touch is cool and pleasant, and that it doesn't seem hostile, he resolves to simply go with it. As he relaxes, Chabarani appears nearby, asking if he has been playing with the water spirits. He confirms her suspicion, remarking that while he knew spirits were drawn to pure magic, he had never before witnessed such a large and active swarm. She then offers a word of caution, advising him to be careful not to give the spirits an excess of mana. The warning comes as he seems to be basking in their pleasant, tingling presence, a slight blush on his cheeks. Later, back inside the house, his calm demeanor shatters completely. Soa rushes to his side, barking with concern and asking what's wrong, certain that he must be sick. He waves his hands dismissively, shouting that nothing is the matter and that he's simply in another world. The source of his distress becomes clear as he stares into a large, empty pot. He realizes with dismay that the meat and potato stew he had spent the entire morning preparing had vanished in the blink of an eye. A glance around the room reveals the culprits. His entire retinue of magical beasts, from Soa and Chai to the Earth Dragon and the Bear Golem, are all ferociously devouring the meal. Clutching the empty pot, he begins to question if he should have prepared 3 or even 5 times the amount to satisfy them all. He sighs, looking utterly spent, as 2 of his clay dolls salute him. He considers that if they were to help with the cooking, it might alleviate the food shortage and reduce the competition. However, he immediately recognizes a new problem. They would need a much larger cooking space. He stares at the stove, the heat radiating outwards, making it difficult to think. It's no use. He realizes they will definitely need more stoves, and something else he can't quite grasp. His head spins as the full weight of his new responsibilities crashes down on him. The sheer scale of it all is overwhelming. Elsewhere, the hooded archmage observes a line of wolf people slaves. He declares that the group, now numbering 100, should be sufficient to restore the Mage Stone. He gives the order for them to be taken to the Mage Stone chamber, noting that they will see what effect this has and gather more if necessary. He wonders why these memories are surfacing now, then dismisses the thought. Slaves are just tools, he reminds himself, born for this very purpose. They have been used as disposable warriors, as research subjects, and given the jobs no one else would do. He recalls that this is simply the way things are done in this kingdom. There was a time when some voiced their objections to the practice, but they were all publicly executed. Now, there is no one left to speak up. He accepts this as the simple state of affairs. In fact, he knows there are plenty who welcome this system for the luxury it affords them. This is just the nature of their kingdom. The sun shines brightly, its rays cutting across the sky as a new day begins. Akira slumps down, the small, winged creature resting on his shoulder. The oppressive heat and exhaustion are taking their toll. He seeks refuge in the cool river water, checking his forehead. He concludes he doesn't have a fever. It must be the heat-induced lack of sleep. The water feels wonderful, taking the edge off his fatigue. As he floats, a sense of guilt for slacking off for so many days creeps in. Nevertheless, he decides to remain in the water for now and use the time to think of a way to defend against the curse. His thoughts turn to the origin of such things. It's still unclear if any civilization or other humans even exist in this world. He reflects that when it comes to curses, humans are almost always responsible. Yet he believes there is no one else living in this forest. He wrestles with the alternative. What if this world is nothing but forest? He quickly dismisses the thought, insisting to himself that there must be people somewhere. This leads him to a more fundamental question. What exactly is a curse anyway? Elsewhere, a grim procession takes place. A line of young, gaunt wolf people, clad in simple tunics, trudge barefoot and silently across a cold stone floor. Akira's mind, meanwhile, continues to work. He considers that in his home country of Japan, a curse is typically thought of as something placed on a specific person. He realizes he jumped to that conclusion here, but now wonders if, in this world, the entire forest itself is cursed. He continues to ponder the nature of the forest, a serious expression on his face as he wonders if it could be haunted. His mood shifts abruptly as he leans back in the water, a look of pure bliss on his face while petting a small lizard. He dismisses his earlier thought, admitting to himself that he is actually enjoying this. Despite his relaxed state, his thoughts turn back to the darkness infesting the woods. He recalls that the scariest thing is the shadows that cling to the animals, remembering how Koa and Karen were covered in them when he first found them. Whenever he sees those shadows, he purifies them in an instant. He muses that there are no good curses, then thinks of the other possessed animals, like Shuri and the ants, whose bodies were completely taken over. He grimaces, calling a nasty curse. Elsewhere in the forest, the white wolf Soa and the gray wolf Chai corner the small, fluffy water dragon. As they move in to attack, the creature lets out a defensive growl. Soa suddenly halts, her expression shifting to one of confusion. She senses something unexpected, wondering to herself what this strange feeling is. Back in the river, Akira continues his theorizing. He considers that when creatures are possessed, it's as if their souls are being eaten away bit by bit. This leads him to question if it's more like a demon than a curse, and if his purification ability would even work on such a being. Ultimately, he admits he doesn't know. Still lying down, his head feels fuzzy from the heat as he continues his line of thought. He pictures a great, horned demon, recalling stories where such beings are summoned with sacrifices to gain power. Regardless of the enemy's nature, he resolves to banish them completely. He chuckles, finding the mental exercise amusing. To counter a demon summoning, he reasons one would need a magic circle, though he admits he can't even visualize one. Shifting his focus, he considers that if this is a curse rather than a demon, it would be best to address its source directly. Sitting up, he steels his resolve to take action. The thought of real sacrifices being performed, however, fills him with revulsion. Meanwhile, in a dark ritual, his grim thoughts become reality. A wolf person collapses to the ground with a heavy thud, a blade slicing cleanly across their back. The hooded archmage looks on, his expression grim. He informs his acolytes that all that remains is to activate the spell, warning them not to falter and to focus solely on identifying the source of the problem. Back at the hot spring, a plan forms in Akira's mind. He decides to simply make the ritualists fall asleep and erase their memories of the process. Since he knows nothing of magic circles, he resolves to focus his intent on a simple image, a black rock. He considers the fate of the murderers, deciding against killing them. He also dismisses the idea of reflecting the curse back at them with amplified power. Instead, his visualization shifts. He imagines the black rock, the source of the curse, being sealed away within a Shinto shrine, bound by a sacred rope, ensuring it can never be used again. He recalls the methods used for curses in shrines, and with a newfound understanding, mentally commands his spell to activate. At that very moment, in the distant ritual chamber, the archmage and his acolytes continue their own incantation over the large, dark crystal. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts from the crystal, a concussive force booming through the chamber. The archmage recoils in shock. He staggers backward, crying out in alarm as the very air seems to crackle and crumble around him. Disoriented, he can only wonder what is happening. The unseen force manifests as ethereal, white ribbons of energy, which lash out and send his acolytes flying backward. One of the acolytes, recovering from the blast, shouts to the captive wolf people, asking if they are all right. They stare back, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, but seemingly untouched by the chaos. Another acolyte turns to their leader, demanding to know the meaning of this disruption. The archmage, however, can only stare forward, his face a mask of disbelief. His gaze falls upon the source of the disturbance. The dark crystal, the heart of their ritual, is now tightly bound by a sacred Shinto rope, its power completely sealed. Far from the archmage's thwarted ritual, Akira, Tennu stretched languidly, a wave of disorientation washing over him. His mind felt suddenly blank, and he briefly wondered if he was just dehydrated. A profound sense of confusion settled in as he tried, and failed, to remember what he had been doing just moments before. Shaking off the strange feeling, he suddenly had a moment of clarity. He realized he could simply use magic to cool down the house, chiding himself for not thinking of it sooner. With that settled, he decided it was best to just get to bed early for the night. In a peaceful-looking settlement, a group of wolf people children play without a care. Unseen by them, a dark-skinned man with wolf ears stumbles out from the nearby foliage, panting heavily as he carries an unconscious comrade. The man is part of a larger group, all clad in simple armor, who are fleeing through a forest path. Their expressions are a mixture of fear and confusion, one of them crying out in alarm, wondering what is happening to them. Their leader pleads for help before an elderly, regal man with light, wavy hair and wolf-like ears. This man, Esmelito, the king of Ental, listens as he identifies the newcomers as escaped slave troops from the neighboring kingdom of Empress. Inside his court, King Esmelito voices his suspicions to an advisor. He questions whether the escapees might be spies, finding it hard to believe the slave runes, a symbol of Empress's power, would simply fail. The advisor reports that while they initially thought the same, the runes on the soldiers do indeed seem to have lost their efficacy. The slave leader, now being tended to, explains the nature of their bondage to the king. He reveals that slave troops are magically prevented from speaking unless ordered. He describes their cursed state as one of detached consciousness, where everything felt distant and hazy. A circular rune glows faintly on the back of his neck. He continues his story, recounting how they were deployed into the forest on a survey mission. It was there that a brilliant white light suddenly flashed past them, and in that instant, their minds were clear to the magical fog. Now resting in a bed, the leader tells King Esmelito that in the very moment their senses returned, they all instinctively ran. The king, processing this incredible tale, leans forward and asks a critical question. How long ago did this happen? The king listened as the escaped soldier estimated they had wandered the forest for over a month. His advisor connected the timeline to the light that had flooded the forest 6 weeks ago, realizing it couldn't have been an act of the Emperor's kingdom. He considered this new information. Though their kingdoms were neighbors, the vast forest between them had always served as a buffer. As a rule, emperors had always avoided the forest, and for the same unspoken reason, so had they. It had been enough to stave off invasion thus far. His advisor, Amigal, leaned forward, his eyes alight with purpose. He beseeched the king to let them investigate the forest, arguing that if they could identify the force that dispelled such formidable slave runes, it would present a prime opportunity for a counterattack. The king noted wryly that Amigal simply wanted to research the magic involved, but conceded it was a noble cause. The king rose, his decision made. He declared it a fine opportunity and ordered a long-overdue investigation of the forest, his voice echoing with authority. As his advisor affirmed the command, the king gazed outward, wondering just what was truly going on in that mysterious expanse of trees. Meanwhile, deep within that same forest, Akira Tennu was busy harvesting what looked like large purple grapes. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he marveled at the size of his haul. He paused, recalling how he had nearly succumbed to heatstroke the other day. He vaguely remembered casting some kind of spell, though he had no idea what it was. Since that moment, however, he'd realized he could lower the temperature around himself and had been feeling fine. Deciding it was best to act before the day grew any hotter, he began gathering the baskets. As he worked, he felt a familiar weight on his neck. He turned to find a small, fluffy creature perched there, with a giant wolf close behind. He sighed, asking for some space and wondering why he hadn't been left alone for a second since that day. At the same time, he realized that a heavy burden felt like it had been lifted from his shoulders. He turns to his companions, holding the baskets of fruit protectively, and exclaims that they can't have any of the grapes. The great wolf, Koa, simply stares back silent. But their concern isn't for the fruit. With one voice, the assembled magical beasts declare that they are worried about him. Koa observes him closely, a low growl rumbling in her chest as she notes he seems no different after what happened. She had been certain his ill health was caused by overusing his magic. Her thoughts then turn to the fruit, musing that since they're only kind of like grapes, perhaps it would be fine for wolves to eat them. Her thoughts drift to the immense magical power he constantly wields. Every spell he has to maintain, like the barrier and the golems, requires a vast amount of mana. The cursed bird, Karen, chimes in, admitting she was mesmerized by the spell he had cast. Koa agrees, her gaze distant as she recalls the event. It wasn't just the sheer quantity of mana he had used. Its purity was something she had never seen or even heard of before. Such a precipitous loss of magic can be life-threatening, and for a time, his companions had all feared the worst. Yet, against all expectations, his mana now seems to have stabilized. Unaware of their deep concern, Akira simply repeats his earlier warning as Koa sniffs him curiously, telling her again that she can't have any. As he speaks, the small, fluffy creature, Bugs, lands softly in one of the baskets, nestled among the glistening, grape-like fruit. A realization dawned on Akira, his eyes sparkling with delight. He announced his grand plan to make wine with the grapes. It was a true luxury, something he could never have considered when he was struggling just to secure the basic necessities of life. His enthusiasm was immediate. He explained to his small clay doll helpers that the first step was to transfer the grapes into clean buckets and squash them with clean feet. He admitted that while he actually preferred beer, he didn't know how to make it, and that the most difficult part of winemaking was supposed to be the barrels. He plunged his feet into the grapes, the squishing sensation feeling strange but proving to be quite fun. Once he had enough juice, he laid out the next phase of his plan. He would put the juice into pots and move them to the basement where the stable temperature would be ideal for fermentation. He hoped the natural yeast on the grape skins would be sufficient to start the process. With the fermentation underway, his attention turned to the barrels. Looking at a large stack of timber, he flexed his arm, confident that he had more than enough material to work with. His confidence quickly evaporated. He came to a harsh realization. Making barrels was incredibly difficult. He struggled, discovering the wood he'd chosen was too hard to bend, making it impossible to get the staves into the same shape. Just when he thought he had one assembled, it would leak and fall apart. With a frustrated cry, he struck the failed barrel, startling Koa, who had appeared nearby. It was time for a change of plan. He announces his new plan, starting with stripping the bark and drying the timber. Koa, watching closely, still can't fathom his intentions. Shuri, however, is intrigued by the sweet-smelling syrup, expressing a desire to taste it, though Koa admits to not being fond of sweets. As they observe, a clay golem stirs a large pot. Shuri notes that the golems are keeping a close watch on the contents. Koa deduces that it must not be their lunch, while Bubks, the small water dragon, eagerly expresses its desire for a share. With a series of heavy thuds, Akira fells the timber, announcing his plan to slice the massive tree into 1-meter segments. He then employs his magic, realizing he can use teleportation to instantly carve a perfect barrel shape from each log. With the exteriors formed, he notes that all that remains is to hollow out the insides, marveling at how helpful his abilities are. With a final, precise application of magic, he pops the corks out of the newly formed barrels. In an instant, a towering wall of perfectly crafted barrels materializes before him, the result of his magical craftsmanship. He stares at the vast quantity of barrels, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he realizes the scale of his production. A new thought occurs to him. Perhaps it's time to expand the basement. In a grand hall, the Horned King confronts a hooded subordinate, his face contorted with rage. He demands to know what the messenger means by saying the Mage Stone cannot be repaired. He dismisses the explanation, shouting that they have worked with the Mage Stone countless times before and that this task should be simple. If a lack of slaves is the issue, he bellows, they should simply breed more. His fury gives way to a sharp inquiry as he asks for the whereabouts of the mages who attempted the repair. The hooded man reports that they are being kept under observation. The king orders him back to work, but the messenger protests that without understanding the root of the problem, any further attempts will likely end in the same failure. The messenger explains the grim details. Every mage who tried to fix the stone has lost their memories, including all their knowledge of magic. He pleads for them, noting their faithful service, but the king is unmoved. Declaring he has no use for men who cannot perform their duty, he orders his knights to kill all the mages at once. The messenger looks on in horror as the knights affirm the order. He is forced to relent, sweat beading on his brow as the king, now seated, commands him to waste no more time on the repair. With a strained voice, the messenger accepts the command as a direct order. As the messenger departs, the king's irritation lingers. Down a long corridor, the condemned mages are led away. Alone with his thoughts, his frustration boils over. He clenches his fist, unable to accept that the Mage Stone's barrier is failing and the cracks are irreparable. He concludes that his mages must have overlooked something, dismissing them as useless idiots. He taps his fingers impatiently, his mind racing. The hooded messenger inquires about the recent lightning strike, noting the culprit's nerve, and asks what should be done once they are found. The king's face twists in anger as he considers the possibility of an attack from another kingdom, perhaps one plotting against them under the cover of the forest. His fury grows, but he quickly dismisses the thought. He declares the other kings to be cowards, certain that none would dare rebel against his kingdom, the strongest of all. Still, unable to quell his irritation, he bellows for someone to be brought before him. In response to his summons, a line of wolf people slaves is marched into the hall. The king smirks, remarking that it has been some time since they were last here. He proclaims that nothing relieves his bouts of irritation quite like tormenting the slaves. As the king brandishes a short sword, the hooded messenger observes that after centuries of the same pastime, the novelty has worn off. The king ignores the comment and orders the messenger to activate the weapon's enchantment. Watching from the side, the knight Gunmills lets out a weary sigh. He wonders to himself if he truly has to witness this same grotesque scene play out yet again. His thoughts drift to the past, recalling the hope and ideals he held when he first joined the brigade. He remembers his comrade, Miserast, kneeling before the king and declaring it an honor to serve as his bodyguard. The memory fades, leaving only the grim present. A splatter of blood lands on Gunmill's cheek. He thinks with disgust that he never gets used to this, and that there is no reason he ever should. He watched his mind racing. The king was protected not only by his own barrier, but also by that deadly, enchanted blade, a weapon made peerless by drinking the blood of sacrifices for centuries. He knew he lacked the power to stop him. The Horned King reveled in the moment, declaring that the slave should celebrate the honor of becoming part of the sword's legacy. Yet, even the king confessed that the sight of the blade made him flinch. With a cruel grin, He brought the sword down in a swift, merciless arc, but the expected impact never came. Instead, the king let out a pained grunt, his face contorted in shock. Gunmills could only stare bewildered. The enchanted blade slipped from his grasp, crashing and ringing against the stone floor. Gunmill's training took over. He suspected an enemy assault and ordered everyone to protect the king. A quick scan of the room, however, revealed no visible threat. Nearby, the hooded messenger also sensed the strangeness of the situation, turning to the monarch to ask if he was unharmed. His concern quickly turned to alarm. He demanded to know why the royal sword was on the floor and what the mages were reporting, his voice rising in panic as the blade began to throb with an unseen energy. As he reached out to steady the monarch, the Horned King cried out in pain, warning him away. The king clutched his hand, from which a thick, black substance began to drip, splattering onto the pristine floor. He stares at the black substance dripping from his hand, utterly baffled. He questions how this is possible, given the layers of magic that are supposed to protect him. His hooded attendants rush to his side, urging him to be still while they prepare a healing spell. They seem to share a connection to the sword and the blood, murmuring about our sword and our blood, which only deepens the king's confusion. The enchanted blade lies inert on the stone floor, its ominous presence now marked by a simple rope tied around its hilt. The commotion draws the attention of the knight commanders. Gunmills arrives on the scene, observing that there are no signs of enemy attackers anywhere. He finds it hard to believe the king has been wounded. He asks Miseros for permission to investigate, which is immediately granted. He approaches the fallen weapon, identifying it as the king's fell blade. As he examines it, he is surprised to find he can't sense any power emanating from it all. To him, it feels like nothing more than an antique sword. The hooded messenger joins him. Gunmills asks about the simple hemp rope tied to the hilt. The messenger explains that while they aren't certain, it appears to be the same kind of rope that was found tied around a mage stone. The realization strikes Gunmills. This is the same method of attack. He questions what could have provoked it, concluding that he needs more information to understand the situation. Elsewhere, another person awakens to confusion. Akira Tinu sits up abruptly, disoriented. He demands to know who the people around him are and where he is, his mind racing. He resolves to investigate his surroundings first and process the details later. His sudden outburst startles those watching him. Miseros asks the hooded messenger what is wrong with their captive, explaining that he has been in this agitated state since regaining consciousness. Akira glares at them, demanding to know their intentions. Observing the scene, Gunmills makes a critical connection. Akira's confused state is identical to that of the mages who attempted to repair the mage stone. He identifies Akira as the very mage who activated the enchantment on the king's sword. He felt a sudden jolt of understanding as a thought cracked through his mind. The detail that had been bothering him finally surfaced. Both the mage and the wolf people had attempted to make sacrifice. The memory of the wolf people slaves surfaced, their grim, determined faces as one of them reached out towards a field of magical energy, ready to give themselves up. Connecting these events, a new possibility took shape, sending a shudder through him. He realized he might now have a chance to succeed where they had failed, a chance at stopping the king. A memory surfaces of reading a great-grandfather's diary as a young boy. The old script told of how the forest once was, how the trees swayed in a gentle breeze, and how its people were blessed by its verdant riches. The diary recounted how a beast folk had once saved his great-grandfather, a story that filled the boy with envy for having glimpsed the monarchs of the forest. But in the present day, with no one to share these tales, the boy could only wish to one day see them for himself. The scene shifts violently to a stone hall where a large knight in plate armor, Gamal, slams his fist down in frustration. The hilt of his greatsword crashes to the floor as he curses. A dark-haired man observes him coolly, asking why he is so upset. He greets Gamal with a hint of sarcasm, remarking on their meeting again in a place he himself would not particularly wish to visit. Gamal, his face contorted with rage, explains that just as he was about to be set loose in the forest, he received an order to stand down. Now, he complains, he can't even practice his swing on the slaves. The dark-haired man calmly notes that Gamal is indeed in a very bad mood. The man presses further, asking why he's so upset. Gamal retorts that of course he is. The man calmly reminds him that they all know what happened to the king when he tried that, and advises patience for the time being. With a roar, Gamal insists that he is being patient. From a distance, the dark-haired man and his companion watch Gamal vent his anger, clanging his sword against the wall. The man observes that the commotion from the other day has had a significant impact and considers how this might be turned to his advantage. He admits to himself that he is also itching for a rampage. He approaches a robed jailer who is unlocking a large bar door. The dark-haired man states his intention to borrow some slaves, but adds that first, there is something he needs to confirm. He stepped through the creaking door into the slave pens, immediately covering his nose against the overwhelming stench. The jailer bowed apologetically, explaining that golems regularly clean the area, before shouting for the adult slaves to step forward. As a line of beast-folk slaves assembled before him, he stroked his goatee, his eyes scanning them with a cool, appraising gaze. His inspection stopped on a dark-haired man with wolf-like ears. Without hesitation, he pointed and declared his choice. The selected slave met his gaze, his expression unreadable. He then gestured towards two children, a boy and a girl, announcing that he would take them as well. The jailer watched, his compliance strained. The jailer finally spoke up, nervously asking the nobleman if he intended to use them for sword practice. He protested that they were already short on numbers and pleaded for him to at least leave the females behind. The nobleman's expression softened into a disarming smile as he assured the jailer he was completely mistaken. He claimed he needed them for a special mission and even asked if the jailer could mark others for him to borrow in the future. Internally, the jailer seethed, cursing the man as scum. Elsewhere, as a pleasant autumn breeze began to blow, a young man with dark hair stood beside a large white wolf, his eyes wide with wonder. Staring out at the landscape before him, a realization dawned. It was just as he had thought. His discovery sent a jolt of pure joy through him. He ran through the tall stalks, calling out to his companions, Hayo and Cheyenne. It was amazing, it was we. He knelt amidst the stalks, explaining to his companions that he had been observing this area ever since expanding his barrier. The long journey, he mused, had been entirely worth it. One of the wolves eagerly asked if this was another tasty plant, while he turned to the large white wolf, asking if Cheyenne was happy as well. As they conversed, one of the smaller wolves growled, wondering why the grass was so appealing, recalling that someone named Karen had been eating it. The other wolf confidently replied that their master could make anything taste wonderful. Their master, meanwhile, carefully examined the stalk. Plucking it, he confirmed its resemblance to wheat, pondering the mystery of how the seeds had traveled to this remote location. After tasting a grain and confirming its edibility, he devised a plan. He announced that he would use his magic to hold the stalk steady, allowing them to cut everything down efficiently. With the plan set, he urged them to band together for the harvest. He dashed through the field on Cheyenne's back as giant ants and a large spider worked diligently, gathering the cut stalks. As they worked, his mind filled with visions of the possibilities: fluffy pancakes, fresh bread, and sweet crepes. A wave of relief washed over him. He had begun to fear that grains didn't exist in this world at all. If the harvest was successful, he could create so many new dishes. His thoughts then turned to home. Realizing that everyone was likely growing worried, he declared it was time to hurry back. Cheyenne barked enthusiastically in agreement as they prepared to depart. The great wolf then made an offer, suggesting it would be faster if his master rode on his back. Hayo froze, a look of stunned realization on his face. This was a moment he had only dreamed of. Seeing his master's hesitation, Hayo asked if he was certain, and the wolf eagerly urged him on, ready to begin their journey home. He is startled by the sudden, thunderous impact of a massive paw striking the ground, the force of the landing creating a shockwave. A giant ant stands nearby, unfazed by the abrupt arrival. The commotion sends a bird-like resident into a panic scream as two small wolf pups are flung helplessly into the air. The source of the chaos, the great wolf Cheyenne, is utterly delighted, barking excitedly. He demands to know where his master has been for nearly 2 days, exclaiming how worried they all were. Cheyenne explains that he brought Hayo back in a hurry, knowing the others would be concerned. The journey, which had taken a day and a half on foot, was reduced to a mere 3 hours. Exhausted but relieved, Hayo covers his mouth and quietly announces, "I'm home." Meanwhile, in a grand hall, Gamul stands before his king. He declares with fervor that he has been eagerly awaiting this command and swears an oath to drag their target before his majesty. The king, pleased by this resolve, asks if Gamul has a plan. He grants him permission to take any resources he requires for the mission. Gamul immediately states his intention to requisition mages and slaves. His majesty then issues a formal decree. The 5th Knights Brigade is to mobilize, subdue the forest, and capture the one who dared to oppose them. Beside him, a queenly figure chuckles, confident the brigade will not fail. As Gamul departs with a sinister laugh, a palace guard interjects. The guard announces a cloaked figure with a skull-like mask, who reports that a message has arrived from the slave master. The king, intrigued, strokes his chin and commands the messenger to speak. The figure simply states that they are meant to be feared. He sits upon his throne as a guard reports a change among the slave population. The guard clarifies that while a change has been observed, there have been no reports of issues with the slave runes themselves. He initially dismisses the report as nothing to worry about, but then his expression hardens. With cold authority, he commands the guard to kill any irregulars. He adds that the numbers can be replaced later, expressing his anticipation to see what kind of fool the knights will bring back from their mission. The guard, though visibly startled, affirms his majesty's command. Meanwhile, far from the palace, Hayo walks through the forest with Cheyenne, a basket of produce in his arms. He reflects that while the previous day was difficult, the experience of flying was incredible. As he muses about trying it again more slowly, a rustling in the undergrowth catches his attention. He discovers that a pile of leaves he gathered just a day before has already begun to rot. This leads him to a realization. Decomposition seems to happen much faster here than it did in Japan. He recalls an experiment where he compared naturally fermented compost to a pile he'd accelerated with magic. The natural heap was superior in both appearance and smell. Normally, compost would take a month, but here it seems ready in only 2 weeks. Inspecting some large, healthy vegetables, he notes the results of experiments his helpers conducted. The produce grown with natural compost is vastly superior in color, yield, and the thickness of its stalks. He concludes that with proper use of this compost, they will have no trouble securing enough food. He had always thought there was nothing magic couldn't do, but this discovery makes him reconsider. He speculates that mana might have a unique effect on living things, particularly on the microorganisms involved in fermentation. The realization strikes him that this principle might also apply to his fish sauce and wine, improving them through natural fermentation. Eager to test this new theory, he decides to check on his wine right away, much to Shine's apparent amusement. He drooled in anticipation, looking at the steaming roasted meat and the glass of wine he had prepared. The prospect of finally tasting wine was thrilling, but he quickly checked himself, deciding he had to exercise some restraint. As the meat sizzled over the fire, he explained his experiment to Shine. He was comparing meat grilled over hot stones to meat cooked with magic, and also testing some vegetables whose growth he had magically accelerated. After tasting the magically influenced food, he reached a verdict. The texture was mealy and the flavor was off. From this, he concluded that it was best to avoid using magic for growing or cooking food whenever possible. He decided that with plenty of time on his hands, he would let the vegetables grow at their natural pace and cook his food normally. With that settled, he resolved to spend the rest of the day processing the wheat he had harvested. With the wheat now properly dried in the wind, he began to thresh it, striking the stalks against a wooden rack. He found it surprisingly easy to knock the seeds loose and thought the process was actually quite fun. After gathering the threshed grain, he instructed his small helpers to sweep it up and remove the larger pieces of straw, thanking them for their work. He set aside some seeds for the next planting season and explained his next step, pressing the remaining seeds between two boards to remove the husks. The process proved to be far more laborious than he anticipated. After 3 hours of rubbing the boards together, he was still not finished, and a cramp seized his arm. He began to wonder if carving grooves into the boards would have sped up the work, even as his helpers diligently banged their own smaller tools together. Finally, with a basket full of hulled grains, he moved on to the next task, sorting out the chaff. He devised a simple plan. By dropping the grains from a high place into a crosswind, he reasoned that the lighter husks would simply blow away, leaving only the grain behind. He continued his work, attempting to use a gentle breeze to separate the grain from the chaff. One of his small, one-eyed helpers noted that the husks were dropping along with the kernels. Realizing this method was too delicate, he decided to try making the wind a little stronger. His attempt, however, was far too powerful. A sudden violent gust of wind erupted, sending him, the grain, and his helpers tumbling. He quickly apologized to his scattered companions. After the lengthy process, he stood before a vast pile of clean grain, wiping sweat from his brow. He remarked with satisfaction that although it took a long time, now that the grain was properly dried, they could finally mill it to make flour. He began spreading the grain out in the living room to finish drying, instructing his companions to keep an eye on it. A small, dark wolf-like creature, Kuru, bounded up excitedly, asking if the grain was ready to eat yet. Hayo firmly told him to stay out and not to eat it. The small wolf whined, unable to contain his curiosity about what his master was making. At that moment, Shine appeared, growling at Kuru. He admonished the smaller creature not to bother their master, pointing out how much effort Hayo had put into the task. He continued, telling Kuru not to act so shamefully, confident that their master would share the food with them once it was ready. Shine then observed that the grain looked like something humans ate, musing that he had never eaten it himself, nor had he ever seen other beasts cultivated. Despite his stoic lecture, a memory of a past meal surfaced in Shine's mind. He recalled the serpent meat his master had prepared, so crispy and juicy. He licked his lips, drooling slightly, certain that whatever Hayo made next would be just as exceptional. His intense anticipation did not go unnoticed. Hayo turned to see both Cheyenne and Kuru staring at him with fierce, hungry eyes, a bead of sweat rolling down his own cheek. He lay on the floor, contemplating his next move. With the flour ready, his first thought was to make a staple, bread. The idea brought back a memory of his older sister, who had been obsessed with baking and had once put him in charge of the starter. He resolved to make the yeast starter himself. His train of thought was interrupted by a sudden realization, echoed by an alarmed cry from Cheyenne. He had nothing to bake with. Unfazed, he decided he would deal with that problem once he had the flour, but the immediate lack of an oven was a pressing issue. He then realized that the fires in the kitchen were only for stoves. A brilliant idea struck him, his face lighting up with excitement. He would build a proper pizza oven, right there on the deck. To begin, he explained to his companions that he would lay down a layer of gold metal to insulate the deck from the heat. He noted that he had plenty of stone left over from digging the wine cellar. As he worked, Kuru watched in amazement, wondering how he could handle the hard orichalcum stone so easily. He continued the construction, shaping the top of the oven into a dome, just like the ones he'd seen on television. He planned to make the floor of the oven slightly lower than waist level for ease of use. His animal companions watched the structure take shape. With a final touch, the stone oven was complete. He stood back, presenting his handiwork with a look of pure satisfaction. Wasting no time, he fired it up. Using a long peel, he carefully placed several thick cuts of meat onto the hot surface inside. The meat began to sizzle and crackle instantly. He announced that his first experiment would be cooking with firestones. As the delicious aroma wafted from the oven, both Cheyenne and Kuru stared intently. their mouths watering in anticipation. He takes the first bite of the freshly cooked meat, his eyes widening in delicious surprise. Around him, Cheyenne and his other companions watch with rapt attention. With a satisfied hum, he turns to the eager group, holding out the food and inviting them all to have a bite. The creatures descend on the meal, their reactions immediate and full of praise. One of the ants declares it tastes just like the lava-roasted meat its species loves so much. The red lizard creature marvels at the firm outer crust and the perfect note of bitterness, while Shine remarks that simply changing the cooking method has made the same meat they always eat incredibly moist and fragrant. Their universal approval leaves him feeling deeply satisfied. He thinks to himself that after a hard day's work, he'll head straight to bed once they're done eating. As his companions gaze at him with newfound respect, one of the ants observes that its young are finally returning after leaving the camp earlier. The returning young are not empty-handed. With a great heave, they present their catch to the group, a massive, white, heavily armored creature, clearly their prey. He can only stare, utterly shocked by the offering. His shock quickly turns to panic, a sentiment shared by Cheyenne. The two pups, however, are ecstatic, yelping and barking excitedly. They identify the creature as an evil serpent and plead with their master to cook it for them, begging for a crispy, juicy meal. Their frantic pleas cause the other insectoid creatures to jitter with a mix of fear and excitement. Overwhelmed by the sight of the massive prey and the demands of his companions, Hayo breaks out in a cold sweat, letting out a small, helpless sound. Meanwhile, far from the forest encampment, a man with a goatee watches a massive procession from a high window. He observes that the fifth is finally on the move, expressing disbelief at the sheer number of mages and slaves accompanying them. His observation is shared by others below. The dark-haired man grimly predicts that with the fifth on the march, the forest is destined to fall. Gamal concurs, stating with certainty that those men will stop at nothing to achieve results for the king. The conversation turned grim. The man with the goatee looked upon the caged slaves, a young girl among them, and expressed his hope to save at least a few. His companion, the man with wavy dark hair, dismissed the idea outright, stating there was no chance. Despite the grim assessment, the goateed man's resolve hardened. He had been given 10 days to make his own preparations. A caged wagon, filled with huddled figures, clatters down a rough road. Beside it, the armored warrior Gamal shouts in frustration, demanding more speed. He complains that at their current pace, it will take them over 2 weeks to reach the forest. His companion, a man with light, wavy hair, calmly points out that their slow speed is unavoidable due to the size of their brigade. He reassures Gamal, however, that he expects their load to be lighter on the return trip, which should be a breeze. Gamal grins, agreeing with the assessment. With his eyes fixed on the distant, barren mountains, he declares his intent to finish their business before winter arrives. Elsewhere, a pair of hands carefully presents a small, cloth sack tied at the top, filled with a fine powder. The sack is placed before Hayo, who inspects it with a nod of approval, judging it to be good. He brings the sack closer, sniffing the contents. He notes to himself that the flour he made from the wheat is a bit brown, but still usable. He resolves to build a proper millstone when he has the time. With his ingredients ready, he decides to make a bread starter. He begins the process, explaining that he will add flour and water, 1 spoonful at a time, and mix it well. He outlines the next steps. First, he will cast a cleaning spell on a jar and 2 spoons. Afterwards, he will cover the mixture with a cloth and let it rest in a warm spot. He continues his work on the bread starter. Now that a full 24 hours have passed, he adds 2 more spoonfuls of flour and water, mixing them well. The day is warm, and he is hopeful for good results. His efforts are rewarded. After another 24 hours at room temperature, the mixture is alive with bubbles, popping gently on the surface. He notes with satisfaction that it is progressing surprisingly well. He examines the jar, recalling the next steps. Increase the amount of flour and water at regular intervals, and then let it sit in the fridge. He realizes that fermentation seems to happen much faster in this world, concluding he must proceed with caution. As he considers this, a new problem occurs to him. He has no tools to accurately weigh his ingredients. His momentary pause gives way to ingenuity. He proudly presents a set of scales he has improvised. He explains his method. Using 2 all-purpose stone blocks of identical size as a starting point, he can create counterweights. By repeatedly dividing blocks that weigh the same, he can fashion smaller weights to measure out fractions like a half or a quarter. With his measurement problem solved, he determines the starter is ready and prepares to bake. First, he uses magic to produce a fresh supply of flour. He then lays out his plan. He will weigh the flour, then use half that weight for both the water and the starter. For the sugar, he will use 1/10 of the water's weight, along with a pinch of salt. He begins the process, recalling that the starter should be added after mixing the sugar with warm water. He carefully pours the bubbly pre-ferment into the bowl. With the pre-ferment added, he begins to incorporate the salt and more flour, adding it bit by bit. He stirs the mixture, judging the consistency until it looks just right. He mixes with focused intensity, working the ingredients until they finally combine into a proper dough. It's looking good. With the mixing complete, he prepares for the next, more difficult stage, kneading the dough. As he gets ready, his small, one-eyed helpers prod the mass curiously, asking what he's doing. He explains that this is the hard part. He throws his weight into the task, kneading the dough with grunts of exertion. Kuru watches from the side, whining in confusion at his master's strange behavior. Despite the effort, Hayo pushes on, motivated by the thought that it will all be worth it for some tasty bread. His hard work pays off. The dough is now perfectly smooth and shiny. He wipes sweat from his brow, exhausted but pleased with the result. As he admires his work, the one-eyed helpers continue to poke at the dough, prompting him to tell them to stop. He then covers the dough with a damp cloth, explaining that it needs to rise again. Once the dough has doubled in size, he explains the next steps. It must be kneaded again, allowed to proof one more time, and then formed into loaves. He considers building dedicated shelves for proofing bread. Nearby, the small red creature holds up a plant, asking if it's edible, while the one-eyed helpers salute. He proceeds with his plan, dividing the dough and shaping it into several small, round loaves on a baking tray. With the loaves ready, he slides the tray into the mouth of a large, earthen oven he has constructed. A look of eager anticipation crosses his face as he declares that all that's left is to bake them. He announces that 10 minutes have passed, and it should be time to take the loaves out. His companions gather around, buzzing with anticipation. Shine growls, admitting to never having smelled anything like what Hayo has been making. The small helpers wonder if this is the result of the grass they harvested, unable to imagine the final product. With a satisfying crunch, he breaks open a warm loaf. Steam escapes, carrying a fragrant aroma that makes his stomach rumble in anticipation. He takes a bite, and his eyes widen in triumph. It is proper bread. The outside is perfectly crispy, while the inside remains soft and chewy. His companions share in the delight. The red creature, Karen, marvels that something so delicious could exist in this world, finding it sweeter with every chew. Cheyenne remarks on Karen's fondness for grass, but concedes that the bread is undeniably delicious, a credit to their master. Seeing that it's a hit with everyone, Hayo begins to dream of other possibilities, wishing for milk and eggs. He realizes that with flour and water, he can make pizza or even crepes. Cheyenne, meanwhile, seems to be reassessing its views, grumbling that it might be time to reevaluate the worth of human wisdom. As he hands out the bread, he notices a group of the small helpers working together to carry off an entire loaf. He calls out, asking what they are doing, but they simply continue on their way with a determined shuffle. Some time later, as autumn's chill settles in the air, he finds something unexpected inside. On a table, dough is being kneaded by unseen hands, and a perfectly formed loaf sits nearby, steaming gently. The next morning, a freshly baked loaf is waiting for him at the table. He takes a bite and is stunned. He realizes with a jolt that it is even fluffier and more delicious than the bread he had made himself. He stood observing the sudden, harsh turn in the weather, musing that the climate in this world was always extreme. The one-eyed helper explained that the spider boss had shrunk down and gone underground to sleep, which is why they hadn't seen much of her or her young lately. He then surmised that Shuri and the other ants must also be hibernating underground. With his companions resting, he resolved to do whatever chores he could around the house. As he moved through the house, a grinding sound caught his attention. Peeking around a corner, he saw one of the helpers diligently hulling grain. With a bright, eager smile, Hayo offered to take over the task of milling it. The helper, however, gestured towards several jars, communicating that they were not running low on starter. In fact, there was more than before, along with an ample supply of fish sauce. Hayo then remembered their ability to use magic. He asked if they had plenty of sugar as well, and the helper confirmed it was also producing more oil and salt. Hayo looked on, impressed, and thanked his small companions for their work. His surprise grew as he noticed they were even crafting their own millstones. As he turned to the mill, the one-eyed helper stepped forward, indicating its desire to help. Hayo smiled warmly, assuring the creature that it was all right. But the helper simply stood there, staring at him with its single, unblinking eye. Unsettled by the intense gaze, Hayo stammered and reluctantly agreed to let it take over the task. He found himself at a complete loss. With his helpers having taken over every conceivable task, he realized he had absolutely nothing to do. This profound boredom drove him to undertake a massive project, renovating the long-neglected kitchen. He expanded the space by digging outside the mountain, effectively tripling its floor area. His ambitious work continued with the installation of 8 stoves, an entire wall packed with grills and pizza ovens, and a large sink capable of washing a ton of vegetables at once. The new kitchen was immediately put to vigorous use as the helpers began baking fresh bread, grilling skewers, and tossing ingredients in sizzling pans. Presenting the resulting feast to Cheyenne and Kuru, he urged them to eat their fill. Tears of joy streamed down his face at the thought that, finally, there would be an end to them fighting over scraps. The aroma of the food attracted more than just the wolves. The giant ants and the giant spider emerged, drawn by the scent. He wondered aloud why they weren't hibernating, questioning if they had come out just for the fried chicken. As he stood puzzled, one of the small helpers tugged on his shirt. The helper led him to a previously unseen area, revealing a cellar lined with rows of large wooden barrels. Stunned by the sight, he turned to the creature and asked when they had possibly set all of this up. In response, the helper offered him a cup. He took a sip and his face flushed, impressed by the lovely bouquet. He marveled that it was already ready to drink, realizing with the start that even wine must ferment faster in this place. He had been shown 2 different batches of the newly fermented wine, one made from slightly sour grapes and another from sweeter ones. He sampled both, a blush rising to his cheeks as he declared them delicious. Though he found it a bit sad to be drinking alone, he resolved to get tipsy that night. His peaceful evening was shattered by a sudden eruption of snarling. Cheyenne, the large white wolf, roared at the smaller Kuru, claiming to be the strongest. Kuru snapped back, insisting they wouldn't know for sure until they fought it out. The sudden aggression startled him. He looked on in disbelief, wondering how this could have happened, and pleaded with one of his helpers to stop them. But his plea went unheard as Kuru, undeterred, let out a defiant roar, puffing out his chest to declare his own strength. As the chaos mounted, Hayo's gaze fell upon his helpers, who were holding a tray with a cup of the potent wine. A realization dawned on him. This was their doing. He demanded to know what had gotten into everyone. Before he could get an answer, the fight intensified. Cheyenne lunged, pinning the smaller wolf to the ground. Hayo could only watch from the sidelines, feeling that it was all over. The chaos, however, was not limited to the wolves. The giant ants and the giant spider, who were supposed to be hibernating, had also been roused into a furious battle, trading insults and blows. Exasperated, Hayo yelled at them to stop using magic. He tried to enjoy his drink in peace, but his quiet moment was shattered by a loud splash. With a sigh, he noted that someone had fallen into the river. Rushing over, he found the red lizard creature with its head submerged in a barrel of wine. He yelled at it not to fall asleep like that, observing that it seemed to be a quiet drunk. At least, he thought with some relief, the other creatures were behaving normally. His relief was premature. Cheyenne, the large white wolf, bounded towards him, barking excitedly and calling for its master. The wolf then made its desire clear, growling that it wanted another taste of that wonderful stuff. It insisted the drink put it in a good mood and pleaded for him to open the barrel, while Kuru watched from nearby. A memory surfaced of the rule that had been established with great effort. Wine was only allowed once a week. But in the present, one of the small helpers realized with dawning horror that this rule was absolutely not being followed. The scene shifts. Hayo, now in a heavy winter coat, looks up in shock as snow begins to fall. He remarks that autumn had started less than 2 weeks ago, yet the sky was already filled with snow, dusting the bare trees. As he processes the unseasonable weather, a booming voice cuts through the air. Gamal, his breath visible in the cold, demands to know what is happening. Beside him, his light-haired companion raises a hand and orders everyone to halt. Their entire party, a caravan of riders and wagons, comes to a stop, their journey through the forest brought to an unexpected standstill by the sudden snowfall. Snow falls steadily over the rooftops of Tatros, the town closest to the forest. Below, a caravan makes its way through the streets, its large reptilian beasts of burden thudding and rolling through the thick powder. As they proceed, Gamal complains to his companion about the mages, calling them complainers. His companion replies with a wry smile, admitting he was worried Gamal might actually abandon them. The mages in question are indeed struggling. One of them shouts in frustration that no sane person would enter the forest in these conditions. He explains that the snow prevents them from drawing magic circles on the ground, and simply melting it all would completely exhaust their mana. Hearing their protests, Gamal clenches his jaw, conceding that they have a point. He grumbles that if it were only the knights of his brigade, the weather would be no issue. His companion observes that none of them have ever witnessed such a heavy snowfall. The companion continues, stating they were lucky to make it back to Tatros at all. He identifies the local lord as Marquis Cuffley, adding that since they are present on the king's orders, the Marquis has no choice but to accommodate them. Resigned to the situation, Gamal decides they will have to bide their time and wait for winter to pass. He then issues a cold order. Give the slaves just enough food to ensure they don't die. In the background, the pack lizards are led into a stable. As the stable doors creak shut, a large, white wing unfurls nearby with a soft whoosh. In a rattling cage exposed to the elements, the captive slaves huddle together, one of them thinking of the overwhelming cold. Meanwhile, inside a warm room, Hayo is startled from his meal. A small, bird-like creature wreathed in flames flies through the air. He shouts in alarm, recognizing the creature by name. Karen is on fire. He slid open the door, his previous shock giving way to awe. Before him lay a vast expanse of white under a clear sky, a web-like barrier shimmering faintly in the air. As he marveled at the sheer amount of snow, something he'd never seen back in Japan, Karen flapped over to him, chirping for her master's attention. He reached out, asking if she was cold, a wave of confusion washing over him as he realized she wasn't on fire at all. Meanwhile, outside in the snow-covered forest, a large, shaggy wolf and 2 small pups charged through the deep drifts, their playful growls echoing in the cold air as they crunched through the powder. From the warmth of the room, Hayo watched them, wrapped in a blanket. He remarked to Cheyenne, who sat beside him, that he could feel the chill even through the protective barrier. The large white wolf agreed, observing how lively the others were. Cheyenne noted how well the Garms had learned to fit in. Kuru concurred, suggesting it was thanks to their master's mysterious powers. The younger pups, filled with energy, barked about how much fun the snow was and challenged each other to a race. He mused on this newfound peace. It was curious, he thought, that he no longer felt any compulsion to fight them, even though his kind, the Fenrir, were once mortal enemies of the Twirani and Amphifermi. He realized that simply being near his master and his magic was enough to soothe his heart. The shaggy Garm, Koa, approached the doorway, expressing his gratitude to Hayo, but lamenting that their inability to speak the same language prevented them from talking more. As he spoke, Cheyenne padded over to Hayo, nuzzling against his hand. Hayo looked down, asking the white wolf what was on his mind. In response, the great wolf simply rolled onto his back, presenting his belly. Hayo understood immediately, asking with a smile if he wanted to be petted. He reveled in the simple pleasure of stroking Cheyenne's thick winter coat, a heavenly sensation. Finding just the right spot behind her ears, he elicited a contented growl. Nearby, Koa let out a soft whine, prompting Hayo to ask what was the matter. Before Koa could answer, a spiky-furred wolf suddenly lunged between them, startling Hayo. As Cheyenne blissfully requested more petting, Hayo turned to Koa, apologizing for the interruption. The new wolf, Chai, continued to nudge him insistently. Hayo was surprised by the creature's forwardness, initially wondering if he also wanted attention before realizing the wolf's intent was something different. Seeing this, Koa barked sharply, admonishing Chai for bothering their master. Hayo watched, slightly flustered, as Chai let out a small whine, insisting he hadn't meant any harm. He found the exchange endearing, however, and playfully grabbed Chai's face, exclaiming how cute he was. Koa protested from the side, barking that this was not the time for such antics. The commotion was enough for Cheyenne, who rose to her paws with a low growl. Announcing that she was going to check on things outside, she turned to leave, prompting a panicked yelp from Chai, who begged her to wait. She paused, glancing back with a stern expression. With a low growl, she addressed Chai directly, telling him that if he was feeling jealous of their master, he had gotten the wrong end of the stick entirely. Her words gave Chai pause. He considered the thought, realizing that their master had indeed gained enough power to stand on equal footing with them, the Fenrir. Yet, some things remained unchanged. A moment later, his contemplation broke, and he let out an excited yell. Cheyenne, the great white wolf, wore a look of smug satisfaction. He amused himself about the sweet boy, Hayo, believing it was obvious that the young man fancied him. He considered this affection part of Hayo's charm. Cheyenne then asked Chai if he could count on him for grooming later. Nearby, Chai realized that Hayo would never understand his own feelings unless he expressed them directly. The thought that he could actually do so filled him with hopeful excitement. From a short distance away, Hayo observed them with a gentle smile. He mused that even though they were different species, they might just have to become friends, and silently encouraged Chai to keep trying. This peaceful attempt at friendship, however, was not always the outcome. More often than not, their interactions devolved into another drunken brawl. Having witnessed this kind of mayhem several times, Hayo had grown accustomed to it. As Chai took on a large insectoid creature that had emerged from hibernation, Hayo simply called out for them to try not to get hurt. He still worried about them drinking so much, but decided to have his own fun. He settled in with a pairing of dry wine and a large serving of carriage, noting how well they went together, and observed that it seemed to be business as usual for Fluffy and Flying Lizard. His gaze fell upon a curious sight on the table. Next to the drinking bowls for a bat-winged creature and a small lizard, there was a small, fluffy, snowman-shaped object. He wondered aloud who could have made something so cute. He reached out and gently squished the soft, round object, a look of pleasant surprise and curiosity on his face. He stares in surprise at the small, round, white creature that has appeared before him, wondering aloud if it's some kind of marshmallow. A small bat-like creature hovers nearby, observing the interaction. Gently taking the creature into his hands, he asks where it came from and questions if it might be one of Fluffy's friends. Without warning, the creature springs from his grasp, bouncing away with surprising elasticity as the bat creature follows close behind. The scene dissolves into a vivid dreamscape. Under a sky filled with glittering snowflakes, the bat creature and a small flying lizard soar towards a brilliant light. Watching from below, Hayo, flanked by Cheyenne and Ku, marvels at the beautiful sight. The vision shatters as his eyes snap open. He sits up with a start, dismissing the entire experience as just a strange dream. But as he looks down, he sees the round creature and the bat creature right beside him. He realizes it wasn't a dream, nor an effect of any drink. These creatures are real, and they seem to be multiplying. He picks up the white creature again, noting its squishy texture is similar to Fluffy's. He decides that if this newcomer is going to be part of the gang, it will need a name. He mulled over a name for the new creature. Given its pure white color, he briefly considered Shiro, but quickly dismissed the idea, feeling it wasn't quite right. He then tried to recall what he had called it when he first found it the night before, but his mind drew a complete blank. Suddenly, the memory returned with a flash of insight. As the creature bounced energetically, he remembered the name he'd uttered, Marshmallow. Sometime later, kneeling by a body of water, Hayo slumped in defeat, muttering to himself that he had done it again. His frustration was interrupted when he saw what looked like amoebas emerging from the water. He cried out in surprise as one of them stretched a pseudopod towards his face. They were strange, translucent, blob-like beings, shimmering slightly as they moved. He observed them closely, sensing they were different from his other companions. He wondered if the distinction was their magic, perhaps influenced by the fact that they appeared in the snow. Then he understood. The creatures from the water had magic similar to Fluffy's. These new ones from the snow, however, were different. They felt more like a marshmallow. He observed the strange, amoeba-like beings in the snow, noting their cold temperature. He mused that perhaps they didn't multiply like the others, speculating that they might be an entirely new variety of creature. Elsewhere, a large, dark bird-like creature stretched its wings, letting out a loud caw. It grumbled about having fallen fast asleep, blaming a particularly tasty drink. Shaking off its drowsiness, it resolved to refocus and continue its search for the dragons. Its eyes then fell upon a small, winged reptile hovering in the air. With a jolt of recognition, the bird realized it was the ice dragon. Without hesitation, the great bird swooped down from the sky, startling Hayo as it descended upon him. Landing before him, the creature announced that he was finally awake. It declared that not only had he awakened, but the ice spirits had also returned, explaining that the sudden chill over the past few days was a direct result of the ice dragon regaining its power. As Cheyenne and Kuru approached, Kuru excitedly asked if this meant they would soon have all the dragons. Cheyenne followed up, clarifying if only 2 dragons remained to be found. The bird confirmed their hopes, stating that with the remaining dragons, the forest could achieve a complete recovery. Cheyenne then questioned the bird's efforts, pointing out that the dragons seemed to be gathering on their own, drawn by their master's mana, suggesting the search had been pointless. The bird snapped back, insisting its search wasn't the only task at hand and that other requirements were necessary to restore the forest. It elaborated, revealing it had something in mind that governs the very core of the forest, a power at the heart of its existence. The large bird and the white wolf seemed to have reached an accord, calling and barking to one another. Hayo watches them, relieved to see they're all friends again and that there's nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a giant ant scurries past with purpose. Nearby, a thin branch is weighed down by a fresh clump of snow. Before he can fully process the sudden activity, Hayo is snatched up and carried away. He realizes with a jolt of fear that he has been kidnapped. The giant spider and an ant work in tandem, whisking him off as he surmises that the bugs must be done with their hibernation. The creatures deposit him inside a large, unfinished cavern. Looking around at the earthen walls, he wonders aloud if this is a new nest for the ants. They quickly reveal their intentions. The ants tap at a large, rectangular block and then gesture toward the cavern walls, making it clear they want him to reinforce the structure with stone. Understanding their request, he steps forward and places a hand against the rough wall, preparing to use his magic. He considers the task, noting that teleportation would be faster. His attention then shifts to a basket filled with snow he brought along. He questions what to do with it, musing that since it will only melt, he might as well turn this new space into another freezer. As he thinks, something stirs within the snow. A small, round, white creature suddenly bounces out from the basket, landing softly on the ground before him. The small, white creature sat with its companions, a lizard and a bat, all seemingly inert. Observing them, Hayo voiced a theory that they might be snow monsters, incapable of surviving without the cold. His thoughts then turned to the changing seasons. Outside, he proposed to the giant ants that once spring arrived, they could clear the other side of the river. He noticed their strange gestures and asked if they were worried about tree roots, wondering where they had learned such a signal. As he considered this, the signs of the snowy seasons became more apparent. His helpers, including the one-eyed creature and the ants, worked diligently outside, digging and clearing the land. Suddenly, a massive paw pressed into the thawing ground nearby. The paw belonged to Cheyenne, who had returned from a hunt with Kuru. The great white wolf dropped a large catch with a decisive chomp, prompting Hayo to praise them for their amazing work. He then noticed something unusual about the smaller wolf. Hayo knelt down, asking Kuru why it seemed some of the pack had been excluded from a hunt. Meanwhile, in a well-appointed room far away, a dark-haired commander was reviewing documents when his subordinate approached. The subordinate asked if he had heard the rumors circulating, clarifying it was a foolish story about the wrath of the forest befalling anyone who laid a hand on the slaves. He dismissed the tale as nonsense, questioning the sanity of anyone who would believe it and scoffing at the idea that mere beasts could pose a threat. He then turned the question back on his commander, asking if he would be so dismissive if he were speaking to the king himself. His commander looked up from his papers, his gaze sharp. He responded with a single, cutting remark, labeling the subordinate's challenge as impertinent. He then softens his expression, a slight smile playing on his lips. He clarifies that he was only joking with his lieutenant, assuring the man that he has never once questioned his loyalty to the king. The armored officer is taken aback, his mouth agape in surprise. The lieutenant, flustered, quickly apologizes for his thoughtlessness. His superior laughs, placing a hand on the man's shoulder and telling his adjutant, Adiel, not to get so frightened. He lightheartedly suggests that Adiel should try standing up for him sometime. As Adiel processes the exchange, the commander watches him, privately reflecting on his lieutenant's fanatical support for the king. He understands that he cannot let his true plans be known. Far away, Hayo instructs the group of rescued slaves and beast folk on survival. He displays drawings of an evil serpent that can leap twice its body length and identifies edible plants, stressing that they must remember this information as if their lives depend on it. A large wooden structure collapses with a crash. Below, the dark-haired man throws his arms up in triumph amidst the debris, while 2 of his one-eyed helpers are knocked to the ground. A warning is issued about the falling timber. With the initial demolition complete, he sits back with a satisfied smile, declaring the job done. His one-eyed helpers are already back to work, diligently hammering posts and carrying lumber across the snowy landscape. He gazes out at the industrious creatures, remarking on their impressive speed. He muses that since there wasn't much work to be done during the winter, they're making up for lost time. The sounds of construction fill the air as the helpers continue their tasks, one carrying a heavy basket of logs. Nearby, the dark wolf Kuru lets out an energetic bark, adding to the lively atmosphere. The dark-haired man reflects on his companion's enthusiasm. He figures they must have been quite bored, concluding that the arrival of spring awakens a desire in everyone to be active. His thoughts briefly turn to a small, frilly dressed girl. Later, while petting the great white wolf Cheyenne, he mentions that he hasn't seen Koa in a while. He notes that recently, only half the pack has been going out to hunt, and that sometimes the females stay behind. He expresses hope that Koa is alright. Not far away, two large, shaggy wolves are resting together in the snow. As Cheyenne approaches them, one of the wolves, Koa, lifts its head and lets out a soft, questioning sound. Now surrounded by Cheyenne and the two shaggy wolves, the dark-haired man expresses his surprise. A sudden realization dawns on him as he connects the wolves' behavior to the season. It's spring, making this a natural development. He blushes slightly, admitting he'd almost forgotten about such things, and must now resume checking the forest boundaries. He surveyed the last of their winter provisions, his helpers standing by silently. They had managed to survive the cold months on what was in the pantry, but now, looking at the meager remains, he felt a knot of worry. If their numbers were to increase, he questioned whether they would have enough food. The thought solidified into a plan. Perhaps it was time to consider expanding the fields to ensure a more plentiful harvest. His train of thought was abruptly derailed. His helpers presented him with several round, glistening objects, but his attention was captured by the sight below, a pile of tiny, sleeping pups nestled together in a bed of hay. Nearby, Koa slept soundly, her large form curled protectively. A small, bushy-tailed squirrel perched nearby, observing the peaceful scene. His eyes widened in utter shock, a gasp escaping his lips. The full picture came into view. Cheyenne, the great white wolf, was also there, allowing the newborn pups to nurse. Overwhelmed by the sudden, heartwarming development, he could only watch. Kneeling closer, he marveled at the sight. Koa was a mother. He thought it was incredibly sweet, a surprise birth that had happened only a few days prior. He observed that, with the exception of one, all the pups looked identical, making them hard to tell apart. He stood up, a wave of emotion washing over him. He wondered aloud if this was a case of interspecies birth, calling this sight amazing. Looking at his growing family, Koa, Cheyenne, and the new litter, his resolve hardened. He vowed to do everything in his power to help them all. He observed the progress of his agrarian brigade, noting their diligent work on expanding the fields. He mentioned to one of his helpers that they might soon need to expand the warehouse as well. A point of concern arose as he saw that more than half the fields were now covered in crops resembling grapes. His attention then turned to a barren, rocky expanse, where he directed his helpers toward a large cliffside. Suddenly, a splash of water struck him, catching him completely by surprise. He spun around to find the source, standing at the entrance to a building as his helpers gathered. Before him stood a towering, impossibly thin creature resembling a giant stick insect. He stared up at the creature from his seat, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He thought he had seen such an insect before, but this one was at least 10 times the size of any he knew. He wondered aloud who or what it was. In response to his question, the red lizard creature, Karen, swooped in, announcing with great relief that it had finally found its master. Karen explained that it could now prove its usefulness, puffing out its chest with pride. It seemed to be trying to convey that the wood monsters had returned to life. As the dark-haired man tried to process this, another enormous, multi-eyed insectoid creature appeared beside him. Utterly bewildered, he questioned what a wood monster even was and why all these creatures were suddenly converging on his location. As if in answer, a large winged lizard descended from the sky, landing heavily nearby. Surrounded by the bizarre assembly of creatures, he could only stare in disbelief. He looks toward Cheyenne, who seems to be communicating a sense of urgency. The great wolf conveys that it feels a strange magical power, prompting the man to ask if it wants him to follow. The wolf clarifies that this feeling means its master has been invited somewhere. This only deepens the man's confusion as he continues to sense the strange magical energy himself, wondering about its source. Deep within the forest, ethereal orbs of light drift through the canopy, illuminating the night. Guided by this mysterious energy, he begins to walk, finding himself at the head of a strange procession. Creatures of all kinds follow him through the woods as he notes the magical force growing stronger. Their journey leads them to a clearing dominated by the presence of an immense, ancient tree, its trunk wider than any he has ever seen. He stares upward, his mouth agape in sheer awe at the scale of the colossal tree. As he, Cheyenne, and the red lizard creature gaze up, they see swarms of small, winged creatures circling the tree's vast canopy, drawn to it like moths to a flame. His attention is drawn to a giant ant beside him. The creature communicates that in all its long life, it has never witnessed such a sight. Looking from the ant to the tree, the man can only agree, whispering that it is truly amazing. Cheyenne speaks, identifying the colossal tree as the world tree, the heart of the forest itself. The red lizard creature, Karen, confirms its significance, explaining that the area is protected by numerous barriers, allowing entry only to those who have been granted permission. The dark-haired man looks on as the giant spider remarks that the tree's energy, once palpable throughout the entire forest, is now fading. A closer look at its branches reveals wilting, drying leaves, a clear sign of its decline. His expression grows serious as one of the giant ants elaborates. It explains that the tree has been defending the forest from human incursions for a very long time, and now its power is nearly exhausted. The ant concludes with a hopeful note, suggesting that the tree could be revived with their master's magical energy. He realizes that the assembled creatures are waiting for him to act. He can feel the ancient tree attempting to draw on his magical power, and he contemplates whether he should permit it. A deep, resonant thrumming sound suddenly echoes from the great tree's trunk. The sudden noise startles him and his companions, their heads snapping up in unison, expressions of confusion on their faces. As the vibrations intensify, a wave of panic washes over the group. The man and the creatures around him cry out in alarm. He looks around in a panic, shouting out, "What have I done?" He feels that this isn't how things were supposed to go. The creatures turn on him, with Cheyenne demanding to know if he has a plan, while the stick-like beings seem to point accusingly. He looks down, bewildered, as the massive roots of the world tree retract, leaving a pile of leaves and debris where they once were. The tall, thin insectoid creatures stand by, their silent forms adding to the tense atmosphere. Pushing himself up from the leaf litter, he shields his eyes from a sudden bright light, questioning what just happened. Cheyenne remains close, observing the aftermath. His eyes widen in disbelief at the sight before him. At first, he sees nothing unusual, just the disturbed ground. But then a small, strange figure stands up from the leaves, a creature that looks like a tiny, walking tree. He turns his head sharply as the little sapling creature takes a step, then another, beginning to walk away from the base of the great tree. The red lizard creature explains that this is a wooden being born from the dark-haired man's own magical power, which is why it possesses such a strange magical signature. The man asks if this is normal, still trying to process the event. He looks to Cheyenne for confirmation. Seeing the wolf's calm acceptance, he smiles, deciding that if the monsters think it's all right, then he has no reason to worry. He watches as the little sapling creature toddles along a path leading away from the world tree. He remarks that it seems to be following them, another new companion, just like Marshmallow who joined them recently. Under the starry night sky, the small sapling creature wades into the calm, sparkling waters of a lake as a bat-like creature flies overhead. Watching from the shore, the dark-haired man observes that the creature seems to like the lake. Just then, the sapling's root-like feet begin to absorb water with audible slurping sounds, taking him by surprise. As it drinks, its leafy top rustles and expands rapidly, startling the man who watches the sudden transformation. In a matter of moments, he stands in awe before a massive, fully grown tree that now towers where the small sapling once stood. He turns to Cheyenne and Kuru, who look on with equal shock. He voices his amazement, wondering aloud if trees in this world migrate in search of better soil. A wry smile crosses his face as he concludes that they seem to have a new friend. The thought of what his own imagination can conjure is beginning to frighten him. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to violent chaos. Gummul bellows orders in the midst of a frantic battle, shouting for the bait to move forward as a massive wyvern lunges, forcing Hayo and others to scramble for their lives. The warrior laughs with exhilaration, meeting the beast's attack head-on. His weapon strikes true, sending splatters of the wyvern's blood into the air as he relishes the thrill of the fight. The armored warrior expressed his concern to his companion, noting that they had already expended half of their slaves. He questioned whether the beast they were facing had somehow grown stronger. His companion, however, dismissed the concern with a bored expression, complaining that a battle of this caliber was simply tedious. As they spoke, a hooded mage nearby addressed the assembled soldiers. He explained that the barriers were multi-layered and urged everyone to finish their task quickly. The mage added that an additional 100 soldiers from the royal capital were on their way, and that he was currently preparing a magic circle to shatter the barrier at the forest's edge. With their orders clear, the soldiers finally confronted their opposition, a defiant group of beast folk. A wave of battle cries erupted from the soldiers' ranks. One of them roared that they had finally arrived, vowing to make the forest bastards remember the might of the empire. Within a dark forest, Gummul's forces discuss their objective. His light-haired companion questions how they will deal with the so-called king of the forest when it appears. Another knight eagerly suggests they should skin the beast and present its hide to the queen, an idea that brings a smile to Gummul's face. The light-haired companion observes that, unlike the other knights who are cowards, the men Gummul selected show no fear. With his arms crossed, Gummul confirms this was his expectation. Nearby, a dark-haired beast folk sweats nervously, his fear a stark contrast to the other's confidence. He turns his gaze toward the tree lean, acknowledging to himself that while something is certainly amiss with the forest, it is not a serious enough matter to cause him any real concern. His contemplation is brief, as he turns back to his companion with a laugh, telling him to pull himself together. He scoffs at the idea that the knights from the fourth squad and the beast folk had anything to be afraid of. His expression shifts to a dismissive smirk as he calls the mages useless idiots for being surprised by the magical formation. The hooded mage explains that their attacks have been routed through an ancient magic stone in the castle. He theorizes that when the king's sword broke, the castle's magic must have drawn on the stone's power. He advises finding another way to attack, as there are many other spells. The mage continues, suggesting that since he couldn't bring a higher-ranking mage, they can manifest even greater power through sacrifice. Looking down at the mages preparing a ritual, Gamal declares his plan. He will break the barrier with 2 powerful mages and burn the forest down. Anything that looks flammable, he orders, is to be set ablaze. His brutal command is met with a unified, enthusiastic cheer as the soldiers raise their fists in the air. With his troops' morale high, Gamal's face hardens with resolve. He explains the final part of the plan. The forest contains many barriers to keep the beast from escaping. They will simply move forward, burning everything in their path. He addresses his unseen subordinates with a laugh, explaining that they are the reason he will provide them with plenty of food. He offers them a chance to prove themselves, noting that after their past failures, he's just glad the untrained rejects were finally delivered. He continues, gripping the bars of a large cage with a cruel smile. He declares that even as rejects, they can serve the king and should consider an honor. From within the cage, a large, furred paw steps into view. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, 3 small wolf pups tumble and play, yipping and nipping at each other with boundless energy, oblivious to any danger. A young man watches their boisterous play, his expression one of concern. He muses that they are growing too quickly, already engaging in dangerous games despite being only a week old. He worries that if they aren't supervised, they'll surely get into trouble. His concern gives way to fondness. He reflects on his usual boredom, but as one of the pups affectionately licks his face, he notices their numbers seem to be increasing. Because of this, he resolves to visit his new friends every day. The peaceful moment is pierced by a jarring memory, a time when he was far from entertained, submerged in water and gasping in shock. His reverie is broken as he spots movement. He calls out, telling them to wait, as several tall, slender, stick-like insectoid creatures stride past him on a stone path. He follows them and stops, awestruck. The creatures have led him to the base of an immense, ancient tree, where they gather with their thin arms raised in a gesture of reverence. He can only stare up at the colossal plant, dwarfed by its presence. He smiles, thinking to himself that the great tree looks even more beautiful today. He finds it endearing that after only a single day's absence, the stick insects came to find him with such worried expressions, even though he has no way of truly communicating with them. Gazing up at the colossal trunk, he marvels at its size. He notes aloud that everything in this world seems to grow remarkably fast. With the day so peaceful, he decides to relax. He muses that since he has some free time, he will search for some leaves and brew himself some tea. Elsewhere, under the cover of darkness, a different kind of ritual is underway. Several figures in dark hoods kneel in a circle, chanting as intricate, glowing patterns spread across the ground around them. The purpose of their incantation becomes clear as the focus shifts to a dark, confined space. Huddled together in fear are 3 young slaves, the wolf-eared beast folk, the light-haired boy, and the dark-haired girl. Meanwhile, Gamal prepares for the impending conflict. He remarks that the time has finally come, wondering aloud if they will face a counterattack. He declares with grim resolve that he will cut down anyone who stands in the king's way, regardless of who they might be. His resolve is matched by the intensity of the mage's ritual. One of the hooded figures speaks, their voice joining the strange, rhythmic chanting that fills the air. The magical energy intensifies, the glowing runes on the floor pulsing with power. The figures continue their work, their dark forms silhouetted against the intricate, luminous sigils of the massive magic circle. The protagonist's peaceful day is suddenly pierced by a vivid, intrusive memory. The face of Gamal, shouting a defiant challenge for him to come forward if he dares. The jarring image fades, leaving him standing in the forest with Cheyenne. He senses a change, an unpleasant atmosphere hanging in the air that wasn't there before, and wonders aloud about its source. His question is answered by the sight of a stick-like creature sprinting past in a panic. He calls out, asking what's wrong, but his attention is quickly drawn to a greater disturbance shaking the nearby trees. He approaches a massive tree, placing a hand on its trunk and feeling a tremor run through it. He immediately questions if the magical energy in the area has become unstable. As he assesses the situation, Cheyenne and the small red lizard creature rush to his side, calling out to him. He observes that while the disturbance seems to have lessened, the tree still appears to be in great pain. He kneels to inspect the tree's base, wondering if this could be some kind of attack. He muses that the spot where the tree took root might have been a poor choice, though he admits he's never seen such a thing. As Cheyenne sniffs the afflicted roots, he places a hand on them, contemplating if healing will help. He stands back, acknowledging his own limitations. He is no specialist and must solve problems one by one. He recalls hearing that if the soil isn't suitable, bacteria can harm a tree, which could be the cause. This realization solidifies his course of action. He decides to treat the affliction as an external attack. The solution, he concludes, is to bolster the tree's natural defenses by reinforcing it with his magical power. He places his hands on a massive tree, deciding to reinforce its immunity and physical defenses, suspecting that pests may have damaged its roots. As he channels his power, a brilliant magical light envelopes the tree's trunk. Cheyenne barks as the small red creature on his head announces that the world tree is now shrouded in their master's magical force. Leaping onto a large root, he observes that pests and fungi seem to be spreading through the soil. He tells Cheyenne they must now identify what is harming the tree monsters and protect them, concluding that the best course of action is to trace the affliction back to its source by investigating a wider area. To begin this large-scale check, a small, white, one-eyed creature sends out a pulse of energy across the forest. The magical pulse spreads, causing the leaves of nearby plants to glow softly as the survey commences. He considers that other trees might also be affected and will need similar protection. If the root cause isn't eliminated, he realizes he may have to isolate whatever the tree monsters consider an enemy. Meanwhile, in a well-lit office, a man with dark, wavy hair reviews a report. He notes that a faint, unusual magical light has been appearing several times a day, making the local monsters restless. Lacking any information to explain it, he suspects the ancient tree is somehow influencing the magical stones. At that moment, Lieutenant Adiel reports that requests to investigate the various trees have increased. One of Adiel's men expresses surprise at how quickly the information is spreading, while another grimly declares that the forest is finished. The dark-haired man, however, looks troubled. He wonders how a fourth, or even a fifth, invader could have managed to penetrate so deep into the forest. He listened as his subordinate, Adiel, reported on the recent incident. Adiel recounted that they were supposedly attacked by a flash of light, but questioned if there were any casualties or if the slaves had simply used the opportunity to escape. The commander mused that only the truly powerful exhibit such restraint, confirming that their unseen adversary possessed genuine strength. Adiel concurred, suggesting that it was likely a warning, a conclusion his superior affirmed. He then asked Adiel for his thoughts on what might follow such a warning. The subordinate grimly pointed out that this was the fifth such event, implying a pattern of escalation. The commander's thoughts turned to retaliation. He concluded that these incidents had given the forest a pretext to attack, and the only course of action was to track the source and carry out a complete incineration of the pests. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, the young man stood before the great tree with his companions. He reflected on how the forest had, until now, never taken a life, focusing his efforts on correcting the anomalies plaguing it. Elsewhere, Gamal rallied his troops for an assault. He roared that if they found a nest of pests or a cluster of anomalies, they would burn it to the ground. His soldiers, eager for retribution, cheered him on as they prepared large, caged transports, ready to deal with anything that appeared. Back with the commander's unit, Adiel suddenly looked up, his expression turning to one of confusion as a strange, shimmering light began to fill the air around him. The light intensified into a blinding flash, engulfing Gamal's forces. He cried out in pain and confusion, shielding his eyes, unable to see anything as the world turned white around him. The blinding light gives way to a raging inferno. Pillars of fire erupt across the military encampment as a dark-robed mage stands defiantly amidst the chaos, soldiers falling in flames around them. As Gamal recovers his senses, his eyes widen in shock. He recognizes the nature of the spell being used against them. Shouting in disbelief, "Water magic!" He immediately barks an order for those skilled in magic to extinguish the fire. At the same time, a torrent of water crashes into the robed figure, dousing the flames surrounding it. Despite his command, the chaos spreads. Soldiers scream as they are engulfed by the blaze. Nearby, Adiel looks on in horror, his attention fixed on the disaster unfolding near a cage holding several beastfolk slaves. As the situation deteriorates, a massive pillar of fire erupts from the ground. Seeing the overwhelming power, Adiel yells for everyone to fall back, while Gamal can only watch, his face grim. The soldiers heed the command, pulling back to a safer distance. Gamal, flanked by Adiel and his light-haired companion, stares at the raging magical inferno. In the foreground, the captive beastfolk children watch silently from behind the bars of their cage. Far from the fiery chaos, deep within the forest, a gentle shower of light filters down through the canopy, touching the leaves of the great trees. Beneath these trees, the protagonist places a hand on the bark of a massive trunk. He calmly assesses that the defenses have held, then muses aloud that since a wood monster has already penetrated the tree's body, it might be possible to destroy it and use it as a nutrient source. He begins the process, initiating an internal check to commence the absorption. Meanwhile, far from the great tree, the military unit is in disarray. Adiel, his face tense, calls out to his commander. Gamal turns, demanding to know what is happening. Adiel reports that it appears to be a magic circle for removing a barrier, urging him to approach with caution. Heeding the warning, they find a strange, dark, viscous substance spreading across the forest floor. Gamal stares, his eyes wide with shock, as he questions what this new phenomenon could possibly be. His disbelief is palpable. Standing with his back to his subordinate, he mutters that this must be some kind of joke. The inky blackness on the ground seems to shift and spread, consuming the earth beneath it. A sudden rustling from the trees above breaks Gamal's focus, and he snaps his head upward toward the sound. Back at the great tree, the source of the disturbance becomes clear. The same dark substance recedes into the massive trunk as the protagonist watches alongside Cheyenne and the red lizard creature. He lets out a sigh of relief, Satisfied with the result, he places a hand on the bark, sensing its condition. It seems the magical power has fully stabilized. He concludes, and everything is now in order. He took a moment to compose himself, his heart still racing from the ordeal. It was the first time he had experienced anything like it, and the surprise still lingered. His expression then twisted from relief to fury. He roared, "Don't you dare touch my friends." Elsewhere, the aftermath of a sudden assault became clear. Gamal collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in agony. Adiel rushed to his side, calling out his rank in alarm, trying to understand what had happened to his vice-captain. He was not the only one struck down. All around them, soldiers lay motionless on the forest floor, the clearing a scene of silent devastation. From the shadows of the trees, a hooded figure observed the carnage. A thought of cold dismissal crossed their mind as they looked upon the fallen soldiers. "Fools, we are the kings here." Within a high stone tower, an elderly, hooded mage confers with an associate. The mage expresses concern, asking if the 5th Knight Regiment managed to successfully invade the forest, noting that they were accompanied by a large number of mages this time. The mage turns back to their research, scouring ancient records. They are searching for a way to replenish the power of magical stones without resorting to sacrifices, but the magic was originally designed to function in precisely that way. As they continue to read, the grim details become clearer. The text specifies that a full unification of the magic stones requires 800 sacrifices. The magic of the demons, I alone, demands 100 victims. The more they read, the more horrifying the truth becomes. Elsewhere, the protagonist stands before Adiel and Gamal, delivering a report. He states that as a result of their invasion, the forest now considers them enemies. Gamal expresses his hope for the knight's safe return, but the protagonist gravely informs him that it is now too late. Before he can explain further, a sudden, immense pressure descends upon the room. With a look of shock, the protagonist collapses forward onto the desk. The force ripples outwards, throwing the hall into chaos. A servant is knocked from their feet, sending plates shattering across the floor, while even the formidable Gamal is forced to his knees. The entire castle, perched high on its rocky foundation, seems to be the source of the oppressive, crushing wave of power. Thrown to the floor amidst scattered papers, the protagonist clutches his head, groaning as he feels an immense weight pressing down on him from above. He struggled on the floor, the immense pressure crushing him. His companions, Gamal, the light-haired companion, and the dark-haired man, watched in distress, noting that if this continued, he would surely die. The young man could only think that he couldn't perish yet. Elsewhere in the castle, the elderly mage was also caught in the suffocating wave of power. Hunched over his desk and gasping for air, he gripped the wood, his mind screaming that he did not want to die. The source of this suffering, the king, smiled with satisfaction. He had received his answer. A document before him detailed the plan. To strengthen the magic stone, they were short 200 slaves. To make up for the deficit, a further invasion was necessary. The king mused that in that case, the filth should simply multiply faster. This oppressive force reached even the dungeons, where 2 hooded figures observed the slaves. One found it curious that the slaves were shedding tears, even though their emotions were meant to be suppressed. The young man's body convulsed on the floor, his face a mask of agony as he cursed the unbearable pain. Sometime later, the pressure receded. Gamal sat by a bed, sighing with relief that they were all okay. In the bed lay the protagonist, unconscious but still breathing. The elderly mage had also survived the ordeal, though he was left slumped over his desk in exhaustion. He thought to himself that the wrath of the king of the world had finally left the forest. Behind him, the dark-haired man stood silently. His strength gave out, and he tumbled from his chair to the floor. As another hooded figure looked on, noting that everything had calmed down, the mage realized with a start that he was still alive. He trembles, sweat beading on his wrinkled face as the crushing pressure continues. A dreadful realization dawns on him. This is wrath, he thinks, but whose wrath have they brought upon themselves? His thoughts spiral into a grim certainty. The world will not forgive them for this transgression. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, a voice calls out tentatively towards the king's chambers. Pushing the door open, a hooded attendant discovers a scene of chaos. The king is collapsed on the floor, cradled by the queen. The attendant shouts in panic, begging for help and crying that something strange has happened to the king. As the king's agonized screams fill the hall, the elderly mage arrives and takes command. He orders that no one be allowed into the bedroom except for the daughter and grandchild, whom the king supposedly trusts. Another mage quietly questions if that trust is truly real. Inside, the king writhes on a cushion, clutching his body and moaning that he is in terrible pain. His agony intensifies violently. A viscous black substance erupts from his eyes and mouth as he roars, demanding to know who dared touch his sacred body and vowing to kill them. His rage then collapses into a desperate plea for someone to hurry and help him. The source of his torment becomes clear. A dark, pulsating orb in his hands, splattering the foul liquid. The elderly mage shouts an urgent command to another attendant to use healing magic at once. The attendant kneels, preparing to cast the spell. As he writhed, the elderly mage desperately channeled healing energy toward the corrupted orb clutched in the king's hand. The mage's face was a mask of strain and frustration. He felt his efforts were useless, like pouring water into a leaky bucket, sensing no effect from his spell. The grim assessment was confirmed by another hooded figure standing by the doorway. He reported that despite the king's body being supposedly the strongest, some kind of powerful change was taking place within him. With the king still groaning in agony, the mage concluded that their only option was to somehow seal the wound. Walking down the hall, the mages conferred in hushed, urgent tones. One explained that if the magical stone had been flawless, the king would have emerged unscathed. He confessed with despair that now, he couldn't even find a way to repair the damaged artifact. Far away from the palace's desperate healers, deep within a sun-dappled forest, a strange energy began to ripple through the air, coalescing over a tranquil stream. The phenomenon continued until nightfall, bathing the woods in a quiet, starlit glow. This surge of power did not go unnoticed. Cheyenne and the two pups suddenly perked up, their tails wagging with excitement as they sensed the change in the forest. The next morning, the protagonist stepped outside and greeted the towering stick-insect creatures. He looked over at the pups with surprise, remarking to himself that they had seemingly grown to the size of large dogs overnight. He then continued on his way, approaching the base of a colossal tree and offering it a warm good morning. He stood before a colossal tree, one he had named Kodama. It felt different from all the others, possessing a unique presence that set it apart in the vast woods. He reflected that about a month and a half had passed since the sudden growth spurt of his companions. He still wondered what had caused it, but thankfully, there had been no problems since. As he pondered, the forest around him teemed with life. A giant spider skittered past. A small, squishy creature floated gently on the breeze, and a towering stick-like insect ambled along a path. The sight struck him with sudden clarity. His eyes widened as the realization dawned. The forest had undeniably changed. He continued walking, trying to process his thoughts. While he didn't fully understand it, he could now sense a special magic emanating from the woods, a feeling that wasn't there before. He suspected that ever since Kodama began to grow, the forest itself had been slowly transforming. Seeing all the creatures living happily together, from the giant ants to the now-grown wolf pups playing at his feet, he concluded that whatever was happening must be a good thing. Nearby, the great white wolf, Cheyenne, also noticed the change. It recalled that there used to be an unpleasant wind within the forest barrier, but now, that feeling was completely gone. It closed its eyes, content. Everything was now enveloped in the gentle magical power of its master. As it relaxed, one of the young pups bounded forward, asking its mama and papa if they could go hunting by themselves. She listened as her companion, Kuru, remarked on how pleasant the forest had become, attributing it to the purification within the barrier advancing even further. A pup chimed in, adding that their papa had said the same. Cheyenne, however, seemed distracted, calling out a name as if searching for someone. The source of this profound change was the world tree. Having absorbed the master's immense magical power, it had evolved. Now, water infused with that same potent energy was gradually spreading throughout the forest, cleansing it from within. As the pups played nearby, Kuru grumbled with concern, questioning if the children didn't need more training before they could venture out alone. Cheyenne's thoughts, however, were elsewhere. She remarked that a certain he had been very happy lately, musing that dragons must possess the deepest connection to the world tree. His protective nature sparked an intense idea, a hellish special training regimen for the pups. Cheyenne immediately shot down the notion, insisting there was no need for such extremes. She suggested it would be better for them to grow and learn naturally as they hunted. He remained unconvinced, pressing the issue by asking if it wasn't time to trust the children and let them act independently. Cheyenne's response was sharp and immediate. She declared it was far too early, calling him naive for the suggestion. Despite her firm words, she reconsidered. After a moment, she conceded that it might be a good opportunity, but laid down a strict and absolute rule. Under no circumstances were they to venture beyond the protective barrier. The pups listened to her single condition. One recalled the barrier as the black wall they had been taken to before, remembering the experience as frightening. Seeing they understood, Cheyenne declared their promise sealed. Kuru then instructed them to greet everyone before departing and warned them to be careful. As he finished, a small, fluffy creature with horns suddenly appeared, letting out an eager squeak. The small, horned creature bolted through the undergrowth, its eyes wide with panic. Giving chase, Cheyenne shouted to the pups, pointing out the creature's path as it fled. The chase was short-lived. The wolf pups swarmed their target, tumbling together in a chaotic flurry of fur and yelps as they brought it down. One of the pups proudly announced its success, already dreaming of the day it could hunt independently. It marveled at how effortlessly its parents could catch such swift prey. Their confidence soared, and they declared their next goal was to surpass their father, and then even their mother. One of them felt certain they could achieve it, reminding the others to be careful as they carried their prize home. Watching from a distance, Cheyenne and Kuru listened to the pups chatter. The conversation prompted Kuru to ask a question that had been on his mind, inquiring about the identity of the master their parents held in such high regard. He explained that he senses a mixture of magical energies from the master, unlike any he has ever felt before. It isn't purely human. The nearby giant spider interjected, agreeing that while the master appears human, his power feels like a composite of many different species. This mysterious description captivated the pups. One excitedly confirmed that this must be the master, but another hushed him, urging patience and quiet. As they continued their journey, their conversation was cut short by a sudden realization. One of the pups stopped, noticing they had inadvertently reached the edge of the forest protective barrier. From behind them, Cheyenne's voice cut through the air, asking if they could hear something. The pups stand at the edge of the woods, a stern warning echoing in their minds. Under no circumstances were they to go beyond the barrier. As they hesitate, one of them senses a strange wind blowing from the other side. Looking up at Cheyenne, one of them questions what they are supposed to do. The large white wolf's response is simple and direct. They are to watch. The observation is cut short as one of the pups suddenly cries out, feeling sick. Its sibling grows wary, recalling their father's warning that humans are capable of any dirty trick and that this could be a trap. The ailing pup insists that the other must stay inside the barrier and run to their parents if anything happens, putting its faith in the powerful barrier their master created. Despite the warning, its sibling's attention is fixed on the darkness beyond the boundary. It peers into the trees, sensing a presence, and identifies its location. The pup's actions startle Cheyenne, who hears a faint voice from the side, though there are no other strange signs. The great wolf wonders if this is the same magic that has afflicted the forest. As a black haze begins to envelop the ailing pup's body, Cheyenne lunges forward, shouting out into the darkness. A memory surfaces in the young man's mind, the voice of a portly jailer echoing from the past. The man, brandishing a whip, would always shout the same cruel lessons. Be useful to the country. Be grateful for the king's mercy that you are even alive. These were the words the scary adults always repeated. This brutality was a constant reality. A guard strikes a dark-haired beast folk with such force that he is sent flying across the floor. The guard remarks on the loud noise, wondering aloud if she overdid it before laughing it off. Since it was only a beast folk, she reasoned, everything would be fine. The boy on the ground could only whimper in pain. The sounds and sights of his captivity began to coalesce into a grim understanding. Through narrowed eyes, he observed, slowly piecing together the nature of his surroundings. He learned from the girl next to him, a beast folk with long, light hair. She explained their reality in hushed tones. They were slaves. They were forbidden to speak, she warned, because slaves have no need for emotions. His mind drifted to other horrors. Sometimes, he recalled, people they called aristocrats would come to visit, inspecting them like cattle. These visits were often fatal. The aristocrats would claim they wanted to test the sword, and a slave would be taken. Those chosen were never returned to the cell, their bodies left near a floor grate until the next cleaning day. The disposability of life was a constant presence. From a nearby cage, a small, dark creature with glowing eyes watched as another beast folk was unceremoniously dragged away. But recently, he had noticed a change. For some unknown reason, the beatings had gradually become less frequent. Even the jailer, seen from behind, seemed to tremble with a newfound apprehension. He and the other slaves were startled when, instead of the usual brutal silence, their prison began to fill with strange noises and flashes of light from outside. The sudden change left them all bewildered, huddled together with faces etched in confusion, wondering what could possibly be happening. Their unspoken questions were soon addressed by the appearance of one of their captors. The man with dark glasses spoke with an uncharacteristic calmness, apologizing for any mess and assuring them that golems would handle the cleanup on the designated day. The children could only stare up in silent incomprehension. This strange event was followed by another. A few days after that man had taken some of them away, 2 of the adult beast folk were returned to the cell. Unlike the children, these 2 could speak, and they began to share what they had learned. They recounted the words of a powerful man, likely the king, who had instructed them to learn and remember as much as possible about the world outside, about other slaves, the forest, and the various monsters and magical beasts that inhabited it. Though the task was difficult, the young slaves applied themselves, studying from books provided to them. The protagonist traced the illustrations with his finger, correcting his own assumptions as he learned to identify the creatures depicted. He realized what he first thought was a branch was, in fact, a snake. His concentration was shattered by a sudden noise. The door to their cell creaked open, and he and a light-haired boy beside him flinched as the book was hastily slammed shut, hiding their lesson. After the interruption, he stared at the spot on the floor where the book had been. A new thought took root in his mind as he wondered if there had been a hidden passage there all along. He and another young beast folk watched as the man with the goatee stared at them, his expression unreadable and silent. The man then turned away, offering a cryptic piece of advice with a faint smile. He told the boy to run when the opportunity presented itself. In response, the boy's hand clenched the straw bedding on the floor. The metallic rattle of a cage door closing echoed through the cell where he and the other beast folk children were imprisoned. As the cage was wheeled away, he recalled the suddenness of it all, how he was taken and separated from the others. His mind flashed back to a painful memory. He and another child stood in a clearing littered with the defeated bodies of strange humans and a large winged creature. He remembered that when he came to his senses, the scary people had already been defeated. In that moment of chaos, he had reached for his companion, urging them to run. It was then he noticed his wounds were miraculously disappearing. He realized this must have been the chance the man had spoken of. He remembered the forest being a frightening place, but not because of the adults. Instead, it was guarded by a large, imposing bird-like creature. The memory faded as he ran through the woods, carrying his companion. Desperate with thirst, He reached for a stream of water, only for a hand to clamp down on his arm, stopping him cold. He cried out in protest, his escape cut short. He was thrown, hitting the water with a violent splash that momentarily stole his senses. Gasping, he pulled himself onto the bank, the forest floor cool beneath his hands as he tried to regain his bearings. His gaze fell upon two small figures nearby, a boy and a girl huddled together by the water's edge. The boy wondered aloud where they were, while the girl simply stated that they had survived. It was strangely bright in this place. A clawed hand gently held another, a small gesture of reassurance. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the clearing from a massive white wolf. The sound paralyzed him. He found he could no longer move his body. As the great wolf stood its ground, a smaller, dark-furred wolf appeared. A memory surfaced in his mind, a lesson from his elders. He recalled being taught to flee immediately from mindless monsters. The lesson continued. If the creature was intelligent, one should immediately ask for forgiveness and depart. He looked again and saw not just the wolves, but a giant ant and a massive spider, all gathered together, watching him with an unnerving calm. He turned to the two children, who were now beside him, asking what was happening and why they were all gathered there. His mind raced with fragmented knowledge. He'd heard that the giant ant dragged its prey underground, and there was something about the spider, a memory he couldn't quite grasp. Panic began to set in as he desperately wondered what to do. His own fear was mirrored in the wide, terrified eyes of the two young beast folk, who huddled together for comfort amidst the silent, watchful monsters. He stared at the two children, a question forming in his mind. Were there humans here? But then he noticed their ears and tails. He recalled something his younger sister had mentioned, a detail he couldn't quite grasp. A sudden realization struck him. They weren't human, they were beast folk. This meant there was no guarantee they shared a common language or origin. The thought propelled him to his feet. As he rose, the two children flinched, their eyes wide with terror. They spoke in a language he couldn't understand, their voices trembling. Their fear-filled reaction caught him completely off guard. He stumbled back, his attention snapping to the giant spider looming nearby. The sheer absurdity of the situation left him momentarily stunned. His mind raced. He had been so certain that the presence of other people meant they could communicate, but he had forgotten the most crucial fact. This was not his world. Pushing the thought aside, he turned his attention to the two wolves, Cheyenne and Crew, who had approached. He directed a question at them, asking if they were the ones who had brought the children here. In response, Cheyenne seemed to communicate non-verbally. The protagonist grew more urgent, asking if the children had been taken from outside the barrier. He pleaded with the wolves to wait, expressing his concern that the children might be injured, as a curse still lingered beyond their safe haven. He took a closer look at them, observing that they didn't appear to be wounded, though they looked worryingly thin. A wave of self-reproach washed over him for his earlier panic. He knew that, as the adult, he needed to be the responsible one. He held his hand out over the two beast folk children, who stare up with wide, terrified eyes. He invokes a dual spell, healing and purification, intending to mend their wounds and remove any abnormal conditions affecting them. As the magic settles, he notices that both children have serious wounds on their necks. He makes a mental note to examine them more thoroughly later. The boy looks up at him, still wary. He reaches out and gently pats the boy's head, trying to offer comfort and reassurance that everything will be all right. The boy flinches back with a sharp gasp. The man withdraws his hand, realizing with a sigh that they can't understand each other, and his gesture only frightened the child. The boy suddenly cries out in alarm, drawing the man's attention. A small, blocky golem has appeared, carrying provisions. He realizes it's dinner time and decides they must be hungry. He instructs the golem, thinking that they'll need clothes and some easily digestible soup. He turns back to the children, who are huddled together for safety. He speaks softly, trying to calm them, telling them they're safe now. He observes how small they are, likely even younger than his own nephew. His gentle tone seems to have an effect, as the children look up at him with more curiosity than fear. An idea strikes him. He leads them into a nearby vehicle. Inside, he wraps the girl in a warm blanket. A small golem helper arrives, carrying a tray with 3 steaming mugs. He takes one of the mugs and takes a sip to show them it's safe. The boy watches him intently before cautiously picking up his own mug. Soon, both children are drinking eagerly, clutching the warm mugs with both hands. He and the girl beside him begin to cry, tears streaming down their faces as they sip the warm drink. The protagonist watches them, his head bowed slightly as they sob. The quiet sobs turn into wails of pent-up emotion. Both children cry openly, wiping tears from their eyes as they let out a guttural, sorrowful sound. Their sudden outburst startles the protagonist, who flinches in his chair, wondering what is happening. The children's loud cries echo through the quiet room. Meanwhile, in a fortified room, a council of armored commanders gathers around a table. One of them, a man with dark, wavy hair, gestures for the meeting to begin, stating it is time to get straight to the point. The dark-haired man's expression is grim as he wonders aloud if his premonitions have come true. Altrog, the commander of the Second Knightly Order, begins his report, explaining that a reconnaissance team was sent into the forest the day after pressure was put on the castle. As he listens, Vertoa, the commander of the Third Knightly Order, erupts in disbelief. He shouts that it's absurd, declaring that the 5th Squad had 121 men. He reveals that he has ordered his remaining subordinates to search for survivors, but the situation looks bleak. Altrog calmly continues his report, confirming Vertoa's fears. He states that the Fifth Knightly Order appears to have been completely wiped out. At the site, they found empty cages and the bodies of 64 squad members, including the commander. There were no mages or slaves, but numerous tracks suggest they escaped. Another commander dismisses the fate of the slaves, emphasizing the more critical fact that their strongest squad was annihilated. The dark-haired man provides the exact numbers: 35 mages and around 200 slaves. Seizing the moment, Vertoa turns to Altrog with a sneer, mocking him as a coward who fled. He asks if Altrog finally understands the power of the forest. He listens to the accusation of cowardice, then turns to his light-haired companion, stating that whatever anyone says, the power of the forest is real. He concedes, however, that the people stationed in the city likely never felt its true presence. His companion apologizes, mentioning that they sent another squad. The conversation shifts to another man with dark hair, who is told by the light-haired companion that they too felt a terrible fear upon witnessing that strange scene. The companion asks if the dark-haired man was also seized by that same fear, but he dismisses the feeling as irrelevant. He brings a hand to his chin, lost in thought. The bodies had vanished. He considers that monsters may have eaten them, but the thought feels wrong, strange. The light-haired companion then asks if he has reported this matter to the king. In response, Altrog explains that a personal meeting was not possible. He elaborates that recently, even the minister has been unable to get an audience with the king. He complains that all interactions must now pass through the chief mage. The dark-haired man processes this information, concluding that something must have happened to the king and that further inquiries would be useless. He turns to his companion and asks what their next course of action should be. As they speak, the king is seen from behind, standing silently. It is known that the king will not admit defeat, even if he remains the last man in the country. The light-haired companion wonders aloud if it is too late to do something, now that they have so clearly drawn the forest's wrath upon themselves. The dark-haired man grimly accepts that he, too, will face punishment, having carried out many of the king's orders. He states, however, that he wants to at least prevent the senseless deaths of his subordinates and the young beast folk. He remarks that the mage's uncommunicative nature is the king's last line of defense. His companion agrees, admitting he used to think the same way. He adds that the commander of the Third Order, like the fifth before him, believes that power is justice. Altrog listens, his expression thoughtful as he strokes his chin, murmuring in agreement. The dark-haired man clasps his hands, his expression somber. He admits that he's become confused lately, having once believed they could turn the situation around. He recalls the Fifth Knightly Order, acknowledging their fearsome strength, a power he once recognized. The memory torments Altrog, who clutches his head in anguish. He laments that he can only tremble, not knowing when the forest's wrath will strike again without warning. If it were possible, he cries, he would throw everything away and beg the forest for forgiveness. His raw grief fills the silence as the other commanders exchange a heavy glance. He looks directly at the dark-haired man, asking what must be done to avoid drawing even greater wrath upon them. He then brings up the new rumors that even harming slaves now invites the forest's anger, and points out that he knows the dark-haired man himself started them. In response to the urgent question, the dark-haired man simply takes a calm sip from his cup, his composure a stark contrast to Altrog's agitation. He explains his goal was to prevent the slaves from being subjected to further violence. He lowers the cup, his gaze turning sharp and intense. He asks Altrog what he is truly talking about, then states his own intention plainly, to overthrow the king. The declaration of treason stuns Altrog into disbelief. What? He stammers, unable to process the words. The dark-haired man confirms that he believes it is the only solution. His shock is met with a sudden, disarming laugh. The dark-haired man chuckles, saying he now understands. Altrog, still reeling, asks when he started thinking of such a drastic measure. As the light-haired companion watches the exchange, his expression unreadable. He watched his comrade closely as the man, Altrog, let out a long sigh, his shoulders slumping in relief. Altrog admitted that his heart felt lighter now. In response to an unspoken question about the origins of this plan, the dark-haired man revealed it began about 10 years ago. His words seemed to settle the matter. Finding Altrog's reaction encouraging, he listened as the commander firmly stated his desire to be part of the endeavor. Altrog did add, however, that he wished he had been consulted sooner. The dark-haired man explained that while he trusts Altrog completely, he was worried because his friend is not the best actor, a point Altrog seemed to quietly concede. Within a private chamber, the dark-haired man admits to Altrog that he felt pity for someone, but quickly asserts that he does not act on emotion alone. Altrog, standing by the door, explains that because the man was promoted to deputy commander, he felt he could finally confide in him. He elaborates on the state of the kingdom, explaining that its prosperity is maintained by a magical stone created by the king. This artifact's influence enhances everything from common household items to advanced military equipment, allowing even those with little magical aptitude to live without concern. The dark-haired man counters this optimistic view, pointing out Altrog's frequent visits to the forest and asking if he can't sense the true state of affairs in the cities and villages. Altrog's expression turns serious. He concedes that, now that it's mentioned, he has recently been receiving an increasing number of direct appeals from mayors and village heads. This growing unrest has reached the palace, though it is filtered. A petitioner recounts how the poor harvests have persisted for over a decade, and their pleas for tax reductions have been consistently rejected. The king's subordinates, wary of his temper, ensure that no petition that might displease him ever reaches his ears. Back in their private conversation, Altrog reacts with disbelief, questioning if improving the soil with magic to increase crop yields wasn't the kingdom's highest priority. The dark-haired man clarifies that as a border lord whose lands adjoin the forest, unfiltered information about the province's dire situation reaches him directly. He continues, explaining that what was once a blessing has recently caused a sharp decline in the harvest, leading to many deaths from starvation in his domain last year. He concludes grimly that as long as the current king reigns, the country's policies will remain stagnant, leaving the people to a slow death. An image of a destitute person slumped in an alleyway underscores his words. Indeed, the king shows no mercy or benevolence toward his subjects. Altrog watches him, his face a mask of grim resolve. He reflects that there are still worthy people left, wondering if things might be different if the queen or a princess were to inherit the throne. Turning back to his companion, he asks if he has heard the rumors. He asks specifically about the slave wife, causing the dark-haired man to react with sudden shock. A dark chapter of the kingdom's history is recalled, a time when the king executed all male relatives who challenged his claim to the throne. Their female kin were not killed, but instead imprisoned within the inner palace, branded as slaves, and forced to become his wives. He continued the grim tale, explaining how the full scope of the king's cruelty became known after the birth of Prince. In the throne room, a courtier offered congratulations, but the king's attention was elsewhere. He addressed a young boy, asking him to speak before uttering a single, chilling command: kill. The order left the knight, his back to the throne, utterly stunned. The command was carried out with brutal finality. Enraged that his court was preoccupied with an heir, the king had the infant brought before him. With his own sword, he executed his son in front of everyone, leaving the child's mother to stare in horror at the bloody scene. This act established a horrific new tradition. Any male child born to the king was to be killed on the same day. Any female child, upon reaching her 10th birthday, was to be branded as a slave. These daughters were then confined to the inner palace, only permitted to leave at the king's personal summons. Back in the present, the weight of this history crushed Altrog. He covered his face, sweating as he processed the truth. The dark-haired man confirmed he had verified the story, prompting Altrog to question what, or who, they had truly been serving all this time, wishing it were a lie, but knowing such atrocities had continued for a century. His companion looked away, offering a single, potential explanation for such monstrous behavior: fear. And in his royal chambers, the king himself was the very picture of that emotion, trembling and whimpering as he hid beneath his own bed. He clutched his head, his eyes wide with agony. He cried out from the intense pain, questioning aloud what manner of curse had befallen him. His cries brought the queen into the room. She rushed toward him as he thrashed on the floor, pleading with him to consider his health. But he reacted with fury, roaring at her to be silent and get away from him. He crouches in his chambers, his body racked with pain. He laments that he should have acted differently from the very beginning instead of trying to obtain something. He grits his teeth, thinking of the curse, and how if the 5th Knightly Order can burn the forest, everything will finally end. His tormented thoughts are interrupted by a servant announcing the arrival of the Supreme Mage. The king glares, internally boasting that he possesses the protection of 3 deities who will surely bring heavenly punishment upon the beasts of the forest. He addresses the hooded figure, demanding a report on the 5th Knightly Order's operation. The Supreme Mage explains his delay was due to a snowstorm, but expresses his belief that the knights must have advanced considerably in his absence. The mage's response is blunt and absolute: complete annihilation. Hearing this, the king erupts in triumphant laughter, believing the beasts have been wiped out. But the Supreme Mage, still kneeling, corrects his assumption. It was not the beasts, he clarifies, but the 5th Knightly Order that was completely destroyed. His triumphant expression vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed shock. What? He exclaims, the reality of the report finally sinking in. The shock instantly curdles into pure rage. He lunges forward, roaring at the mage, demanding to know if this is some kind of sick joke. He seizes the Supreme Mage by his robes, his face inches from the man's hood. He furiously demands an explanation for how they allowed an attack from the forest, failed to recover the magic stone, and let the kingdom's strongest knightly order be utterly destroyed. His face contorted with fury, the king gripped the Supreme Mage's robes, dismissing his subordinate's explanation that they were studying records day and night. He roared at the mage, questioning if he even understood the gravity of what was happening. The Supreme Mage, still held fast, urgently warned that they could not allow the magic of the stone to fade. He explained that if it did, the 4 high mages who dedicated their lives to it would perish, and that the king himself was doomed to the same fate. Kneeling, the mage affirmed that he understood the stakes completely. Far from the tense confrontation in the throne room, a young man with dark hair slept soundly. His rest was abruptly interrupted as a small, one-eyed creature began bouncing vigorously on his stomach, determined to wake him. He jolted awake, groaning for just a little more sleep. The aggressive wake-up method felt uncannily familiar. He mused that this new alarm clock was just like his younger sister, always aiming for his stomach. With a sigh, he finally relented. After getting up, he found two beast folk children waiting quietly. He greeted them with a cheerful, "Good morning." Their improved condition was a recent development. It had been discovered that the children were a boy and a girl, and they had been delighted when clay golems brought them 10 sets of new clothes the previous day. He then greeted Koa, the large wolf, before turning back to the children. Apologizing for being late, he noted to himself that they still seemed to be afraid. He led them to the dining table, inviting them to sit and eat. As the one-eyed helper served the meal, he watched the two children and felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking that it was good to see them looking so much better. He watches the two beast folk children eat, a gentle smile on his face. He reflects with relief that they have finally started to get used to him. At first, no matter what he did, they would only cry. The experience reminds him of how he struggled to handle his own nephew's tears, admitting to himself that he's not very good with children. The two children pause their meal, looking up at him with wide, inquisitive eyes. Their unwavering gaze prompts a more serious line of thought. He realizes these children do nothing without explicit instructions and constantly observe his every move. They lack any sense of childish naivety. Their obedience is unsettling. He can't help but wonder under what terrible conditions they must have been raised. He continues to mull over their situation. Nearly a month has passed, yet they show no desire to return home. He questions whether their parents are even worried about them. The grim possibility that they were simply abandoned crossing his mind. Moving from thought to action, he kneels before them, lamenting that if only they could communicate, he could understand their language. The children look back at him, their expressions tinged with a quiet sadness. The boy seems to grasp the feeling behind the words, thinking to himself that he didn't want to see his caretaker look so troubled. He quickly changes the mood, his face brightening as he suggests they go harvest the crops together. The children agree enthusiastically. Outside, in the fields, a clay golem methodically tends to the crops while giant ants move among the plants, working alongside it. Arriving at the field, he shows the children which fruits to pick, the large, red ones. As they prepare to gather them, he notices that the children seem wary, apparently afraid of the giant ants working nearby. He watches the beast folk children, who seem to be enjoying a moment of peace. The girl smiles warmly, while the spiky-haired boy stares with wide-eyed wonder at a glowing orb he holds in his hands. Later that night, as the children lie in their beds, one of them whispers into the quiet darkness, getting the other's attention. The girl remarks how strangely warm it feels. The boy agrees, adding that it always gets warm when he is near. He reflects that they work together, but their new caretaker is not like the scary adults from their past. Her companion's words resonate with her, and she quietly admits that she wants to stay in this place forever. She then turns to the boy, asking if it's all right to think of that person as their master. He explains that people who command slaves are called master. In his own room, the protagonist lies awake, able to overhear their conversation. The boy's voice drifts over, admitting that even so, the giant ants are still frightening. The next morning, he greets the three children. He has noticed that lately, they have all started calling him by the same single word. As the spiky-haired boy stammers out a partial greeting, the protagonist replies with a cheerful, "Good morning." A sudden, joyous realization strikes him. He concludes they must be calling him uncle, or even better, big brother. Overcome with emotion, he sweeps the startled children into a tight, flustered hug. He watches the two beast folk children eat, a gentle smile on his face. It seems to him that they are finally starting to get used to their new home. Leading them outside, he holds their hands and points towards the woods. He admits to himself that there is something he is still uncertain about. His hesitation stems from a decision he has yet to make. He still hasn't figured out if proceeding with his plan is the right thing to do. Suddenly, a screech pierces the air as a small, winged creature with dark scales and horns dives towards them. The creature lands on his shoulder and nuzzles his cheek affectionately. He's taken aback, wondering if this could be one of the fluffies. He had thought they were all the same species, but this is clearly a lizard. He questions if this is some kind of metamorphosis. The children, watching from a short distance, also identify the creature as a fluffy. The protagonist, however, thinks to himself that while its previous form was cute, this new one is as well. He holds the creature up, exclaiming in surprise. The girl points out that it's a flying lizard and possesses magical power. As if on cue, the small wyvern launches from his hands and hovers in the air, much to the children's delight. As it hovers, he turns to the children with a serious expression. He tells them he has something to say that they might not like, explaining that he has been hesitating for a long time. He smiles warmly at the two beast folk children and asks if they will permit him to give them names. He explains his wishes for the names. For the girl, that she may blossom gently, and for the boy, that he may grasp the future with a warm heart. He bestows the name Yasaki upon the girl and Eki upon the boy. The children begin to test out their new identities, calling out to one another. The protagonist watches them, a blush of satisfaction on his face, privately wondering what they truly think. Other children soon join in, repeating the names Yasaki and Eki with excitement. Suddenly, their joyful moment is cut short. The protagonist looks up in alarm, asking what is happening, as Yasaki and Eki stare forward with wide, fearful eyes. Far away, a magnificent, fiery bird soars through the sky. Below, a group of armed men spotted. One of them, A commander wonders aloud if it could be a phoenix and orders his subordinate to report it immediately. Another soldier shouts a warning that someone is approaching. Elsewhere, a light-haired beast-folk warrior, sword in hand, stares up in disbelief at the same sight. The female companion beside him shares his astonished expression. Deep within a forest, gathered among the massive roots of a colossal tree, a large group of young beast-folk girls stand silently, their gazes fixed on some unseen event. Several hours ago, within a dense forest, Kafale, an aide for the kingdom of Inter's Third Night Order, lets out an exasperated sigh. She complains that this marks the 8th time they have investigated this same forest since the previous year. Her superior, Captain De Davis, states grimly that despite their repeated efforts, they still know nothing. One of his soldiers wonders if they could wait longer between visits, but another points out that Court Mage Amigal is always ecstatic with their reports, a fact De Davis admits he doesn't understand. As they proceed, a sudden movement startles one of the knights. De Davis's attention snaps forward, and he spots a large, dark-furred wolf-like creature on a nearby rise. He raises a hand, ordering his troop to halt. He watches the beast, puzzled by its passivity. A normal magic beast would have attacked them by now, yet this one simply stands and observes. De Davis recalls a lesson he once taught. When encountering a magic beast, one must first check its eyes. He focuses on the creature's eye, sensing an unusual intelligence, present, yet not quite familiar. He apologizes to his troop for the noise, explaining their need to investigate, while internally cursing his inability to understand what he is seeing. Suddenly, the wolf's eye flashes with a brilliant light. The creature remains perfectly still, its glowing gaze fixed upon the captain. The light vanishes. Kafale, startled by the display, asks her captain what just happened and if that strange phenomenon actually worked. De Davis instructs her to calm down, stating that he hasn't confirmed anything yet and that everyone must stay alert. Another soldier suggests that if the beast possesses intelligence, it could be a servant of the Forest King. The thought resonates with De Davis, who silently wonders if this means the king has regained his power. He stands by the newly formed river, confirming his suspicion that the area has changed. He tells his unit that while he's certain a river wasn't here before, he needs more proof, ordering them to proceed cautiously through the forest. His subordinate, Vice Captain Kimmel of the Third Night Order, listens intently. As they observe, Kafale lets out a cry of surprise. He notes small, shimmering forms in the water, identifying them as spirit things. He remarks that while he's grateful for the fresh water, he's unsettled by not knowing the cause of these changes, musing that his higher magic level might be why he can perceive them. She stammers, trying to point something out, but he silences her, demanding quiet. The reason for her urgency becomes apparent as a majestic, glowing bird flies overhead. Kafale identifies it as a phoenix. The soldiers are in disbelief. Both De Davis and Kimmel thought the creatures were extinct. Realizing the gravity of the situation, De Davis immediately orders Kimmel to contact the kingdom. The soldiers buzz with excitement over the sighting, marveling at the sparkling light and confirming their belief that the Forest King must be alive. De Davis observes their relaxed state, noting they've completely let their guard down. He decides to make camp for the day, instructing Kimmel and Kafale to report for patrol. Kafale lightheartedly imagines the frustration on Court Mage Amigal's face, but De Davis tells her not to take the situation so lightly. Alone, he gazes into the forest canopy, admitting to himself that he is just as exhilarated as his men. The air feels so charged with magic that he feels he can almost see the spirits he has always revered. His moment of peace shatters as his expression hardens. He senses a presence in the forest, raising a hand as if to feel the disturbance in the air. Kafale calls out to her captain in concern. He silences her with a sharp command, ordering them to prepare for battle. He warns that a large group of something is heading their way. The captain struggled to get a reading on the approaching force, cursing under his breath. He wondered if this was the effect of Enveliz's evil eye, as it was difficult to read their magic power. He questioned if they were magic beasts. As he tried to make sense of the situation, Kafale drew her bow, taking aim. He noted with concern that the servants of the king were not known to travel in packs, and there were far too many of them. Her arrow flew true, but was suddenly deflected just before impact. Kafale gasped in shock, calling herself an idiot for her rash action. The target was revealed to be a small, light-haired beastfolk girl standing alone. Seeing the child in the line of fire, De Davis lunged forward, shouting in alarm that he wouldn't make it in time. He stopped short, his eyes wide. The approaching force was not a horde of monsters, but a large group of children. Stunned, he asked what had happened. He and Kafale stood in stunned silence before the crowd of young beastfolk, their weapons now lowered in disbelief. Later, back at their command post, De Davis slumped over his desk in exhaustion. He expressed his relief that the slave command had worked, noting they were lucky to have Kaju, a former slave, with them. Vice Captain Kimmel confirmed they were Enveliz's slaves, adding that the court mage reported the slave crests had similarly lost their effect. De Davis sighed, realizing it was going to be an all-nighter. He remarked that the nearly 200 children did well to stay alive, then asked about the force that had deflected the arrow. Kimmel relayed what the children had told him. There was one major difference from their time in captivity. Now, all of them were being protected by a white light. At a campsite under the night sky, Hayo reports to a man seated at a wooden table, explaining that the children claimed monsters had brought them food. The man slams his hands on the table in shock, exclaiming his disbelief. Nearby, Karen expresses her relief that they managed to meet the children safely, though she admits to Cheyenne that she thought Hayo was crazy when the attack began. She adds that she never expected to see Hayo carrying food for them. Cheyenne, lying on the ground with a hint of irritation, retorts that the forest's own magic was protecting the children, leaving him no choice but to help. As he speaks, a small flying creature pipes up, requesting that there be no raw meat next time. From a high vantage point, a magical drone surveys the land. The protagonist observes through it, noting that his magic drains instantly if he uses these clairvoyance drones outside the barrier. He reflects that it's only recently, likely due to his improved magic detection, that he's been able to notice the sensation of his power decreasing. Having searched for a while without finding any villages, he decides to take it easy and look around a little at a time. His thoughts are interrupted by the cheerful shouts of the beast folk children. Eki and Yasaki run towards him, excitedly yelling that it's time to eat. Eki calls out to his master. The protagonist smiles warmly, filled with happiness that they can understand each other, though he still wonders what exactly they are calling it. Elsewhere in the forest, the giant spider rears up, its multiple eyes gleaming as it issues a defiant challenge. It declares that its opponents are 1,000 years too early to face it. The challenge appears to be part of a contest between it and another spider. Watching from nearby, the small wyvern exclaims that they have finally grown and should join in. The flying lizard creature, however, seems unimpressed, stating that it isn't really interested in strength contests. Despite its companion's disinterest, the small wyvern takes to the sky, followed closely by the flying lizard creature. On the ground, the protagonist sits with Eki and Yasaki, who watch the creatures ascend with wide-eyed wonder, exclaiming in awe. He watches them, amused. He recalls how these fighting drunks used to just pass out, but now seem to have gotten used to it. He playfully tells the children to watch out and stop using magic, but then smiles to himself, admitting it's fun. He notices how large the flying lizards have become, but dismisses the thought, figuring they can't understand him anyway. High above, the flying lizard creature soars through the clouds, reveling in the sensation of flight. From its vantage point, it can watch as the world tree's magic spreads to every corner of the forest below. On the ground, Cheyenne looks up towards the sky, commenting to the giant spider that it has been a while since the flying creatures have flown so high. The flying lizard creature hears this and responds, explaining that maintaining its body has been its highest priority ever since its magic power decreased. It adds that all of the other creatures have changed their forms a bit as well. He listened as the dragon began to recount their history. In ages past, creatures like Fenrir and Tyrinia were much smaller and more agile. In contrast, the dragons were the largest of the forest kings, shouldering the immense responsibility of protecting the entire domain. This duty became critical when humans' magic began to spread throughout the forest. The dragons traced the energy back to its source and repeatedly attacked the magic core. But their efforts were in vain. They were unable to destroy the core, and, in the attempt, lost a vast amount of their own magic power. The Dragon King admitted with deep regret how they had underestimated the humans. To maintain their large forms and continue protecting the forest, they had no choice but to redirect all the magic they used into the land itself. This act had unforeseen consequences as humans began to desire the flesh and blood of the powerful dragons. The Dragon King confessed that besides their role as forest kings, they also had a duty as divine beasts, though the specifics of that duty had been lost to time. He explained that the first to make a decision was the fire dragon. It was a vexing choice, but it was the only way to protect themselves from the humans. And so, after changing their forms and hiding, the humans began to invade the deeper parts of the forest. The dragon admitted that it had actually grown fond of its smaller form, finding it no big deal. Hearing this, Cheyenne let out a hearty laugh, remarking on the irony. The former kings, who once fought amongst themselves to avoid falling into human hands, were now living peacefully beside their master, making all past struggles seem irrelevant. As the conversation continued, a sudden, sharp sound drew their attention. The small, white creature, Marshmallow, began to contort and change. Before long, as winter settled over the land, the process was complete. Marshmallow had turned into a lizard. The protagonist, watching from nearby with the beastfolk children, slumped in disappointment, lamenting that he had missed the entire evolution. He sits inside the warm cabin, watching the two beastfolk children, Eki and Yasaki, playing in the snow. He reflects that this is the second winter he has spent in this world. Outside, Yasaki calls out to Eki, suggesting they take a break. As a small snow golem brings him a tray with warm drinks, he watches the children now huddled under a blanket on the porch. He can't believe they're still doing their special training in such cold weather. Eki looks over and apologizes, saying he still hasn't been able to find any of his friends. The boy then asks what special means. The protagonist tries to explain it as forging their bodies, but then wonders aloud if the concept is too difficult for them. Nearby, the great wolf Cheyenne lets out a low growl. Cheyenne's head snaps up, suddenly alert. It senses something approaching. The protagonist, startled by the wolf's reaction, looks around and asks what's there. Its warning comes just in time, as a shimmering sound fills the air and a bright light flashes inside the cabin. The protagonist recoils, shielding his eyes and demanding to know what has happened. The light fades, revealing a small, translucent, bean-shaped creature that has materialized on the wooden floor. Staring at the strange being, he wonders aloud if it's some kind of amoeba. He sighs in exasperation as the new creature wobbles before him, joined by the curious Marshmallow and Karen. It is yet another magical thing in this world that he simply does not understand. He recoils as the strange slime creature suddenly pops, its form dissolving into a murky puddle on the floor. The small wyvern beside it chirps in surprise. The substance settles with a faint bubbling sound, leaving him staring down at the remains, completely bewildered. From the puddle emerges Karen, the red lizard creature, who looks equally flustered. The protagonist, startled, asks aloud what just happened, questioning if the slime wasn't the fire spirit after all. His eyes shift to his other companions. Cheyenne, the large white wolf, seems to affirm his suspicion with a knowing look. He realizes his initial thought was correct and wonders if the slime was merely a vessel. His attention is then drawn to the sight of Eki and Yasaki, the beast folk children, sleeping soundly together. He muses that it must have been their first time playing in the snow, as their energy is completely spent. He notes that Cheyenne has been restless and asks if the children have returned, but then his focus shifts. He suddenly senses something else entirely. A subtle shift in the air tells him this is not the children's return. His expression turns to one of alarm as he confirms it. There is another presence in the room. The space before him seems to distort slightly as it manifests. From nothing, a completely red, perfectly spherical ball of energy materializes, hovering silently in the air. The protagonist stands before a massive ball of yarn, which seems to hum with a strange energy. He looks down at it, a bead of sweat on his brow, questioning what he is seeing. He turns away, observing the small wyvern in the distance, and gets the distinct impression that the ball of yarn is sulking. He reasons that no matter how one looks at it, it is still just a ball of yarn. Without warning, the yarn ball shoots past him with incredible speed. The small wyvern, caught completely off guard, lets out a startled cry as the object hurtles directly towards it. The creature reacts with astonishing agility, twisting in midair to deftly catch the yarn ball in its claws. From a distance, the protagonist and Eki watch the impressive display. The commotion draws the attention of the other creatures. Cheyenne and Karen cry out in alarm, exclaiming that the creature is a fire dragon and that it's too dangerous. The protagonist, standing near Terenia and the marshmallow creature, is shocked by this revelation and wonders if they are all actually friends. As the excitement settles, Yasaki and Eki eagerly call out for snacks. The protagonist, still processing the events, turns his attention toward the two children. Later, the protagonist sits at a table with Eki and Yasaki, enjoying a large stack of pancakes prepared by the small, one-eyed helpers. He remarks that the food is even tastier today, praising the helpers' amazing skill. The delicious meal attracts the other creatures. Cheyenne and Koa bark excitedly, demanding the biggest portion. Karen also chirps, wanting some too. The protagonist muses to himself that while this is happening, he would rather watch the fire dragon, which is now perched nearby. He was in the middle of his meal when the small fire dragon, with a loud cry, swooped down demanding its own share. The force of its approach created a small whirlwind, catching him by surprise. Instead of the food, however, the little dragon snatched up a large ball of yarn, holding it triumphantly. Seeing this, Cheyenne let out a hearty laugh, amused by the creature's antics. He watched the dragon with a puzzled expression, then gestured towards the food, asking if the little creature wanted some of that instead. In response, the fire dragon happily dropped the yarn and eagerly accepted the meal, chirping that it was delicious. Nearby, Karen the red lizard creature watched with an irritated twitch. He watched them all eat from their plates, a thoughtful smile on his face. It occurred to him that he'd never actually seen how his fluffy companions ate. The food was usually gone before he had a chance to notice. The dragon, however, seemed a bit wary of its portion. Its caution was a ruse. With a sudden flick, the dragon's incredibly long tongue shot out, snatching a piece of food directly from his plate. Stunned, he watched the food disappear into the dragon's mouth. He immediately regretted having watched the spectacle and sighed, realizing he now had yet another mouth to feed. Elsewhere, a quiet stillness settled over a forest as snow began to fall, blanketing the bare branches of the trees. Standing over a table laden with maps, a man with dark, wavy hair gazes out at the falling snow. He determines that the people cannot endure much longer and resolves to take action before the full force of winter arrives. His allies discuss the plan. Gamal expresses doubt, suggesting the king was only wounded due to the forest's power. Another man agrees, adding that it's impossible to know how much the king's power has truly diminished. Gamal continues, his voice heavy with concern, stating that if they're defeated after all this preparation, their efforts will have been for nothing. Nearby, a dark-haired beast folk listens in silence. The dark-haired man's expression hardens. He declares that if it comes to that, he's prepared to take them all down with him. But for now, everyone must stay the course. His priority, he insists, is ensuring the slaves are brought to safety. His unwavering commitment prompts Gamal to ask why he would do so much for them. The question triggers a painful memory for the dark-haired man of a time of beast folk hunting, when every last one was being captured and he witnessed two small children being led away. The memory sharpens. A hand on his younger self's head, a voice urging him to keep a girl named Mirka close, to always protect those dearest to him. Pulled back to the present, the dark-haired beast folk addresses him as Gaji, asking if he is truly all right with helping them so willingly. Gaji looks at him, his gaze steady. He explains that, besides following him, there is nowhere else for them to go. He then addresses the entire group of beast folk. One speaks for the others, stating they have no names, and inviting Gaji to call them whatever he wishes, even master. Gaji firmly rejects the title. He tells them it will be inconvenient not to have names to call them by, and asks if there is anything they wish to be called. He concluded his address with a powerful declaration to the beast folk man before him. They were now their own masters. The statement left the man wide-eyed, the weight of the words sinking in. To solidify this new beginning, he formally introduced himself, stating that he would be called Gaji. He then looked to the beast folk man, whose name he had just learned, and remarked that it was a good, strong name. Gaji seemed slightly puzzled by the man's intense gaze. The beast folk clarified, explaining that it was Gaji's earlier words, the ones granting them freedom and mastery over their own lives, that had convinced him to take a chance and place his trust in him. Meanwhile, in a different part of the world, a small, dark, propeller-driven object whirred through the sky, soaring high above a vast forest. The object was being guided by a young man in a heavy winter coat, who was himself flying. He marveled internally at his own power, realizing he had been flying outside the barrier for hours without his magic draining it all. As he wondered if his abilities had grown, his attention was suddenly caught by something below. A glimmer of hope appears on the young man's face as he remotely pilots a small, four-rotored familiar through the air. He murmurs to himself, wondering if there could possibly be something beyond the endless trees. The familiar crests a hill, revealing a vast, open expanse below. It is a cultivated field, a clear sign of civilization. His eyes widen with excitement. He exclaims aloud that there's a world outside the forest after all, a surge of relief and joy washing over him. As the familiar continues its flight over the fields, his mind races with the possibility of finding a village or even a town. But just as his hopes soar, the connection is abruptly severed with a sharp, static-like sound. He sits back in the snow, his expression turning to one of confusion. He quietly questions what just happened, the sudden disconnection leaving him unsettled. Determined, he decides to try one more time. The familiar shoots forward again, but this time, a brilliant flash of light erupts in the distance where it was flying. An instant later, a powerful force slams into him, throwing him backward into the snow. A small, glowing projectile seems to have struck him directly. He lies on the ground, dazed and groaning. His companions, Koa and Cheyenne, rush to his side in alarm. Koa urgently asks his master what happened. He quickly recovers, reassuring his concerned wolf companion that he is all right. The large beast, Koa, questions if they've encountered a barrier, noting the strange absence of any detectable mana. He decides they must first calm down and continue exploring the vast forest, believing there may be another exit somewhere. As they walk on, he silently wonders if the invisible wall is a curse, or perhaps a seal designed to contain something. He reflects on the immense size of the forest, recalling that it took him an entire week to travel this far from his home. Elsewhere, a violent tremor shakes a stone chamber. An elderly mage cries out as a large, crystalline object at the center of a ritual circle flares with power. Another hooded figure asks if the event is over. The vibration subsides, leaving the mages exhausted. The elderly mage observes that after being locked in a room for several months with a completely inert magic stone, it has suddenly started vibrating multiple times today. The supreme mage expresses his deep frustration. He laments that despite all their time and effort, they still don't know what kind of monster the magic stone came from, or even its attributes. Nevertheless, he concludes they have no choice but to continue their investigation. A guard posted outside the chamber door asks the head mage for a report. The elderly mage turns and curtly replies that there is nothing of note, before quietly scorning the guard, wondering if he is too afraid of the stone to even enter the room. The supreme mage interjects with resolve. He states that to be freed from their confinement, they need answers that will satisfy the king. He expresses his desire to protect the young mages in the room, who have committed no crimes, and vows that when the magic stone finally breaks, he will personally report it to the king. Elsewhere, the jailer gazes down at a board covered in numerous small, cylindrical markers. He reflects that this will be his final task, noting that they have been waiting for his majesty to speak for some time. Upon his throne, the king's face is a mask of exhaustion and stress. From below, the jailer observes the monarch's grim expression, asking what troubles him so. His patience snaps. The king leans forward, shouting down at his attendants, who flinch in unison at the sudden, sharp command. He demands an update, asking if there are still no reports from the mages. A guard confirms that no new information has been gathered from their analysis. Frustrated, the king dismisses them as useless and declares he can wait no longer, questioning if anyone else can resolve the situation in their stead. In response to the king's desperate plea, the jailer steps forward. He respectfully suggests that His Majesty visit the imperial villa at once. He elaborates on his proposal, advising the king to recuperate for a while at the villa in the east, which is near his own territory. The jailer argues it is a sound idea, especially since the beasts from the forest seem to be targeting the castle itself. He He concludes by promising his sincerest hospitality. As the suggestion hangs in the air, another courtier murmurs in despair, believing the country is doomed regardless of where the king might go. The king's expression hardens into cold fury. He glares down at the jailer, his voice dangerously low as he asks, "Did you just tell me to flee the castle?" The jailer's face pales, his eyes wide with shock. Before the stunned man can explain, the king erupts. He turns his back on the court, roaring that their country has no need for cowards and bellows for his knights. His rage boiling over, he ordered the execution of the courtiers and their families. He demanded that those who had just spoken be imprisoned and their throats burned, questioning if he needed to repeat himself. Below, the jailer and others pleaded for him to stop, begging for a chance to explain. He leaned forward, his voice dripping with contempt as he questioned what was wrong with them. He reminded them that they had all been blessed by the magic stone, his words culminating in a drawn-out, furious shout for them to stop. His words echoed through the hall as the courtiers remained prostrated on the floor. The king seethed, thinking how every single one of them had used his power as they pleased, but now, in this moment of crisis, they proved utterly useless. As the king's fury filled the room, the jailer found his voice, asking for forgiveness for his rude interruption. The king turned his glare upon him, demanding to know what he wanted. He cautiously offered a suggestion. It might be worthwhile to investigate the ancient ruins where the magic stone was originally discovered. The king considered this. He explained that the location of the magic stone is sacred to him, and for that reason, he had sealed it off with a barrier to prevent anyone from entering. Still, he conceded it might be worth checking again, just to be sure. The jailer bowed, thanking him for his forgiveness. A few days later, a new order was given from the throne. The king commanded his attendants to call for the chief mage. Meanwhile, far from the royal court, the protagonist stood in a vast, snowy landscape. He calmly surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of several waterfalls, a mountain, and even a volcano in the distance. He stood with Yasaki and Eki, observing the landscape. Yasaki mused aloud, wondering if she and Eki had originated from somewhere beyond the forest. The protagonist confirmed his own search had been fruitless. Despite his efforts, he could find no signs of settlement. He noted with amazement how the river continued to spread, even flowing out into the open fields. Their conversation was abruptly cut short by a tremendous impact. A colossal foot slammed into the ground nearby, causing the protagonist to cry out in shock. As Cheyenne roared a question about the disturbance, the young man clutched his head, admitting the sudden appearance had terrified him. He looked up, his eyes tracing the source of the commotion. It was a flying lizard, he realized, but its scale was staggering, far larger than any he had ever encountered. As the colossal beast soared, a small, black, drone-like construct hovered near it. His gaze remained fixed on the creature's intense eyes. He noted that Fluffy and Marshmallow were playing somewhere nearby and began to wonder about the giant's intentions. Perhaps it was a friend. He recalled the nature of his ability. The drone clairvoyance had initially manifested as a simple ball of light before taking on its current, more complex form. The giant lizard's attention seemed locked onto the construct, making him wonder if he had piqued its interest. A new thought formed. Would it follow the drone? To his astonishment, the massive creature took flight, pursuing the drone across the sky. It followed it, he exclaimed, as Cheyenne and Karen tilted their heads upward to watch the spectacle. Within a study, the Knight Commander Gaji presents a list to the hooded mage, announcing it contains candidates for the investigation team. The mage observes that it is quite unusual for a commander to involve himself so directly. Gaji replies with a smile, explaining that his subordinates are so competent he finds himself with no work to do. The mage's expression shifts as he studies the document. He realizes that those accompanying the Ancient Ruins research team are the same young men who were recently summoned to the castle, all from impoverished backgrounds. Gaji's silence serves as a confirmation. As he turns to depart, Gaji wonders internally if the mage is thinking the same thing he is. The mage, however, dismisses the thought aloud, saying it's fine. He then requests that Gaji also assist with the team's formation, noting that the investigation unit is already on standby. Alone once more, the hooded mage reflects on the situation. He knows the team of investigating mages is comprised solely of fresh recruits. A sense of foreboding washes over him, a feeling that something is about to happen. He looks down, questioning if it is merely wishful thinking to believe there were lives he could have saved. Elsewhere, the protagonist watches several small, winged lizards take flight. He notes with satisfaction that they seem to have finally understood that using magic in the morning is forbidden, recalling that the elusive magical creature he met before was one of their kind. He sighs, bundled in a heavy winter coat. His greatest frustration remains his inability to understand what anyone is saying. He muses that the one thing he worked hardest to convey all winter might have been the most important lesson of all. He wonders if magic could solve his communication problem, though he admits he has no idea how it would work. A fleeting memory of his past life surfaces. He had the same limited knowledge as his younger sister about things like manga. He dismisses the thought with a smile, claiming he was never interested in such things anyway. Looking out over a vast, misty forest, he watches a massive, flying creature soar through the sky. He reflects that even his professional knowledge is useless in this world. His former job, he recalls, was as a cleaner, but one who specialized in the homes of hoarders. He found himself reminiscing about his previous life. He recalled how working on confidential projects was always interesting, and how he was once surprised to see a beautiful woman emerge from a house filled with garbage. His thoughts were interrupted as he stepped into a clearing. Before him, in a glittering, snow-dusted forest, he saw something that made him stop in his tracks, his eyes widening in surprise. The source of the light was a group of small, winged creatures. They gathered around him, their forms majestic despite their size, leaving him utterly speechless. His mind struggled to process the sight. He muttered in disbelief, realizing these were certainly not lizards. He looked closer at their distinct shapes. He realized they were dragons, though they were much smaller than he had ever expected. His gaze then fell upon 2 eggs, one of which was hatching into a tiny, bat-winged juvenile. He tried to calm his racing heart, reminding himself that in a different world, it shouldn't be so shocking to see dragons. He accepted the new reality, acknowledging that these dragons were his friends. He wondered aloud if they could remain friends now that they had changed, reaching out to admire one's beautiful scales. As his hand made contact, he was taken aback. The surface wasn't scaly, but soft. Fluffy, he thought, as the small dragon let out a contented rumble. He beams, surrounded by his newly transformed companions. The small dragons, one dark, one white, and one a stony gray, gather around him affectionately. He turns his attention to a fourth, one with brilliant light blue scales, and asks if it's the new one, admiring its beautiful color. This pleasant thought is shattered by a sudden, jarring realization. He claps a hand over his mouth as it dawns on him. He needs to give them proper names. In the background, his other companions, Cheyenne, Kuru, the giant spider, and the ants, watch the scene unfold. He whirls around to face his untransformed friends, a look of frantic disbelief on his face. He questions if they were already aware that the others were dragons all along. He laments the communication barrier between different species, which has clearly left him in the dark. His lament is interrupted by the arrival of Eki and Yasaki, who run towards him calling out, "Master!" He turns, startled by their sudden appearance, and asks what is going on. Internally, he expresses relief that he isn't the only one feeling overwhelmed by the situation. His attention shifts back to the dragons. He observes that the 3 of them, Fluffy, Marshmallow, and the Flying Lizard, seem fond of their current names, so he decides against changing them for now. The primary issue, he concludes, is settling on their official names. He glances over to where Eki and Yasaki are happily playing with one of the dragons, wondering why they're making such joyful sounds. The thought triggers another memory, and he suddenly remembers the red ball of yarn. His mind begins to catalog the creatures, trying to determine their new types. Looking at them again, he theorizes that Fluffy is related to water, making it a water dragon. Marshmallow, being made of snow, must be an ice dragon, and the Flying Lizard an earth dragon. That would mean the ball of yarn, Karen, has likely become a fire dragon. With the others tentatively identified, his focus returns to the final, mysterious creature. That just leaves the one with the beautiful, light blue scales, its original identity and new type still unknown. He continued to brainstorm names for the light blue dragon, suggesting Storm or Tornado. When those failed to elicit a response, he proposed Gale, thinking it fitting for a wind dragon. The creature seemed to react positively, but he was left covering his face in confusion, wondering what exactly it was responding to. Despite his efforts, the dragons' names were decided by their own strange preferences. The dark one chose Ball of Yarn, and the light blue one selected Light Blue. He could only stare in exasperation, questioning what part of those words, the sound perhaps, they could have possibly liked. Meanwhile, in a starkly different setting, a blonde noble remarked to his attendant about a guard who had fled quickly, speculating it was due to the wrath of the forest. Announcing his frustration with his father's restrictions, he declared his intent to vent his anger on the caged beast folk nearby, approaching their cell with a cruel laugh. As he loomed over the cage, a dark-haired beast folk prisoner glared back, shouting for him to stop. The noble ignored the plea, thrusting his hand through the bars and violently grabbing the beast folk's face. Suddenly, a guard intervened, striking the noble with a powerful blow that sent him flying across the floor. The noble's attendants stared in shock, exclaiming that the prisoners could talk, while the beast folk watched the unexpected turn of events in stunned silence. His expression grim, the guard looked down at the unconscious noble. He thought to himself that his concerns about people like this were not unfounded after all. He then turned to the prisoners, handing something to the dark-haired beast folk and giving him urgent instructions for an escape through a specific passage. He ordered them to lock the door behind him as he created a diversion. The beast folk expressed their gratitude, but worried he would get into trouble. The guard reassured them, explaining the others were knocked out cold and wouldn't know what happened. He relayed a final message to focus only on survival, entrusting their lives to them before departing. The king stands before a shrine, recalling a revelation from 3 ancient deities. They had instructed him to use the power of the forest to become king of the world. His mind drifts back to the great famine several hundred years prior, a time when his people prayed for salvation, but the forest offered only a pittance of food. He scoffs at the memory of his people, convinced their poor harvest was due to their own mismanagement. He fumes, remembering how they blamed him despite not paying their taxes, and how he struggled to gather even a meager amount of food. He believed that if he had starved, the entire country would have collapsed. In contrast to the forest's failure, the 3 gods were different. By activating a magic stone exactly as they instructed, a great transformation began. The memory of the masses, once starving and desperate, flashes through his mind. This act resulted in an unprecedented, bountiful harvest, allowing all the people to pay their taxes in full. It was in that moment that the king truly understood. He declares his conviction that the only true gods are the three ancient deities, certain they will grant him their aid once more. With this belief firm in his heart, he concludes that a king of the forest is unnecessary. Meanwhile, in a snowy clearing, Yasaki cheerfully announces that it's lunchtime. Eki looks around in confusion, unable to find their master anywhere. As the children search, the protagonist stands apart, watching a small lizard creature fly overhead. A single thought consumes him. He wants to get out of the forest. His thoughts continue as he walks alone through the snow. He has finally realized there is no exit to be found anywhere. He wonders if someone has sealed the forest with a curse, and if the seal would finally be lifted if that curse were to disappear. He kneels in the snow, focusing his intent. He plans to use the wall surrounding the forest as a conduit, picturing his magic extending along it, soaking deep into the sky above and the ground below. He presses his hand to the earth, the image clear in his mind, the purification of every single curse afflicting the forest. With a surge of power, he unleashes the spell. A wave of pure energy erupts from the point of contact, spreading outward in luminous, concentric rings that ripple through the very fabric of the land. The cleansing light washes over the entire forest, a silent, unstoppable tide that scours the darkness from the trees and soil. The immense output leaves him momentarily stunned, lying on his back in the snow. His concerned creatures rush to his side, calling out to their master. He sits up as the two beast-folk children, Eki and Yasaki, run to him, asking if he is okay and remarking that he was all sparkly. He reassures them, though he internally notes that while his mana is replenishing at an incredible rate, he has never experienced such a huge amount vanishing so instantly. A new reality settles in. All curses have disappeared from the forest. As the forest is freed from its affliction, elsewhere, Gaji receives a report. The investigation team has reached a safe zone, and the slaves have escaped. Gaji confirms they will proceed as planned. Gamol remarks on the advantage of having the second commander of the Altrouge Knights on their side. Gaji adds that the investigation team will also enter the forest, bringing both groups into his territory, and expresses his full confidence in the plan. His expression hardens as he clenches a fist. They have spent 10 years preparing for this moment. With the king now weakened, he sees their chance to finally act and is determined to see it through to the end. He suddenly falters, clutching his head with a pained grunt as his companions, Gamol and the slick back-haired man, turn toward him in alarm. His discomfort is echoed by a scream from another faction member as a brilliant, star-like light erupts throughout the grand chamber, bathing the stone floor in its glow. While the man continues to cry out in terror, Gaji lowers his hand, his expression shifting to one of focused concern. He reassures his companion that he is fine and feels nothing unusual within his body. The panic spreads through the ranks. One woman pleads for the others to wait for her, while another man cries out that he can't take it anymore. Below them, a large crowd mills about in confusion and fear. Ignoring the growing chaos, Gaji and his two main confidants proceed through a large doorway. He reflects internally that, as someone responsible for defending the castle, the current events are giving him much to consider. Elsewhere, in a darkened room, the Supreme Mage recoils with a shriek. Shielding his face from an unseen source of brilliance, he cries out in terror, questioning the origin of the light. He and another hooded figure watch in horror as the light emanates from a large, crystalline artifact suspended above a pedestal. Cracks spread rapidly across its surface before it shatters completely. The crystal's destruction unleashes a powerful shockwave, blasting the Supreme Mage and his acolytes off their feet. He is thrown violently backward, his hand raised in a last, futile effort to defend himself. He stares at his own hand, watching in grim understanding as it turns translucent, particles of light flaking away from his fingertips. One of his acolytes, kneeling nearby, cries out in alarm, asking what is wrong with the chief sorcerer. The Supreme Mage simply acknowledges his state, a quiet acceptance in his voice. Turning away, the weakened sorcerer makes his way down a stone corridor. He notes internally that the soldiers outside the door have fled, a fortunate turn of events, as defeating them in his current state would have been impossible. With a sense of urgency, he resolves to leave, knowing there are still things he must report to the king. His hand, still shimmering with instability, reaches for the door handle. Before his fingers can touch the handle, the door bursts inward. Gaji and his closest confidant stride into the room, their faces set with grim purpose. In the royal chamber, a grim scene unfolds. The queen lies lifeless on the floor, a fatal wound marking her chest. Kneeling beside her body is the Supreme Mage, his face suddenly gaunt and aged, his eyes wide and vacant. Elsewhere, Gaji and Altrog react with utter shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief at what they are witnessing. Their shock gives way to frantic questions. Gaji asks if the queen is truly dead, while Altrog points at the kneeling figure, demanding to know what that monster is, though he recognizes the robes of a Supreme Mage. The mage's magic stone, set in his chest, is visibly cracked. The king's voice cuts through the confusion. He explains that he and the 4 supreme mages have been using their magic stones to delay the effects of aging. He elaborates that they were constantly supplied with regenerative magic through the stones to stave off their aging. However, that power supply has now been severed. Gaji listens as the king continues, admitting he had expected the aging process to return slowly. Instead, it seems to have rushed in all at once, completely overwhelming the supreme mage. The king's explanation halts as the aged mage begins to stir. He slowly pushes himself up, his withered hand reaching out as he calls for the king, seemingly unable to hear anything around him. He stumbles forward unsteadily, his mind lost in confusion. He internally questions what is happening, what this strange new sensation overwhelming his body is. He stood silently in the background as the king approached the queen, who was attended by her handmaiden. The king questioned her about an investigator's return and a replacement for the magic stones. Visibly irritated, the queen dismissed his concerns, stating she had other amusements and commanded him to leave. Her dismissive tone ignited the king's fury. He lunged forward, seizing her arm, his face contorted with rage as he berated her, shouting that she was nothing but trash for failing to produce a male heir. In that instant, the supreme mage moved with unnatural speed, his cloak formed a blur behind the queen. The king recoiled, his eyes wide with shock and horror at the sudden intervention. His mind was a storm of confusion and terror. A primal fear gripped him as a single thought echoed through his consciousness. He did not want to die. The scene fractured around him. The queen lay motionless on the ground while the king, stunned, stared at his own hand. Above them, the mage's body began to convulse and wither, age catching up to him in a horrifying rush as he shrieked for the king to stay away. The memory fades, returning to the present crisis in the throne room. The king desperately calls for his knights, as Altrog and 2 others burst through the doors, swords drawn. From the floor, the withered supreme mage rasps out a final proclamation. The king's era has ended. With his last words spoken, the ancient magic holding him together fails completely. His form dissolves, crumbling into a pile of fine dust on the stone floor. The sight of the mage's demise shatters the king's composure. He screams in raw terror, pleading for help and insisting that as the king, he is the only one in the world who matters. He remained on the floor, trembling, his eyes fixed on the pile of dust that was once the supreme mage. The sight was so dreadful, so utterly beyond comprehension. Nearby, Altrog could only state the obvious. This was far beyond anything they had anticipated. His hand clenched into a fist as he struggled to process the scene. This monstrous transformation, this horrifying end. Was this the final fate of the great king empress? As the king grappled with his own mortality, the queen's handmaiden looked up from the floor. A small sound escaped her lips, and a look of profound relief washed over her face. With this, she thought she was finally free. She rose and walked away without a backward glance, leaving the scene of carnage behind. Altrog and Gaji watched her departure, their faces etched with concern, before Gaji turned to his companion and suggested they should leave as well. Altrog's gaze hardened. He acknowledged the suggestion, but declared that they couldn't just leave things as they were. He calmly explained his perspective. Things were about to become very complicated. They had already rescued the slaves and people of the forest as they were asked. They could not afford to get any more involved. His words were directed to 2 hooded figures who had approached them, the very beast folk they had helped. One of them, the light-haired wolf beast folk, looked towards Gaji and asked if they would truly be forgiven for what they had done. Gaji looked at them with a steady gaze. He affirmed that they would be forgiven, but it would take time. That forgiveness, he stated, was the atonement they now had to earn. The scene shifts to a journey through a snow-covered forest. The protagonist, clad in a heavy, fur-lined coat, rides atop the great white wolf, Cheyenne, his expression focused. Huddled behind him for warmth are the beast folk children, Eki and Yasaki, along with the small wolf Kuru and the marshmallow creature. A flying lizard creature soars through the cold air beside them. His gaze sharpens as he spots something in the distance. He calls out, announcing that their destination is finally in sight, and instructs a companion named Koa to land up ahead. Now on the ground, his eyes catch a detail in the snow-dusted landscape, a distinct path. As he observes it, Cheyenne stands beside him, remarking with some surprise that for everyone to have arrived in a single night, they must all be incredibly fast. Tucked inside the protagonist's coat, the small red lizard, Karen, peeks out at the new surroundings.